Chapter 61 Fight. Young man. It seems to be saying, my sister doesn't want me, but I do. Sanbao, do you want it? Come, let uncle hold it for a while, and this toy is yours. Wang Jing extended his hand to Sanbao. Sanbao only knew that he wanted Hello Kitty, so he stretched out his little hand and babbled. Wang Jing picked up Sanbao and said with a smile, this little guy is so heavy, must he weigh more than 10 pounds? Song Mianmian on the side smiled, 15 pounds. Sanbao did not resist being picked up by Wang Jing, and his eyes were fixed on the Hello Kitty in his hands. Yeah. When the music started playing again, Sanbao was very happy. He completely forgot that the person holding him was a strange uncle he didn't know. Sibao was so envious that he looked at her with eager eyes. After playing for a while, Sanbao quickly got bored, yawned, and felt a little sleepy. His eyes were narrowed. Except for Sibao, all the children felt a little sleepy. The hot pot base and the dishes we ordered were gradually served on the table. Considering Song Mianmian, Wang Jing ordered a shabu shabu hot pot. Breastfeeding mothers should not eat too spicy food. Song Mianmian was very embarrassed throughout the whole process. In order not to embarrass herself in front of her students, she tried her best to act calm. Cheng Xiao put beef into the pot, and when it was cooked, he considerately put it into her bowl. Watching the two showing their affection, Wang Jing frowned. He felt like he was here to be tortured. Are these two people really so blatant and crazy in showing their affection in front of him? Can I still eat well? Wife, come, eat this. Cheng Xiao picked up another piece of cooked duck blood for Song Mianmian. Song Mianmian finally couldn't help herself and whispered in his ear, your friend is still here, isn't this a bad idea? At least talk to him. We've lived in the same dormitory for several years, and we've talked about everything we need to talk about. Don't worry, he won't mind. Song Mianmian had no way to deal with him. Hee, brother, when you are showing affection with your sister-in-law, can you please pay attention to the feelings of a single dog like me? Wang Jing said bitterly, this is too torturous. Cheng Xiao gave him some face, okay. Brother, when do you and sister-in-law plan to get married? Wang Jing remembered that Cheng Xiao told him last time that they only got a marriage certificate but did not hold a wedding banquet. It all happened so suddenly. Cheng Xiao said, at least you have to wait until you graduate. It's not possible now. If you are too high profile before graduation and get discovered, deducting credits is a small matter, but being expelled from school is a big deal. The most serious case is teacher Song Mianmian, who had her teaching credentials revoked and may never be able to teach again. Wang Jing naturally considered this issue and nodded, then wait until graduation. I will be the best man then. Remember to save a spot for me. Another reservation. Song Mianmian was extremely embarrassed. She hadn't even gotten married yet, but she already had 2 groomsmen reserved. Cheng Xiao agreed immediately, okay. Then it's settled. I'll prepare the money in advance. Wang Jing smiled. I have to say that teacher Song and his good brother are really a perfect match, they look like a couple. Although they are a few years apart in age, you can't tell at all. They are all handsome men and beautiful women, a perfect match. The babies are so cute, and you can see their super good looks at a young age. The family is so loving. I really hope to have such a cute baby in the future. Wang Jing's eyes were filled with envy and sorrow. I feel a little full from eating so much dog food. Every interaction between these two people can stimulate his eyes. He had never seen the usually cold goddess teacher show such an expression before. It was like a dream. I can only say that this brother of his is really awesome. Even the ice goddess can be taken down. Not only did they get it, but they also gave me 4 adorable babies at once. At this moment, he remembered something. Brother, did you meet that loudmouth Mangy last time? Cheng Xiao replied, yeah, what's wrong? It's nothing. Actually, you shouldn't have paid attention to him that day. This guy has a bad mouth and can't keep secrets. He tells everything. He remembered the last time Mangy said in front of the whole class that Cheng Xiao and teacher Song were walking together. So much so that some people suspected that teacher Song's child was Cheng Xiao's. Although this is true, if this guy really gets into trouble, the whole school will definitely know about it. I wish everyone knew it. Cheng Xiao shrugged, now that we have moved, I guess we won't be able to meet each other. Critical hit. When it comes to this, Wang Jing becomes envious and jealous. His brother is really a hidden talent. The house in Jiangcheng Mingyuan is not cheap, the rent is sky high. He actually bought it at such a low price. What incredible luck! When will this good thing happen to him? Well, when it was his turn, he couldn't come up with that much money all at once. Brother, I really envy you. You have become a winner in life before you even graduate from college. Cheng Xiao smiled and gave him a piece of meat. Keep working hard, young man. Wang Jing had no appetite for the meal and was deeply hit again. He once thought that his good brother, who was also a loser like him, had everything in a short period of time, while he was still standing still, just eating and waiting to die. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Yeah. At this moment, Sibao, who was lying in the stroller, suddenly made some strange noises. As soon as Cheng Xiao heard it, he knew that the child had pooped. I was instantly confused. Baby, Daddy is having dinner with his good friends. You are so unsupportive. Just as she was about to go to the bathroom to change the child, Song Mianmian stood up and said, "Let me go." If she and Wang Jing were to sit in a private room and stare at each other, she felt she would be so embarrassed. After all, it's a different identity now. Cheng Xiao saw through her thoughts at a glance, and sat back down. That's fine, the diapers and wipes are in the bag under the stroller, look for them. Song Mianmian pushed the cart out. Wang Jing took a look and said, "Brother, why do I feel that Teacher Song is still so serious? He is different from before when facing the children and you." Cheng Xiao chuckled. His wife was afraid that her image in front of Wang Jing, the student, would be overturned. On the surface, he said calmly, "Teacher Song is just like this, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing, just asking." In the bathroom. After Song Mianmian washed Sibao's butt, she took out a diaper and changed it for her. Just as she was about to go back, a familiar voice rang in her ears, which startled her heart. "Teacher Song?" Teacher Wang came to eat hot pot with several teachers. He originally planned to invite Teacher Song, but considering that Teacher Song had to take care of the children, he did not invite her specifically. Unexpectedly, he saw her here. It's really Teacher Song. Teacher Li on the side was surprised. "Teacher Wang, Teacher Li, you are here too?" Song Mianmian turned around, greeted him, and forced a smile. So embarrassing. "Yes. Are you coming to eat hot pot with your husband today?" "Yes." "Ah, it's Sibao. So cute." Teacher Wang quickly noticed Sibao and ran over. Chapter 62. Is that Cheng Xiao from our class? Ever since she left Teacher Song's house that day, she has been missing it so much, wondering when she can go there again next time. The first is to see the baby, and the second is to get a free meal. What Cheng Xiao cooks is really delicious. Whether it's cooking or baking, they're all better than store-bought ones. Just a few days ago, Teacher Song brought curry rice to school, as well as dessert. I'm drooling just thinking about it. She decided to go again next time. For a bite of food, face and other things are not important and can be ignored. Of course, the most important thing is to see the baby. I miss her so much that I can't help but look at their photos every time. At first glance, I had the urge to get married right there. She was looking at Sibao, and Teacher Li had already started chatting with Song Mianmian. "Teacher Song, have you brought all the children out?" Song Mianmian smiled and said, "Yeah, it's not good to stay at home all the time, bring him out for a walk." "That's great. Do you want to come along? We and a few other teachers want to see your baby. They're so curious." Yes, ever since I saw those treasures that day, I have been missing you so much. I was wondering when I can visit your house again." Teacher Wang agreed. Teacher Li rolled her eyes at her and said, "I think you are just going there to eat for free. You are a foodie, and I don't know you very well." "No, my main purpose is to take care of the babies. Eating is secondary. Teacher Wang smiled embarrassedly. Song Mianmian felt a little panicked. She had expected to run into someone she knew, but she didn't expect to actually run into him. It's still Teacher Wang and the others. What to do? Cheng Xiao didn't have any imitation makeup this time, if he was caught. "Teacher Song, is it okay?" Teacher Wang looked at Song Mianmian. Song Mianmian definitely had no objection to coming to the door, so she nodded, "Sure." "That's great. How about tomorrow?" "It's Sunday, so I have time. I'm going to take the babies to get vaccinated tomorrow morning." Song Mianmian just thought of it. Teacher Wang smiled and said, "It's okay, we'll go there at noon." Song Mianmian had no way of refusing, so after thinking about it, she nodded. "That's settled then. Oh, by the way, which room are you and your husband in? Are the babies there too?" can I go and see? Finally, this was mentioned. No, is it not possible?
Seeing her strange expression, Teacher Wang said tentatively.
Can.
After saying that, she quickly sent a message to Cheng Xiao, asking him to stay away for a while. Chang Xiao and Wang Jing were playing with the child. When they received the message, the corners of their mouths twitched. They thought they could have such luck here as well.
After telling Wang Jing about this, his eyes widened. What did you say? Teacher Wang and the others are also in this restaurant? They want to come to our private room now? No way. This is such bad luck. Yeah. I have to go back out for a while, you help me watch the babies. Oh well. Chang Xiao went to the men's bathroom.
As soon as he entered, he was seen by several people coming out of the women's restroom next door, although they were only seen from their backs.
Hey, was the person who just went in Chang Xiao from our class?
Teacher Wang felt that he looked familiar.
Teacher Li frowned. That should be it? The back view looks quite similar. What do you mean by similar? I see, this guy has taken many days off, and the exam is coming up soon. Teacher Wang is still quite optimistic about Chang Xiao.
He has a strong learning ability, but he is not hardworking and is too casual. Ask him when you see him later.
Song Mianmian was so scared that her legs went limp. What on earth was Chang Xiao doing?
Wang Jing was using toys to amuse Sanbao when the door of the private room was opened from the outside.
Student Wang Jing? Why are you here? Teacher Wang was surprised. Song Mianmian introduced awkwardly, this is my husband's friend. Hello, teachers.
Wang Jing became respectful as soon as he saw a group of teachers.
However, he was soon ignored. Everyone was just looking at the baby. Teacher Wang rushed over and said, it's the babies.
I missed them so much.
Are these quadruplets? Asked one of the female teachers. Yes. This is so cute. Teacher Song is really fertile. These babies are really good looking.
I have always heard Teacher Wang and others bragging about how good looking they are, but they didn't take it seriously.
They are just kids, is it that exaggerated? I saw it today, it really exists. Isn't it so cute?
Her girlish heart. Several other teachers had the same expression. All the teachers present were female, some were married and some were still single.
Singles all look at me with envy. Teacher Song is so lucky. You don't know yet, right?
Not only do all of Teacher Song's children look good, but her husband is also handsome and rich. He can not only cook and do housework, but also take care of the children. Teacher Wang couldn't help but say, with envy that could not be concealed on his face.
Teacher Meng Yan at the side said, by the way, why don't we see Teacher Song's husband?
What you said is true.
Did you go to the bathroom? Teacher Wang also noticed. Oh, never mind. I'll hold the baby first. Teacher Wang picked up Debeo directly.
The child was heavy again.
Teacher Song, how much did you give him to eat?
Song Mianmian was absent-minded and just hoped that Cheng Xiao would not come over for the time being.
Teachers, I'm going out first.
Wang Jing went to the bathroom and his scalp went numb when he saw so many teachers.
Chang Xiao has already used the face-changing skill.
Wang Jing didn't recognize him at all and was about to pass by him, but Cheng Xiao reached out his hand and almost threw him over his shoulder. He gasped in pain. Just as he was about to get angry, Cheng Xiao said speechlessly, it's me.
Fuck, brother, why did you become like this? It's just makeup.
Cheng Xiao said lightly.
Your technique is pretty good. I can't recognize it at all.
Okay, I'll go to the private room first.
Let us deal with that side first.
Just when Song Mianmian was getting extremely anxious, Cheng Xiao came in, still appearing in front of Teacher Wang and the others with the same appearance as before.
Hello everyone, I am Mianmian's husband. After saying hello, Teacher Wang looked at Teacher Meng Yan and said with a smile, let me tell you, Teacher Song's husband is very handsome, and he's a very good cook. You'll know once I take you to eat. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? It's obviously like going to someone's house to eat for free. How embarrassing it is. It's nothing. I went there once with Teacher Li and Teacher Song last time. It was really nice.
Besides, their family is also very rich.
Cheng Xiao could sense Song Mianmian's nervousness and gently touched her hand. It's okay, I'm here. 10 minutes later. Okay, we've seen it, so we won't disturb you two from eating. Teacher Wang and his friends felt embarrassed to stay any longer. Just like that, a group of people left in a mighty manner. Not long after the person left, Wang Jing walked in. Chapter 63, Hiding Your True Potential Means Underestimating You. It was the first time for him to see so many female teachers out in force. The scene was so shocking. It was really dangerous just now. Brother, if it weren't for your good makeup skills, you would have been exposed. He was worried for Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. Once his face-changing skill was activated, even his own mother couldn't recognize him. Still very confident. Song Mian was quite frightened, with a heavy stone hanging in her heart, afraid of being discovered. It's my fault too. I shouldn't have booked the hot pot restaurant near the school. Wang Jing sighed, he almost hurt them. That was a close call. The meal was finished, and Chang Xiao said, "It's getting late, we have to go back. The weather gets a bit cold in the afternoon. After all, it's autumn, and the babies are still young and can't handle it." "That's fine, I'll take you there." When pushing a few baby carriages to the underground garage, Wang Jing was a little confused. "Brother, what are you doing here? Go home and get the car." "What?" When he saw a brand new Volkswagen in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? Did his brother buy a car? When did it happen? Why didn't he know? "I bought this a while ago, but I didn't think I would need it, so I never opened it." It was the same old excuse. Anyway, Song Mian believed it firmly. Wang Jing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Brother, I think people underestimate you by saying you are a hidden talent. It happened quite suddenly. This car should cost at least 200,000 yuan, right? So awesome." He was still immersed in the blow until the car drove away. All of a sudden his former schoolmate and good friend had a house and a car, and also had a wife and kids, leaving him as a single guy. All his roommates in the dormitory have girlfriends, except him. Sometimes I wonder if I am too ugly and girls don't like me. In the car. Chang Xiao still had that unfamiliar face, and Song Mian felt awkward looking at him. However, this face is not bad, but it is still a little inferior to Chang Xiao's real face. At this time, she thought of a question. Looking at Chang Xiao, "If the day comes when we make it public, how will you explain it? I can't show this face every time, right? That would be too tiring. Let's talk about the future later. There is always a solution," Chang Xiao said. After arriving home, he made an excuse to go to the bathroom and cancelled his face-changing skill. The children fell asleep during the ride. After a whole day of hard work, the two were tired and went to bed early at night. The next day, Sunday, was time for the children to get their vaccinations. The weather was even colder than yesterday, so Song Mian dressed the children in thick clothes. I also took out all the cotton hats I had bought before and put them on the children. Song Mian packed the children's necessities for going out. "Honey, are you done?" "All right." Chang Xiao came out of the bathroom, took the big bag prepared by Song Mian, and put it on his back. Then one person went out pushing 2 baby carriages. They got up early today because they didn't want a queue. The vaccination place is nearby, just a 10-minute walk away. When they arrived, there were already people queuing, but not many. "Wife, please look after the kids first. I'll go get a number." "Good." As soon as Chang Xiao left, a mother behind Song Mian asked in surprise, "Excuse me, are these quadruplets?" "Yes." Bao's mother laughed and said, "You look quite young, like students. Are you getting married and having children now?" Song Mian smiled slightly, said nothing, and nodded. "I'm exhausted taking care of my own son. How do you take care of 4?" The mother said with admiration. Moreover, this mother has given birth to so many children, but her figure is still so good, like a little girl who has never given birth. People knew it was the mother, but those who didn't would think it was the sister taking her brother out for vaccinations. So envious. Song Mian had a polite smile on her face. "It's okay. My husband usually takes care of them. He is very good at taking care of children. I don't have to worry about anything." When these words were spoken, not only the mother was surprised, but also the people around her. "Your husband is at home taking care of the kids? Then you. I'm going to work. Ah, I really envy you." Unlike us housewives, after giving birth to children, we have to be full-time housewives at home and have no way to go out to work. The mother's face was full of envy. Song Mian didn't say anything.
Just as she was about to check to see if Cheng Xiao had returned, Sibao, who was lying in the stroller, groaned.
Sibao? What's the matter? Song Mianmian asked with a smile. Yeah.
When Sibao heard the sounds around him, he looked left and right and was very happy.
Wow. Is this a girl? So cute.
The mother's face was full of envy. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful child.
I couldn't help but like it.
I don't know if this mother is willing to arrange a marriage for her child. If she marries the child when he grows up, it will improve the genes of her offspring.
Song Mianmian smiled and said nothing. My dear mother, your daughter is so cute. How about this? Let's arrange a baby marriage. Song Mianmian was not very happy. Who would still arrange a marriage for a child in this day and age? It is unfair to the child. She has the right to make her own choice.
Moreover, this woman looked like a very powerful mother-in-law, and she didn't want to send her daughter to suffer. So, she smiled and declined. The child is still young, and this would be unfair to her.
The mother still did not give up. That's okay, we can be friends and keep in touch. After the children can walk, we can often play together and cultivate our relationship. Even if we can't be a family, we can always be friends, right?
This was the most beautiful baby girl she had ever seen.
No matter what, we can't let this opportunity slip away. Song Mianmian was quite disgusted by her words.
Just when she was thinking about refusing, Chang Xiao came back and she breathed a sigh of relief.
How's it going? It's ready. We can go play when it's our turn.
As soon as she saw the child's father coming, the mother started with him. Little did she know that Chang Xiao would be even harder to talk to.
Are you the father of the child? You are so handsome. No wonder the children are so handsome. Chang Xiao looked over and smiled. Your baby is also very cute.
The mother even boasted, of course, and our family conditions are not bad.
We have a house, a car, and savings. The child's father earns 300,000 yuan a year.
She felt that this was worthy of the baby girl.
Dad, what do you think?
She felt that Chang Xiao would definitely be moved.
But I didn't expect.
Chang Xiao smiled and refused directly.
I'm sorry, but our family is not bad either. We have a house, a car, and savings.
Moreover, with my daughter's looks and conditions, she will be able to find a husband in any family.
Their conditions are much better than yours. Chapter 64 A Handsome Man.
After these words were spoken, the mother was speechless. His face immediately turned very ugly. Song Mianmian pursed her lips and wanted to laugh, but it didn't seem appropriate in this situation.
The couple ignored her as it was almost their turn in the queue. Yeah. Sibao didn't know what was going to happen next.
He chewed his hands and looked around. When he saw some babies being held in their mother's arms, he kicked his legs with joy.
Sibao, why are you so happy today?
Cheng Xiao squatted down, pinched Sibao's little face, and said with a smile. Looking over, De Bao and the others were the same. All of them were extremely happy.
Chang Xiao checked to see if they had any poop.
Today was pretty good, and there was no such problem. I had already been fed when I came here, so it's not time for me to drink milk yet. Everything was handled properly, and Song Mianmian didn't have to worry about anything, which made the mothers nearby envious.
Their husbands all work away from home.
The task of taking care of the children and giving them vaccinations fell on them. They had to hold the children, coax them, and feed them, and they were exhausted after the vaccinations. Look at her husband, he takes such good care of the quadruplets.
There is really no comparison between people. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just lucky to have met such a good husband.
There were only 2 more days until Chang Xiao and the others arrived, and they could already go into the vaccination room and wait.
Waiting for the doctor to call them.
The room was originally quite empty, but once they entered in such a large group, it was immediately packed.
The quadruplets are really eye-catching. Because it is really rare. These are quadruplets. That's amazing. It's the first time I've seen you. But they're all so cute. So pretty. To be honest, I've never seen such pretty children.
Especially that little girl, she's so cute, she's definitely going to be a beauty when she grows up. Just look at how good looking their parents are, and you'll know how ugly their children can be.
Mom, this little girl is so cute. Can I let her be my sister?
At this time, a 2-year-old boy nearby said.
Baby, your sister is that aunt's baby and can't be your sister.
The mother next to her said with a smile.
She likes them very much too, these kids are so cute.
At the same time, she was envious. Other people gave birth to 2 boys and 2 girls at the same time, but she only gave birth to 2 boys and no sign of a girl. She always wanted to have another girl.
Girls are cuter though.
On the other side, a little girl also said, I want this little brother to be my brother.
Adults like it, let alone children.
They say that children are attracted to other children, and it seems to be true.
Song Mian kept smiling and answered politely when some people asked her questions. Mom, can I not get the injection?
The 1-year-old girl in her mother's arms seemed to know what was going to happen. She pouted and acted coquettishly with her mother. The mother scratched her nose and said with a smile, No, if you don't get the injection, you won't be a good child. When the girl heard this, she couldn't help but burst into tears.
She doesn't want an injection. Ha ha ha. Everyone around couldn't help laughing.
It is normal for children to cry when getting an injection.
Be good, it doesn't hurt. After the fight, Mom will take you to buy cheese sticks, okay?
The mother wiped her daughter's tears and coaxed her. The little girl then stopped crying and sobbed. Next, it was Cheng Xiao and the others' turn.
Debeo was picked up. He didn't know what was going on.
He blinked as he looked at the nurse holding the needle.
Wow, the baby is so well behaved and cute. The nurse couldn't help but laugh.
Especially when Debeo smiled at her, her heart couldn't help but melt.
Super cute critical hit. I have never seen such a cute baby, so cute. He will definitely be a handsome guy when he grows up. Song Mian sat on the chair and began to take off Debeo's shirt.
The child stared at his mother with eyes full of love, as if he understood everything. The mothers around were envious. One arm was successfully exposed, and the nurse coaxed him, Baby, it will be fine soon.
As he spoke, the needle was inserted quickly.
Before the child could react, it was pulled out. Chang Xiao felt distressed when he saw this. At this time, the nurse said, Hit the other arm.
Song Mian quickly showed Debeo's other arm.
Even if he doesn't like to cry, Debeo still cried because of the pain.
A sound of wow. It is true that the pain is felt by the children and the suffering is felt by the parents.
The couple was heartbroken.
Cheng Xiao quickly picked him up and coaxed him, Don't cry, Debeo, we've already beaten him, let's not beat him anymore.
The little guy, with tearful eyes, blinked and looked at Cheng Xiao with a pouty mouth. Normally, this child seldom cries except when he is hungry. He cried so much after getting an injection, and Cheng Xiao felt so distressed. The eldest child has finished playing, and now it's the second child's turn. The child seemed to have noticed something. He was a crybaby to begin with, and when he saw his brother crying like that, his little mouth started to pout.
She looked like she was about to cry, causing people around to laugh.
It's so cute, even when it cries it's still so adorable.
Don't cry, second baby, you'll be fine soon.
Cheng Xiao coaxed the first baby, and after finally coaxing him back, he started coaxing the second baby. This father is so attentive that the mothers around him are extremely envious. When Erbao saw the strange nurse, he started crying even before he took off his clothes.
Wow. Song Mian felt distressed and kept comforting him, Be good, Erbao, don't cry, you will be fine soon.
When the 2 injections were given, the child started crying.
That was so fierce.
The little girl who had previously told her mother that she was afraid of injections started trembling with fear when she saw the situation. He didn't care whether his mother was going to buy him cheese sticks later, he just started crying, Mom, I don't want the injection.
Wow, I don't want injections.
The mother said helplessly, If you don't get the injection, you won't buy cheese sticks.
If you don't buy it, I won't take it or get the injection.
Seeing Erbao crying so heartbreakingly, Cheng Xiao felt more and more upset and couldn't help but have tears in his eyes.
Song Mian has been comforting Erbao.
Next, it was the turn of the 3 treasures.
Sanbao is the calmest.
Like his brother, he doesn't cry much. After all, he is a boy, not like little girls.
After 2 injections, there was no reaction. The amazing thing was that he didn't cry at all.
She blinked her little eyes and looked at the nurse.
Wow, the baby is so well behaved. He didn't even cry. The nurse also found it magical.
It is rare for such a young child to not cry when getting a vaccination.
So sensible. What a little man. See?
The little brother didn't cry at all.
How cute.
Another mother pointed at Sanbao and spoke to her son who was trembling in her arms.
Chapter 65 Bringing a New Friend. Little brother, he doesn't cry. Isn't it embarrassing for you to cry at your age?
When it was Sibao's turn to go on stage, the little guy knew nothing and even smiled at the nurse. What a beautiful baby. The fourth baby is the best looking among the babies. You can see his superb looks at a young age. No matter who sees it, they will involuntarily take a second look at it and like it very much.
Who doesn't like cute and adorable babies?
Song Nian slowly took off her top a little bit, revealing her chubby little arms.
Her skin was so white and tender that people couldn't help but want to pinch it. Sibao smiled happily.
This child is the kind who can smile at you but will never let you hug her unless there is something particularly attractive to her. Apart from my parents, even my grandmother won't let me hug me. The nurse first injected her left arm. There was no response when I inserted it, and when I pulled it out, the smile on my face froze instantly and tears burst out.
He cried even louder than the second baby.
Both the couple felt uncomfortable listening to this.
There is one injection left, in the right arm.
She cried so much that her face turned red.
Finally, the fight was over. Song Nian dressed her.
Except for Sanbao, the other 4 babies were crying, their eyes full of grievance, looking at the couple pitifully.
It made them feel even more distressed. What's the use of feeling sorry? You still have to fight.
After the injection, they couldn't delay others, so the couple pushed the stroller to the side, prepared milk powder for the children and fed them to calm down.
Look at them all crying.
Sanbao looked confused, as if he didn't know why his brothers and sisters were crying. He was so happy when the bottle was handed to his mouth.
Chang Xiao was almost heartbroken watching this.
It's really unbearable to watch this child getting an injection.
The more I watch, the more distressed I feel.
It hurts so much when the needle sticks into my arm. After feeding the baby, I pushed the stroller to take the child home.
When I got to the hall, I saw the mother again. She was so angry that her face was blue. I feel that I have such good conditions, but someone actually looks down on me. It would be strange if I didn't look unhappy. Chang Xiao and his friend left the clinic smoothly and went home.
Song Nian was thinking that Teacher Wang and others would be coming to visit soon, and she forgot to tell her husband about this.
Husband. What's wrong?
I forgot to tell you yesterday that Teacher Wang and the others will come to see the baby at noon today. She looked at Chang Xiao nervously, afraid that he would be unhappy. She had promised Teacher Wang and Teacher Meng Yin yesterday about this matter, and it would not be good if she broke her promise. After hearing this, Chang Xiao looked at her nervous expression and said with a smile, "It's okay, just come if you want, what's the big deal?
Are you afraid that I'll be angry? As long as my wife is willing, I can do it anytime."
After saying that, he blinked. This made Song Nian blush.
The two returned home and tidied up a bit.
After the babies had their injections, they were all sleepy and the two of them gently put them in their cribs and closed the door.
Chang Xiao looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. It's time to cook. He went to the kitchen. Song Nian was mopping the floor and cleaning. The balcony floor was a little dusty, so she mopped it. After finishing it, I went to the kitchen to help Chang Xiao. Help with washing vegetables and other chores. The two of them divided the work and worked very quickly. Chang Xiao did the work that required a little technical skill, while she did the work that did not require much technical skill. For example, cutting vegetables and washing vegetables are the easiest. Maybe I was unlucky today. I accidentally cut my index finger while cutting cabbage. The skin was broken and it started bleeding immediately. She quickly rinsed it under the faucet and then put it in her mouth. What's wrong? Seeing that Song Nian was not feeling well, Chang Xiao came over to check. When he saw her bleeding finger, he frowned in pain. "Why are you so careless?" As he said this, he took her hand and put it in his mouth. Song Nian's face turned red. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Okay, you don't have to help, just go watch TV, I'm here. I can handle it. Chang Xiao felt very distressed. This little woman was really not suitable for cooking. Look, I've got it cut. Why? Am I so useless that I can't even cut vegetables properly? Song Nian felt a little guilty. Chang Xiao touched her head and said, "Who said that? My wife is very good at everything except cooking. Isn't it normal for her not to cook? It's not shameful." As he said that, he took her to the living room and found a band-aid to put on the wound. Just sit on the sofa and watch TV. Won't Teacher Wang and the others be coming over soon? Just stay and receive them. Good. Chang Xiao smiled and nodded, then continued to work in the kitchen. Soon, Teacher Wang and others came over. This time I brought a new friend, Teacher Mengyan. Now there are 4 of us. Teacher Mengyan initially thought that Teacher Wang and the others were exaggerating too much, until she stood at the gate of Jiangcheng Mingyuan. She was completely shocked. She knew very well what Jiangcheng Mingyuan was. It was a place that could not be bought even if one had money. Many people relied on connections to buy houses here. You have to be lucky to buy it, it's very expensive. She didn't expect that Teacher Song actually lived in such a good place. The husband I married is so rich. So low-key. She had thought that the conditions were just average, but she didn't expect them to be so good. She was looking at the surroundings with surprise in her heart. At this time, Teacher Wang beside her touched her shoulder and said with a smile, "Am I right? Teacher Song married well. Her husband is very rich and handsome. I envy him so much. Yeah, it's very good, the environment here is really great." Teacher Mengyan praised. Teacher Li on the side smiled and said, "There are more surprises to come. When you eat what Teacher Song and her husband make, you will thank the 3 of us." Yes, it's so delicious. Teacher Wang was drooling just thinking about it. Then you will see some particularly eye-catching babies later. TSK. That feeling is so great. At the same time, she was still thinking about the dessert, which was also delicious. You're a greedy guy. All you do is eat. Teacher Li couldn't help laughing at her. Teacher Wang waved her fist and said, "Food is the most important thing for people. How can you be worthy of yourself if you don't eat well? I'm not the kind of woman who would sacrifice delicious food for a good figure. Come on, you'll become a fat man sooner or later, and then no one will want you anymore. Don't just blame me, Mr. Li, you are the same." Teacher Wang snorted. "I'm fine. I already have a son. My husband doesn't mind if I'm fat or not." Watching the 2 people bickering, Mengyan and Teacher Ron looked at each other, both feeling helpless. This made Teacher Mengyan even more curious. Is it that delicious? Song Mianmian went downstairs from the apartment building to pick them up and saw them from a distance. The security guards basically don't let people in without access cards, so Song Mianmian has to go downstairs to pick them up. However, this is also to ensure the safety of each owner. Chapter 66 Teacher Wang, your slippers. Song Mianmian took them upstairs, and after they entered the living room, Teacher Mengyan's expression changed obviously. This living room, this balcony. It's so big. The view is very wide. Teacher Wang pulled her directly to the balcony, pointed at the nearby buildings and the lake, and said with a smile, "Look, isn't it super beautiful? Teacher Song's husband is really good at choosing the location, and the lighting is also very good. Yeah, it's really beautiful." Teacher Mengyan nodded, but her expression was not as exaggerated as Teacher Wang's. She has a calm personality. Although she is also a single girl, she is not as lively as Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang is very serious in front of students, like an antique, but he becomes more natural when facing his colleagues. Song Mianmian, who was standing aside, was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. "Hurry up and pour some water for the 4 teachers." Teacher Wang smiled and said, "Teacher Song, is my brother-in-law cooking?" "Yes." "Teacher Mengyan, let's go and see what we have for dinner today." This is not good, right?" Teacher Mengyan had a strange expression on her face. Not only did she come to eat for free, but she also ran to look in other people's kitchen. "Teacher Song, are you going with us?" "All right." Mengyan put down the gift she bought for the baby and followed Teacher Wang and the others into the kitchen. Chang Xiao was frying twice-cooked pork. The aroma was wafting in the kitchen and could be smelled as soon as you came in. Teacher Wang is so greedy. As soon as the teachers came in, Chang Xiao quickly used his face-changing skill. "Brother-in-law, we are here again, do you mind?" Teacher Wang asked with a smile, holding Song Mianmian's arm. The couple was a little dizzy after being called brother-in-law. Chang Xiao wondered what Teacher Wang's expression would be if she knew that she was her student. It must be exciting. "I don't mind. You are all Mianmian's friends and you are here to see the baby. Why should I mind?" Chang Xiao smiled slightly. "It smells so good." Teacher Wang could hardly walk after smelling the fragrance. She came here with her stomach full on purpose, she hasn't even had breakfast yet and now she's starving. She was so shameless that Teacher Li and the other 2 felt a little embarrassed. After saying a few words,
they quickly pulled her to the living room.
It's so embarrassing.
Seeing that the 4 people had already walked out of the kitchen, Song Mian glanced at Chung Xiao and smiled helplessly. I wanted to stay and help, but when I thought about what happened just now,
Forget it.
I was afraid of doing more harm than good.
She'd better go to the living room to entertain them.
When they got there, the 4 of them were already sitting obediently on the sofa drinking water.
Teacher Song, are all the babies asleep? Teacher Rong asked at this time.
Yes, I'm asleep.
Ah, then we can't tease them. Teacher Wang frowned.
She decided that when she woke up, she must take a few more photos of the babies and save them in her mobile phone, and also take some videos.
Although I can't do anything, it's still very pleasing to the eye.
The 4 of them were sitting here, waiting for their meals, which was quite awkward.
At this time, Teacher Li stood up and said, I'll go to the kitchen to help.
It's embarrassing to always let others cook by themselves.
Teacher Li, he can do it alone. Song Mian smiled. It's okay. I'm just helping.
It's so embarrassing to just wait like this, and it's not very nice to come to someone's house and do nothing.
So she went to the kitchen. Chang Xiao was still cutting potatoes into shreds. Do you need my help?
No need, Teacher Li, just go and have a rest. He raised his head and smiled slightly. As he said this, he continued to cut into strips. After cutting the potatoes into slices, the kitchen knife slashed very quickly.
In less than a minute, the potato shreds are ready. This knife skill. Teacher Li was amazed by what he saw.
She had never seen such a level of skill, except on TV or with real chefs.
This action is no different from that of a chef. Did you practice it on purpose?
She exclaimed, you are such a good cook at such a young age.
Did you go to the restaurant specially?
No, I just learned it slowly by following the recipes.
After a while, I became proficient in it. Teacher Li nodded in understanding, is that so? You really have the talent to be a chef, you can open a restaurant right away.
My skills are not good enough in front of a real master.
Chang Xiao smiled.
On the other side, 3 people were sitting on the sofa watching TV.
SpongeBob.
Teacher Meng Yan and Teacher Rong were both speechless.
Can you be a little more normal? If students knew this, they would laugh to death.
Song Mian was just about to add water for them when she suddenly heard the babies humming.
Woke up.
Since becoming a mother, she has to keep her ears open at all times, for fear of missing her child's voice. Just today, several children cried so heartbreakingly that she felt so distressed just thinking about it.
I feel so sad every time I get a vaccination. Seeing Teacher Song enter the children's room, Teacher Wang said, are the babies awake? I want to go check. Teacher Rong next to him said, Teacher Song just went in and is not sure if the child is awake yet, and you are making such a fuss. I won't let you come next time.
Okay, I'll go later.
She really wanted to see the baby, so she got a little excited.
In the children's room,
all the babies woke up.
The eldest and the 3rd had already kicked their quilts far away and were kicking their legs non-stop.
Put the little hands in your mouth and chew them.
Song Mian pinched his face and said with a smile, look at you, you are not as obedient as your brother when getting an injection.
Your brother didn't even cry.
Dabeo had long forgotten the pain and smiled at Song Mian.
Babbling.
Erbo is a little crybaby who loves to cry the most. Whenever he sees his brothers crying, he starts crying too. All the babies' diapers were bulging, so she changed them one by one. Then I moved the crib to the living room, placed it in a more open space, and put the children in it.
Teacher Wang couldn't wait any longer and ran over. Teacher Wang, your slippers.
Teacher Meng Yan shouted behind him.
I'll put it on later.
After they had fun with the baby for a while, Teacher Wang looked at Teacher Meng Yan with a smile. I didn't look closely yesterday.
Isn't it super cute now?
Yes.
Meng Yan loves the little babies very much. They are so cute and good looking. They will definitely be handsome men and beautiful women when they grow up, and they will get a lot of attention.
After all, parents are so good looking, and their children basically inherit their parents' advantages.
Teacher Song and her husband really have no flaws in their appearance. Perfect. So happy. As a single person, I'm really envious.
Teacher Wang was glad that she brought Teacher Meng Yan here. They were both single, and facing this dog food crisis, she felt more balanced knowing that there was someone to bear it with her. Teacher Li and Teacher Rong both have families, unlike these two, who don't have families, so they can only stare blankly, envious and jealous. Soon, it was time to eat, and Teacher Lee came over and shouted, "Hurry up and wash your hands and eat." Chapter 67 Reward, 300,000 Cash. When he heard that dinner was about to start, Teacher Wang was more active than anyone else. He quickly washed his hands and went to the table. My eyes lit up when I saw that table full of food. I can finally eat. I've been so hungry that I can't stand it anymore. As soon as she sat down at the table and picked up the chopsticks, Teacher Lee glanced at her, indicating that she should have some shame. Teacher Wang glanced at her and curled his lips. For a bite of delicious food, what is this thing called face? Can it be eaten? After everyone was seated, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth. After eating a whole piece, his expression was so exaggerated that it left people speechless. Delicious, delicious. Brother-in-law, this one you made tastes even better than the last one. It's so delicious. Teacher Wang smiled and praised highly. Teacher Mengyan, you should try it too. She quickly picked up a piece for Mengyan. The taste of this dish is the best among all the sweet and sour pork ribs she has ever eaten. Once you eat one piece, you can't help but want more. Teacher Mengyan tried it out and thought, is it really that delicious? But once she took one bite, she couldn't stop. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Teacher Wang said with a smile, I have been thinking about it ever since I ate it last time. Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said, if you like, you can come over to eat often. When this was said, Teacher Wang asked in surprise, really? Well, you are all Mian Mian's friends, and you are welcome at any time. Chang Xiao smiled. That's great. Teacher Lee was speechless and pulled Teacher Wang. Is this foodie still okay? Teacher Wang then realized that he was a little excited and smiled embarrassedly. Well, we will buy the vegetables ourselves when the time comes, and brother-in-law, you can help us cook. It's really not good to always eat and drink for free. No problem. Chang Xiao agreed immediately. Teacher Lee sighed. However, she had just been helping in the kitchen, and saw with her own eyes how Chang Xiao made the sweet and sour pork ribs. With all the seasonings and the order, it was dizzying. After watching for a long time, I didn't learn anything. I had wanted to follow his method when I got home, but it seems like I haven't been able to learn even the basics. I took a bite and it was indeed delicious. But she is not as thick-skinned as Teacher Wang. It is so embarrassing to come to other people's house and disturb the young couple frequently. Here, Chang Xiao picked up a piece of braised pork for Song Mian Mian. She didn't like to eat fatty meat, so she removed the fatty part and ate it herself. Song Mian Mian took a bite, nodded with a smile, and said it was delicious. The single guys across the street are envious. My stomach was not full yet, but it was already stuffed with dog food. When will someone pick food for me? I'm so envious. Teacher Wang leaned his head on Teacher Mengyan's shoulder. Teacher Mengyan's face was also full of envy. The two of them suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. After the meal, everyone at the table still felt a little unsatisfied. Several dishes were cleared out and only a little was left. At this time, Teacher Wang looked at the leftovers on the table and suddenly said, Teacher Song, it would be a waste if you throw away these dishes. Can I take them home to eat? Teacher Lee and the other two were shocked. Not only did you take a meal for free, but you even took the leftovers. Can you be a good person? Teacher Wang smiled embarrassedly. To her, food is the most important. Even a little bit left cannot be wasted. The couple didn't refuse, but their expressions looked a little strange. Brother-in-law, Teacher Song, is this okay? Teacher Wang pretended to be pitiful and looked at the couple. There were disposable lunchboxes at home, so Chang Xiao took a few and put the leftovers in them for her. Teacher Wang took the packed dishes and his eyes lit up. Tonight, I have another treat. Teacher Lee just felt it was so embarrassing. It was written all over her face that I don't know her. She really couldn't do such a thing. On the way back, in the car, she couldn't help but said, Can you please have some shame? Not only did you eat for free, but you also took the food away. That's too much. Teacher Rong did not stand with Teacher Wang this time. Teacher Lee is right, Teacher Wang, you really went too far. What do you know? It's a waste if it's poured out anyway. I call it not wasting food. Just say you're greedy. Teacher Lee glared at her. No way, I didn't even mention anything about dessert just now. Teacher Wang pouted. Teacher Lee almost hit her head and said, How dare you say that? Learn from Teacher Mengyan. You are the same age as me, and you are too unreliable.
Chang Xiao was cleaning up the dishes, and Song Mian came over and said, "Let me do it."
She may not be able to cook, but she can still wash dishes.
You take a lunch break, and I'll come over.
Chang Xiao pinched her face and realized that she looked a little unwell.
What's wrong? You look so pale, are you feeling unwell?
No, it's just those few days every month for girls.
It's normal. Song Mian's face turned a little red.
This kind of thing was still a little difficult to talk about, even in front of her husband.
Chang Xiao understood all at once.
This little woman, in such a situation, still came to wash the dishes.
How silly. Doesn't she know that women shouldn't touch cold water during these special days?
Can't take care of myself at all.
Are you stupid?
You are in such a state and you are still washing dishes.
Go and have a rest.
Chang Xiao pulled her out of the dining room, let her lie on the sofa, then got her a hot water bottle, stuck it to her abdomen, and covered her with a quilt. Feeling the warmth from the hot water bottle, Song Mian felt her whole heart warm and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corners of her mouth.
This man is really nice. You watch TV first.
I'll make you some brown sugar ginger tea to warm you up.
Good.
Putting the dishwashing aside, Chang Xiao went straight to making brown sugar ginger tea. After a while, a strong smell of ginger came from the kitchen.
Chang Xiao came out with a bowl.
Song Mian was a little embarrassed to feed her with her own hands. I'll do it myself.
No, you're not feeling well right now. Let me feed you. Song Mian couldn't persuade him, so she had to let him feed her himself. Wife, does it hurt?
I heard that girls will feel a lot of pain during these days. After feeding her, Chang Xiao touched her abdomen and asked.
Song Mian shook her head, as if she remembered something, and blushed a little. It's okay.
Before I got pregnant, it was very painful every time I had it. After I had the baby, apart from a little discomfort, it didn't hurt at all.
This also depends on personal physique. Just go and do your work, don't worry about me.
Okay, I'll go wash the dishes first.
Call me if you feel uncomfortable.
Chang Xiao went to the kitchen, washed the dishes, and put them neatly in place. Just as he was about to go to the living room, the system's voice suddenly rang out.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the first vaccination for the babies. Reward, 300,000 cash.
300,000?
Chang Xiao paused. The reward was so huge this time.
Chapter 68 Business Partnership. 300,000. Thinking about the shop rewarded by the system, is this to raise money for its renovation? So humane. Really good.
There are still a few months before graduation, so there is plenty of time.
It's time to start decorating the store.
Thinking about it, he thought of a person, Wang Jing.
This guy has nothing to do every day. He just plays games.
We can find something for him to do. The children are growing up day by day, and a lot of money will be needed in the later stage.
He cannot do nothing. In order for the children to have a better life in the future, he must make money.
When I came to the living room, Song Mian had already fallen asleep on the sofa. The children were still awake, babbling in their cribs.
The little ones were very happy to see their father appear in front of them.
Especially the four treasures.
If he could walk, he would have gotten up by now. The little hands and feet kept shaking.
Smiled at Chang Xiao. He felt his heart melt instantly. Sibao. I felt so sad when I thought about the child crying like that while getting the vaccination this morning.
Yeah. Sibao was very happy.
He opened his little hands and looked like he was asking for a hug. Chang Xiao picked her up with concern and kissed her on the left cheek.
Our little one even knows to ask daddy for a hug, so cute.
He always felt that Sibo was different from the other three in many ways, but he couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. Sibao babbled, and after a while, his little expression became frowned. As soon as he saw this, Chang Xiao knew that the little guy was about to poop again. Sure enough, Sibao made a hoon sound, and soon a strange smell came. Chang Xiao smiled and reluctantly changed her clothes for a clean one. I looked at my phone and realized it was almost time to drink milk. I was getting ready to prepare the milk powder and had just put the 4 babies in the crib when the little ones started crying one after another. Even in her sleep, Song Mian, lying on the sofa, instinctively thought of her child. As soon as the child cried, she woke up immediately.
Unless you are too tired and fall into a deep sleep. Honey, does the baby want milk?
She got up from the sofa in a daze and saw Chang Xiao, who was busy all the time.
Get up from the sofa quickly. Yeah, you take a rest, I'll do it. Don't cry, Erbao. Daddy is coming soon. Wait for him for a moment. Dabeo and Sanbao were fine.
After crying for a while, they started biting their hands and their calves kept kicking the quilt. Although Chang Xiao seemed busy, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner.
He is better at taking care of children than a woman.
Song Niannian dared to say that she was not as good as Chang Xiao in taking care of the baby.
It's quite embarrassing to think about it. After a while, the milk powder was ready. Chang Xiao fed the second baby first.
As soon as he finished feeding the second baby, Song Niannian came over, picked up the fourth baby and fed him breast milk. She has been too busy these days, so Chang Xiao is the one taking care of the child and feeding him formula, so the number of times he breastfeeds has decreased. The child didn't cry or make a fuss and was very obedient. Finally getting to drink breast milk, Sibo was so happy that he kept pulling at Song Niannian's clothes with his little hands. Chang Xiao was feeding Dabeo and smiled. Today is exactly 3 months old. In a few days we can take them to take pictures of their 100-day-old birthday. The clothes in those boxes are still there, just waiting to be worn for the babies to take photos. He could already imagine how cute these little guys were.
Then I can go out and bomb the streets again.
Song Niannian pinched Sibao's little face and smiled too. I will wash the clothes in the box today and pack them up. I will wear them for photos someday. Not today, it won't be too late to wash it in a few days.
Chang Xiao said. Why does this woman always want to touch the cold water? Song Niannian was embarrassed. How could she have forgotten about this? Well, that's fine.
After feeding the babies, Chang Xiao said, Wife, go to the master bedroom and have a rest. I'll take care of the babies.
Song Niannian felt distressed. Hubby, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, go ahead.
After she went in, Chang Xiao put the children on the sofa one by one. Then she turned on the TV and said to the little ones on the sofa in a serious tone, Babies, mommy is not feeling well.
You need to be quiet, okay? The little ones blinked and looked at their father, as if they really understood.
He stared at his father for a while, then turned his head and listened to the sound coming from the TV.
Each one is quiet and not noisy. Chang Xiao couldn't help but smile. How about you guys?
Thinking about what had just happened, he went to the balcony and called Wang Jing. That guy was still lying dead on the bed. Maybe he was stimulated by Chang Xiao's purchase of a house and a car, and lost interest in playing games.
Started to doubt life.
Chang Xiao called, and his tone was also depressed. When he heard Chang Xiao say that he wanted to form a business partnership with him, he immediately became excited, as if he had seen the light of hope.
Brother, can you tell me in detail how this partnership works? I'll tell you when we meet. Come to my house. Okay.
Wang Jing immediately got up from the bed with full energy and put on his clothes.
His roommate looked at him strangely. What's wrong with you? Did you take a shot of chicken blood? Weren't you confused about the future just now? Now you are so happy again. Are you crazy? What do you know? I'm going to do business.
After saying that, he left the dormitory and took a taxi to Jiangqing Mingyuan. After arriving at Chang Xiao's place, he was about to ask about business matters when Chang Xiao gave him a look that asked him to be quiet.
The children are there, don't scare them. Oh, okay.
Wang Jing suddenly became cautious. Chang Xiao put the babies in the cribs, and then stood on the balcony with Wang Jing.
Brother, what business are you talking about?
Wang Jing was very curious.
Chang Xiao did not answer, but asked, what kind of business do you think is better these days?
He thought about it and realized that running a dessert shop was a technical job and he would have to hire some chefs who knew how to bake. In short, every aspect of it was quite troublesome. It's better to buy something ready-made.
What? You haven't decided what to do yet. Wang Jing was confused. Didn't they say they were going to form a partnership? He thought he had it figured out.
After thinking for a while, he looked at the babies in the room and said, Children's things are the most valuable nowadays.
Parents are willing to spend money. We can start from this aspect. By the way, are you planning to open a store? Have you rented a store? If not, it's too early to talk about this.
After he said this, Chang Xiao had an idea in his mind.
Selling maternal and child products. This is the kind of thing that parents are most willing to spend money on.
There are also some pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers who can buy special skin care products and cosmetics together. Come over tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and I'll tell you everything then.
It's hard to say now. That's fine. I'll go see the babies first. Wang Jing went to the living room. The children were lying in their cribs, babbling and sucking their fingers. They looked very energetic. When they saw Wang Jing, they stopped what they were doing. Chapter 69. Your clothes are hitting me. He stared at him straight, as if trying to confirm whether he had seen this uncle before. Wang Jing's heart was melting and he loved these babies so much. Babies, we just met yesterday. Do you still remember your uncle? Wang Jing pinched Debao's little face. It was tender and smooth to the touch. The first and third babies are fine, they are not that shy. It's the second and fourth babies who are quite repulsive to people they are not familiar with and only want their parents. Uncle is your father's best brother, which means he is half your father. He chuckled and picked up Debao directly. He obviously found that the child was heavier than the previous time. I've grown some weight again. Heavy. Yeah. Debao blinked his little eyes and looked at Wang Jing. Maybe he remembered him from the first two meetings, but he suddenly smiled at Wang Jing. Wang Jing was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly turned red with excitement. Oh my god, brother, does Debao remember me? Seeing his excitement, Cheng Xiao was speechless, but he couldn't help but smile and nodded. It should be. Debao's memory is pretty good. After all, I have seen him 3 times, so it is normal for him to remember. Unlike Sibo, it is useless to remember. He doesn't want anyone except his parents. Even his own grandmother rejects him, let alone other people? This child really remembers me. It's worth it that I brought him gifts twice. Wang Jing was extremely excited. He hugged Debao in his arms, full of joy. Chang Xiao could see that Wang Jing really liked children. However, there is one thing he wants to correct. Are you sure you're bringing a gift for Debao and not Sibao? After saying this, Wang Jing felt embarrassed. Indeed, he brought the gifts to please Sibao. This child always didn't want anyone, so he thought of using things to attract her. As a result, she would rather not have the toy, just because she doesn't want him to hold her. Be careful, I just took off Debao's diaper. Be careful not to pee all over you. It's not comfortable to carry that thing every day, but it's okay to let their butts air out occasionally to prevent bacteria from growing. As he said, not long after he finished speaking, Wang Jing, who was having fun with Debao, suddenly felt a warm current on his body. Hot. I reacted immediately. Debao peed. He quickly stood up from the sofa, holding Debao, who was smiling happily, in his arms. I told you to be careful. Did you pee? Chang Xiao didn't know what to say. Putting Debao on the sofa, he went to the closet to get a set of clean clothes and threw them to Wang Jing. Change it. While Wang Jing was changing his clothes, Chang Xiao changed the children's diapers and said to Debao, Debao, look, you wet your uncle's clothes. I'm going to spank you later. Ah. Debao was very happy, waving his little hands, so cute. Chang Xiao held him in his arms, couldn't help laughing, and pinched his little face. Soon, Wang Jing changed his clothes and came out. He was shorter than Chang Xiao, and his clothes didn't fit him well, especially his pants, which basically dragged on the ground. Brother, your clothes are hitting me. Chang Xiao is over 180 centimeters tall, while he is only a pitiful 172 centimeters. That's the gap. No wonder he is so popular with girls and receives so many love letters every day, even though he is helping to collect them. After knowing that Chang Xiao had a girlfriend, she stopped collecting them for him. Unexpectedly, those girls still secretly put them in his desk. Being handsome is good. It's good to have something to wear. You'll get used to it when you have children. Now just experience it first. These words left Wang Jing speechless. His gaze turned, and he now wanted to find the little culprit. Debao was still being held by Chang Xiao, with his little face buried tightly in his arms. Already asleep. He goes to sleep when he says he wants to. I was just trying to tease him. In a blink of an eye, all the babies fell asleep. Hey! Where's my sister-in-law? Wang Jing finally realized, isn't today Sunday? Why haven't I seen Teacher Song yet? She is not feeling well and is resting. Oh. Chang Xiao asked, do you want to go back now or stay for dinner? I'd better go back and not disturb you too. He doesn't do anything like a light bulb. Otherwise, you will be tortured to pieces again. After chatting for a few more words, he went back. By the way, thinking about the idea of doing business together, he had already made plans.
If he really wanted to cooperate and he didn't have the funds, he would go to the old man and his family to borrow some money, and then return it to him when the business took off. He still has a lot of faith in Chang Xiao. With his academic brilliance, there shouldn't be any problem. It was not until dark that Song Nian woke up from her sleep. I don't know if it's because of the change of seasons, but I've been feeling particularly sleepy these days, sometimes even feeling sleepy during class. I slept all afternoon again today. All the things fell on Chang Xiao, and she felt very uncomfortable. Seeing Chang Xiao busy in the kitchen, she quickly ran over and suddenly hugged his waist from behind. "Hubby, thank you for your hard work." Chang Xiao turned around and asked with a smile, "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" When Song Nian heard this, she nodded embarrassedly. "I made you something delicious, knowing you would be hungry when you wake up." Chang Xiao took out the prepared stewed eggs from the microwave. He knew that Song Nian loves to eat this the most. "Okay. Thank you, husband." Song Nian felt warm in her heart and couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Chang Xiao pinched her face and said, "Are you touched again? What's the big deal? Isn't it my duty to take care of you? Eat quickly, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow." "What surprise?" Song Nian looked at him curiously. "I'll tell you tomorrow." Chang Xiao smiled mysteriously. After taking a shower in the evening, Song Nian was still curious about the surprise. "What is it?" At this time, Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Wife, Wang Jing will come over at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Ah? What's going on?" "You'll find out tomorrow." Song Nian snorted and decided not to say anything. "It seems that my wife, you can't wait to know. It's okay to want to know." As he said this, he pointed to his left cheek. "Kiss me and I'll tell you." Song Nian's face turned red instantly. She felt that this guy did it on purpose. He hummed and turned his head to the side. "Sundara. Wife, you really don't want to know?" Chang Xiao continued to seduce her. Song Nian was very curious about him, but she also wanted to save face. "I don't want to know." "Okay, I'll tell you tomorrow." Chang Xiao said with a smile, "Go to bed." He is not in a hurry, but this little woman must be. He was very aware of her little temper. Maybe not until tomorrow morning. As expected, when he just lay down, a beautiful face quickly enlarged in front of him. Chapter 70, Rich Man, Looking for Support. Although it was just a light kiss, it gave him a warm and soft touch. Very beautiful. After Song Nian finished kissing, she quickly lay down on the other side and covered herself with the quilt. "Wife, you've already kissed me, what are you supposed to be shy about? If you want to know, turn around and I'll tell you slowly." Chang Xiao couldn't help but smile. "That's so cute. How come his wife is so cute?" Song Nian's face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Chang Xiao, let alone turn around. So embarrassing. "Wife, turn around so I can tell you the surprise. If you don't, the kiss just now would have been in vain, right? Don't you think so?" Chang Xiao still had a smile on his face. I don't know if she felt that what Chang Xiao said made sense, but Song Nian hesitated for a few minutes, and finally turned around slowly. The redness on her face had not faded yet, and she looked shy. "What are you looking at? If you have something to say, just say it now." She felt even more embarrassed when Chang Xiao looked at her, and couldn't help but turn her head away. "Wang Jing will come over tomorrow to discuss doing business together." "Honey, what do you think would be a good thing to sell if I opened a store?" Song Nian frowned when she heard this. "Open a store? How can you open one when you haven't prepared anything yet? Shop, decoration, funds, etc. It's a huge expense." "I have already prepared this, but I don't know what to sell. Let me consult my wife's opinion." Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Wife, what do you think of a maternity and baby store? Let's sell some skincare products for mothers. Nowadays, some parents are willing to spend money for their children." "I haven't had time to visit the store I was rewarded with. Tomorrow I will go with Wang Jing to check out the situation and see how to decorate it." "Of course you can, but didn't you mention a dessert shop last time? Why is it a mother and baby shop again?" Song Nian asked puzzledly. Chang Xiao smiled and said, "It was just a casual thought at the time. Once our baby store is open and we have funds, we can think about the dessert store. Everything has to be done step by step." Song Nian thought about it and realized it made sense,
I don't have any objections, but do you have enough funds? After buying a house and a car, how can you have extra money? Don't worry about the money, honey. I'll find a way. At worst, I can borrow some from my friends.
Song Mian Mian nodded, said then yawned and felt a little sleepy. I slept for the whole afternoon, but I still feel sleepy.
I don't know why. It could be the changing of seasons, or it could be my period. Wife, go to sleep.
Chang Xiao held her gently and fell asleep soon. There was the sound of shallow breathing in the room. Very quiet. The next day, when Chang Xiao got up in the morning and was making breakfast, he received a call from Wang Jing.
Brother, I'm ready. I'll leave right away and arrive on time at 8 o'clock. Well, do you want to have breakfast?
I'll save some for you. Chang Xiao said lightly.
Wang Jing nodded. Okay, I haven't eaten yet. Do you have fried dough sticks? It's good to have something to eat. Order quickly. Chang Xiao hung up the phone. Almost half an hour later, Wang Jing arrived.
Looking at the pile of breakfast on the table, Wang Jing sat down and said with a smile, "Why do you have so many takeouts for breakfast?
Can you finish them?
Just eat, stop talking nonsense, I'll go call your sister-in-law to get up." Song Mian Mian got up in a daze, brushed her teeth without combing her hair, put on a plush pajamas and went to the dining room. As soon as I entered, I saw Wang Jing sitting there eating breakfast with a smile on his face.
I was startled and immediately woke up.
Just then I realized that Chang Xiao said yesterday that Wang Jing would come over today.
It's over, I've made a huge fool of myself.
Looking at Teacher Song's fleeing back, Wang Jing felt as if he had seen something extraordinary.
Pajamas, pompadour. Is this still the elegant and cool goddess teacher on the podium?
It completely overturned his impression of her.
Just as I was thinking about it, a blow to the head came. What are you looking at?
If you keep looking, I'll poke your eyes out.
Chang Xiao frowned.
Wang Jing laughed awkwardly. I am just surprised.
Eat your meal.
After about 10 minutes, Song Mian Mian reappeared, changed back into her usual attire, with a cold expression.
It was as if what just happened had never happened. Wang Jing was terrified and trembling during the meal.
He was extremely scared. Song Mian Mian had no classes in the morning, but had some in the afternoon, so she took this time to check out the store. After breakfast, she set off with Wang Jing. Sitting in the car, Wang Jing looked left and right, his eyes full of envy.
Oh my god, brother, I can't believe you bought a car so soon. We were just riding an electric bike together a while ago, and now. Wang Jing didn't know what to say except envy.
The gap between him and Chang Xiao is getting wider and wider. Others have cars and houses before they even graduated from college, while he just eats and waits to die every day. While others are struggling, he is yelling for someone to play with.
Incomparable. Brother, let me ask you a question. How much did you pay for this car? In installments or in full? Wang Jing asked curiously. Full payment, 260,000. Chang Xiao did not hide it. Wang Jing's eyes widened. Full payment? Rich man, please support me.
How come he didn't know before that his brother was so rich?
He is too low-key. It fooled everyone. Even he was fooled.
He thought that after 4 years in college, they had already understood each other's ins and outs. But now it seems that is not the case at all. This brother of his is really a hidden talent. After being with a rich man for so long, he actually knows nothing. I foolishly thought that the other person shared the same suffering as me.
Okay, I'm driving, talk less. Chang Xiao glanced at him.
When the car arrived at Tianai Street, Chang Xiao found a parking space and stopped. He took a look at the address on the store contract that he had taken a photo of, and successfully found the specific location of the store. It is located on both sides of a street with heavy traffic, with many people coming and going, comparable to a scenic spot.
It's only Monday, if it were the weekend there would probably be more people.
The rent of shops here is also ridiculously expensive. Chang Xiao checked and found that it is at least $1 million per year.
This was a reward from the system, and it has completely become a property under his name. Even if he doesn't open a store, he can rent it out to other people and collect rent. Delicious. When you walk to the store entrance and look upwards, you can tell at a glance that the store is in a great location and is tall and majestic. If it were renovated, it would definitely look great.
Chang Xiao used the key to open the door lock. There was also a combination lock on it, but he had not had time to enter the key. It would not be too late to enter it after the store opened. The door was pushed open from the outside, and a faint smell of paint wafted in the air. Looking around, I saw that the walls had been coated with putty powder, waiting to be decorated.
It was quite clean. Chapter 71. This money is not secure. Wang Jing reacted, followed him in, and asked, "Brother, do you want to open here?" "Well, I had this idea a week ago, and then I asked someone to find this place." Chang Xiao said, "How about we do as you said and sell maternal and child products? I think this location is pretty good. It's right in the center of the city with lots of traffic. If nothing goes wrong, I can make some money." Wang Jing stared. "Oh my god, brother, don't be too impulsive. You've seen the traffic here, it's comparable to that of a scenic spot. Who knows how expensive the rent must be? Oh my god, the rent for this year must be over $1 million, right? If you make a loss, you will lose everything. It's okay to go to an ordinary area, there's no need to take the risk. It's too easy to lose money." Unexpectedly, Chang Xiao shook his head and said calmly, "This is my own shop, I don't need to pay rent or anything like that." "Your own?"
Wang Jing almost thought he had heard it wrong. Such a profitable shop with a good location was actually his.
Isn't it incredible? Brother, did I hear you right? Is this true? Don't scare me. Chang Xiao glanced at him and said, "Do you think I'm lying? If I hadn't been prepared, I wouldn't have come to you yesterday to discuss the partnership. The store is indeed under my name. As for how I got it, I'll tell you later. I'll take care of the funding, and you help me. I'll take 70% of the profits and you'll take 30%. How about that? Anyway, this guy plays games every day and does nothing. Instead of wasting his time, he might as well find something to do." When Wang Jing heard about the profit sharing, he was tempted. However, he didn't have to spend a penny and was definitely getting the best deal. No matter what, he couldn't take advantage of his brother. "Brother, why don't I pay a little too? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease with the money." Wang Jing was quite touched that Chang Xiao still thought of him in this situation. It's not like he had never thought about doing business in the past, but he only had ambition but no money. "I didn't save a penny in this university. Sometimes when I didn't have enough money, I had to ask my grandfather for help." This was tantamount to giving Chang Xiao an opportunity to show his strength. "But I still don't want to take advantage of him. After all, we have lived in the same dormitory for so long, how can we do this? You rely on your own hands, how can that be called taking advantage? If you don't want to, forget it." No, I'm happy to, very happy to, brother, whatever you say is what it is." I was touched and excited at the same time. "Okay, we will sell maternal and infant products in the future, let's do the decoration first. Let's go back and discuss the specifics first." After saying that, the two of them took a closer look at the layout of the store to see how to decorate it to make it look better. After looking for a while, I returned to Jiangcheng Mingyuan. Song Mianmian was sitting on the sofa coaxing her baby. The TV was on and cartoons were playing. She was holding Debeo in her arms, and the child was staring at the direction of the TV without blinking. I don't know what is so attractive. "Babies, Daddy is back." Chang Xiao took off his shoes and walked over. When the children saw Chang Xiao coming back, especially Sibao, they were so excited. His calves were kicking and he was obviously very happy. Seeing this scene, Wang Jing behind Chang Xiao's eyes were filled with envy. "So loving. It's so nice to have a wife and children waiting for me at home." In the past, he had dreamed of having a passionate love affair. Now that I think about it, a simple and ordinary life is the real life. Look at their family, how harmonious it is. He decided that after he made some money and graduated from college, he would find a wife and live an ordinary life like this. Having a baby is such a joy. Chang Xiao picked up Sibao and gave him a kiss. "Sibao, do you miss your daddy?" "Yeah." Sibao looked at Chang Xiao, then smiled and buried his head in his arms. You can see that she is very attached to her father. Song Mianmian was jealous. Sibao was so close to her father that sometimes she even ignored her as her mother. Chang Xiao gently touched her little head, his eyes full of tenderness. Sitting on the sofa, he said to Wang Jing, who was still standing there in a daze, "Come and sit down." He pointed to the seat next to him. Wang Jing reacted, smiled, and hurried over. Then he looked at Sibao, blinked, and said softly, "Sibao, Uncle came here yesterday, do you remember?" Sibao blinked his big eyes and looked at him. After looking for a while, he turned his head away and buried himself tightly in his father's arms. obviously don't want to pay attention.
The situation was the same as yesterday. Wang Jing frowned, indicating that he was shocked. This little Sibao will definitely become an ice goddess like her mother when she grows up.
Their personalities are similar.
If Sibao ignores him, there is still Sanbao. Sanbao was lying next to them, kicking his legs and biting his hands. Since no one wanted to play with him, he just played by himself.
The second baby fell asleep in the crib.
Sanbao, come here, let uncle hug you. Wang Jing could only find a little comfort in Sanbao now. The little guy looked at him with his eyes open and gave him a smile. He felt like his heart was almost melting.
It's so cute. Hi cute critical hit.
After smiling at him, Sanbao continued to suck his fingers. His body is covered with saliva.
Song Mianmian sat aside without saying anything, feeling quite embarrassed.
It would be fine if she was just Cheng Xiao's friend, but she was also a classmate. It would be fine if she was just a classmate, but she was also her student.
It's bound to be embarrassing. When it was time to cook, Cheng Xiao went to the kitchen and Song Mianmian quickly followed.
I just happened to have some questions to ask, but Wang Jing was here and I really didn't know how to start.
Honey, what's going on? She asked.
Fortunately, the store matter has been settled, and we can discuss the follow-up matters slowly.
Then how did you solve your financial problem? Renting a house costs a lot of money.
He had bought a house and a car before, and she really couldn't understand how Cheng Xiao saved all that money.
Was it given by parents? Otherwise there is no other explanation.
During all the time they were together, she seemed to have never heard him mention his parents.
Wife, don't worry about this. I have my own way.
Cheng Xiao touched her head. Then continue with the work at hand.
Honey, there's a question I've never asked you. Do your parents know about us? Song Mianmian felt a little nervous when she asked about parents.
I'm afraid that Cheng Xiao's parents will be dissatisfied with me.
Instinctively tense.
When Cheng Xiao mentioned his parents, his body stiffened noticeably.
Song Mianmian noticed his emotions and thought that he didn't want to say it, or that his parents were very opposed to it. She bit her lip and said, "Don't your parents agree?"
No, I was abandoned by my parents when I was young, and I was raised in an orphanage.
Cheng Xiao stopped.
He was young at the time and doesn't remember many things clearly.
It was the dean who told him. Chapter 72, Turning Grief and Anger into Appetite. Song Mianmian was stunned.
After she realized what she had asked, she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know this was the case." For a moment, his heart was filled with guilt.
Was she rubbing salt into his wounds?
Asking such a question is tantamount to exposing someone's scars.
How could she be so stupid?
Seeing her anxious eyes turned red, Cheng Xiao rubbed her head and chuckled. "It's okay, now I have you and the baby, right?"
"I have my own family, so I am very satisfied and happy."
"Why do you still miss your so-called biological parents?"
"What's the point? Parents who even abandon their own children are not worth having. Look how scared this little woman is." "Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked."
Song Mianmian threw herself into his arms, her face full of guilt. She once thought that she grew up in a single-parent family, lacked fatherly love, and her life was miserable enough. Now she thinks that her husband suffered much more than she did when he was a child.
What right does she have to be pretentious? Silly boy, I've told you it's okay now.
It's also my fault for not explaining it to you clearly before. Cheng Xiao said helplessly.
In fact, I don't care whether I abandon him or not. Now I just want to protect my own little home.
It is true that I hated him before, but as time went by, that hatred has long faded away.
Okay, hubby's going to cook, you go check on the babies.
Cheng Xiao rolled up his sleeves, put on an apron, and started to work.
Song Mianmian left the kitchen reluctantly.
Soon, the meal was ready. Looking at the huge table of dishes, Wang Jing was surprised and said, "I never knew, brother, that you can cook such delicious dishes." After taking a bite, I found that it tasted even better than the ones in the restaurant.
Song Mianmian finished her meal early and prepared to go to work.
She was about to be late, and Cheng Xiao was afraid that she would be hungry in the afternoon, so he specially prepared lunch for her to take with her. This again made Wang Jing envious and jealous.
Blatantly showing off their love.
Not only did she scatter it, she also scattered it in front of him. Don't care about the feelings of singles at all.
It's so cruel. He turned his grief and anger into appetite and cleared out the entire table of food today.
After eating, the two sat on the sofa and began to discuss the matters of the store. To open a store, you first need to decorate it and then purchase goods.
Chang Xiao has almost no time.
His wife has to go to work and he is responsible for taking care of the children. He has no extra energy to hire someone to decorate or to purchase supplies himself. Unless someone takes care of the children, but the problem is that the babies, especially the fourth one, are shy and don't want anyone else except him and their mother. So, Wang Jing had to run errands.
Anyway, this kid has nothing to do all day long.
I have to take care of the kids.
I'll have to trouble you with the decoration and the purchase.
I'll pay for it.
How can this be called a trouble?
Leave it to me, I will definitely take care of it.
Wang Jing patted his chest. When the decoration is finished, I will go with you when we choose the goods.
These sources of goods still need to be strictly controlled, and no mistakes can be made. After all, the people who use these things are children.
No problem. After the two of them finished discussing, they immediately did what they said.
Wang Jing took the shop key given by Chang Xiao and went to work.
It's convenient to have someone to help you with your work.
The children were all asleep, and Chang Xiao leaned back on the sofa during this rare moment of free time.
Open your phone and check the date.
I just realized that I have another exam in a few days, and it's quite important. I don't know if my wife will have classes at that time. If she does, I'll have to trouble my mother-in-law to come and watch. He activated his ability to steal naps and planned to sleep for a while so that he would have the energy to take care of these little ones at night. If you sleep so much during the day, you will definitely be noisy at night. Since I acquired this skill, I can still feel energetic even if I stay up all night. I slept for 2 hours. When I woke up, the children were already awake and were chewing their hands happily. The quilt on his body had been kicked off by them a long time ago, and his hands and feet were cold. Debao's belly was exposed, but he didn't feel cold and kicked the quilt more and more vigorously.
You little guys, you kick the quilt every day, be careful of getting a stomachache.
Chang Xiao carried them to their cribs one by one. The diapers of these kids are bulging high, which shows how much they have peed this afternoon. As soon as Debao lay down on the bed, he wanted to turn over, but because the diaper was too heavy, he couldn't turn over at all. He looked very funny. Chang Xiao had just taken off his diaper, and the little guy, not wanting to miss any chance, flipped over and lay directly on the bed with his face buried in the quilt. After moving a little, he quickly turned over.
Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh and said, "You've become more capable."
Seeing his brother do this, several babies followed suit. Except for the fourth baby, the second and third babies all turned over, but the second baby could only turn over once but not a second time. Her little face was pressed against the bed, and she couldn't turn over despite using all her strength to suck milk. In order to breathe, she turned her head to the right and looked at Chang Xiao with innocent eyes.
Chang Xiao couldn't help laughing, picked up Erbao, and scratched her nose. "Erbao, you can't turn over but you still want to turn over, isn't it uncomfortable?"
"Yeah." The second baby lay in his father's arms, kicking his little feet,
holding Chang Xiao's clothes tightly. Over there, Sibao couldn't turn over and was a little anxious.
Seeing his father holding his sister, he suddenly felt wronged.
He cried out, "Wow."
Plus, he slept for so long without drinking milk, he felt so wronged and pitiful.
Chang Xiao put the two babies down and went to make milk for them.
The fourth baby has gradually begun to adapt to milk powder. The main reason is that the mother does not have much milk and cannot squeeze out much for backup. Other mothers put the milk in a plastic bag, put it in the refrigerator, and heat it up for their children when they are hungry. Song Mian had tried it before, but it didn't work at all.
Each feeding is just the amount she needs.
The sun was setting. Chang Xiao looked at the time and prepared to cook. Song Mian just came back, and when she saw the babies lying in the cribs, her heart suddenly warmed.
"Wife, are you hungry? I'll make you something delicious to fill your stomach." Chang Xiao smiled. "Fortunately, I had a lunchbox this afternoon."
"Then I'll go cook first.
Call me if you need anything."
"Good." When the babies saw their mother coming back, they were so excited that they kicked their little legs and soon kicked the blankets off their bodies.
Each of them is quite powerful. It's been 3 months and I've developed some skills.
The fourth child was especially excited because she was the only one who drank breast milk and was relatively closer to her mother. Song Mian felt very distressed when she saw this, so she picked her up and fed her. Unexpectedly, the child took 2 bites, then let go, turned his head to the side, and smiled at her.
Song Mian was a little confused. "What's wrong, Sibao?"
"Yeah."
"Aren't you hungry?"
She turned and looked at Debeo and the others. I couldn't help but smile, it seemed that it had been fed.
No wonder I can't eat it. Chapter 73. Do you have his contact information?
Sibo has gradually become accustomed to drinking milk powder, just like his older brothers and sisters. It's really heartbreaking to think about this, because she has to go to work and can't feed him on time, nor can she save some.
I can only let this child down.
Fortunately, Sibo is relatively obedient. He drinks milk when his dad feeds him and doesn't cry or make a fuss.
It's so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Unable to resist, Song Mian touched Sibao's little face and said, "Our Sibo is so well behaved."
As if he knew his mother was praising him, Sibao's eyes narrowed as he smiled.
Yeah. This smile instantly swept away Song Mian's fatigue from the entire afternoon.
After teasing Sibao for a while, he teased the other three little guys. The weather is getting colder and colder, and babies always like to kick off the quilts. After a while, the quilts will fall to their feet without them paying attention, making their hands and feet cold, which makes them most likely to catch a cold.
We can't be careless. This is how Sibo got infected a few days ago.
Children are weak and have basically no resistance, so they will get sick once they come into contact with some bacteria.
Being a parent is so worrying. After thinking about it, I decided to buy a few sleeping bags and take a look. Prevent children from kicking the quilt. It's time to eat. After a while, Chang Xiao came in and shouted. Song Mian was afraid that they would turn over, so she put them all in the crib. At the dinner table. Wife, I've asked Wang Jing to find someone to renovate the store. Once everything is ready, we can officially open it.
Of course, the sooner this happens, the better.
Song Mian had no objection and asked casually, "Where are you going to buy the goods?"
"I'll check if there's a wholesale market nearby,"
Chang Xiao said. She was stunned for a moment. Wholesale market?
It seems to be very popular to buy wholesale online now, so you don't have to go there yourself.
That's fine, let's take a look at it tonight.
After eating and taking a shower, Chang Xiao quickly got a hot water bottle and covered Song Mian's abdomen. The two sat on the sofa, and Song Mian downloaded a wholesale software which contained everything. Whether it is for children's use or for clothing, we have it all, and the price is not expensive, and the quality reviews are good. There are also branded ones, which are relatively more expensive. But the quality is good.
Honey, what do you think of this little skirt? Should we buy some wholesale?
She fell in love with a pink baby skirt at first sight.
Bebe Lu. This is a brand, and judging by the pictures, the quality is pretty good, and the price is quite reasonable. Sure, when we open for business, let Erbao and Sibao wear them to attract customers. That's a good idea.
How could he forget that the babies are ready-made little models? Also, this little hat and that sleeping bag, order some for each. Baby carriage, dolls. Including some children's bottles, pacifiers, warm autumn clothes, bibs, children's shoes, etc.
As long as it is for children, I buy some in wholesale. The two of them watched until late at night. Song Mian was so sleepy that she fell asleep immediately.
Chang Xiao looked at the skincare products for mothers, such as Kangaroo Mom, Orlando, etc. There are quite a lot of varieties. He doesn't know how to choose these, as he is not as knowledgeable as Song Mian.
He will ask tomorrow, there is no rush.
It will probably take some time to decorate the store. The next morning, after Song Mian went to work, Chang Xiao was about to clean the house when he received a call from Wang Jing. Tell him that the decorator has been found. Chang Xiao readily transferred some money to him and asked him to buy some materials.
After all, everything costs money. School. Song Mian had just finished a class and walked out of the classroom when she saw the vice principal coming towards her.
Vice principal. The vice principal was a Mediterranean man. He glanced at Song Mian and said, "Teacher Song, is the student named Chang Xiao in your class not here for class yet?" Song Mian was stunned for a moment, then nodded awkwardly.
Do you have his contact information?
Tell him that this won't work.
He has good grades and is very smart, but what will he do if he keeps taking leave for exams?
I have high hopes for Chang Xiao and don't want him to waste his time like this. The vice principal said righteously.
Okay, principal, I will convey it to Chang Xiao. Song Mian smiled slightly.
Well, he has a very important exam in a few days, so he must come to take it.
It's almost the end of the semester.
Yes, vice principal.
Song Mian was smiling on the surface, but she was actually very panicked.
Now when she saw the principal and the vice principal, she felt very guilty.
I'm afraid they'll find out something.
I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the vice principal walk away.
After finishing today's class, I went home, and as soon as I entered the living room, I smelled a fragrance.
As soon as she sat down on the sofa, Chang Xiao came out from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. The rich aroma of the noodles aroused her appetite. I had some food from the cafeteria at noon, but I found it tasteless and not as delicious as Chang Xiao's.
So I only ate half a bowl. Now I'm starving. I knew you would be hungry when you came back, so I prepared this for you. Come eat it. Thank you, husband.
Song Mian felt warm in her heart and picked up the chopsticks and started eating.
Well, my husband's cooking is still the best. It tastes so good. After eating, Chang Xiao sat next to her and asked, "What's wrong, wife? You look like you are worried." "Nothing, the vice principal just came to me today and asked me to inform you to go to class because the exam is coming soon." Speaking of this, Song Mian looked worried. "I know that.
At worst, we can ask mom to come and take care of us on the day of the exam, or we can stagger our times."
Song Mian frowned. Time can't always be staggered. I have been on leave for a long time.
If I don't go to class, the teachers will inevitably have opinions. Then you can only let mom take care of you for a few days. I will come back to take care of you after the exam.
Right now, this is the only way. What else can we do? Song Mian thought about it and agreed.
She would discuss it with her mother later. We can't delay Chang Zhao's studies no matter what, as it concerns his future, but I'm worried about hiring a nanny.
After making the decision, Chang Xiao took out his phone and asked, "Wife, which brand do you think is better, skincare products for pregnant women or for new mothers?" Women understand this better.
Pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers also need skincare, and they will be confused about choosing products. Some products that are effective and affordable, as long as they are not unknown brands, are very attractive to mothers in ordinary families. There are too many skincare products on the market, and mothers are always wondering which brand does not contain hormones or other additives.
In this area, Song Mian is definitely knowledgeable. For these, you have to go to a physical store and buy a few to try out the effects. Only after trying them can you sell them to consumers. It's not enough to just look at them online. Who knows what the effects are? When selling products, you must be true to your conscience. Chapter 74: A True Female Man. Well, that's fine too.
Let's go to the nearby shopping mall and buy a few sets to use.
Chang Xiao had no objection.
It was also his lack of consideration. You can browse baby products directly on wholesale websites, but it's useless to just look at skincare products, you have to experience them in person.
Song Mian thought about it and nodded.
The two of them tidied up and opened the door of the children's room.
The babies had just woken up and were babbling. Debao and Sanbao are trying hard to turn things around.
As soon as I walked in, Debao had already turned over, and then slowly turned back over.
The little guy is pretty good.
The little face turned red, and it was obvious that it was quite difficult. Chang Xiao walked over and held him in his arms, pinched his chubby little face and said, "You turned over again while your parents weren't paying attention, right?"
"Yeah." Debao happily grabbed Chang Xiao's collar.
He is only 3 months old now, and is turning over most frequently. When he is 5 or 6 months old, he will be able to sit up by himself. I will be even more worried at that time, because the best time to take care of a child is before the age of 6 months, when they don't understand anything.
For example, now I just feed them, change their diapers and coax them.
After 6 or 7 months, I want to have time to rest. It was a bit chilly outside today, so Song Mian found some thicker clothes from the closet and put them on the child. After changing the milk bottles for all 4 children, I prepared milk powder, bottles and hot water for later use. After everything was ready, the family of 6 set off to the nearby shopping mall. I was too lazy to drive, so I just walked there and arrived at my destination after more than 10 minutes. Because of the quadruplets, the rate of people turning their heads to look at them along the way was extremely high. Chang Xiao looked at the icon and found the place that sold skincare products.
There are some brand counters here.
There are big brands and also niche brands.
Passers-by couldn't help but glance at the children, with curiosity and surprise in their eyes. "Oh my God, are these quadruplets? This is the first time I've seen them. Yeah, look, they're so cute. Yeah, they all look very good."
The child's parents are very good looking, and they have good genes.
"Honey, let's have a baby too," a girl said coquettishly, holding her boyfriend's arm. Debayo's little eyes were bright, and he was extremely happy looking at the little sisters passing by. People looked at him and smiled at him. Very happy. The couple. This kid has started looking at beautiful women again. Chang Xiao was helpless. He looked around at the counters. He didn't know much about these things, so he asked, "Wife, which counter should we go to now?" Song Mianmian pointed to a shop not far away. That one. Welcome, both of you. How can I help you? As soon as the two walked over, the salesgirl stopped what she was doing and greeted them with a smile. Is there a sample for that set? Yes, pretty, I'll get it for you. The salesgirl took out a sample from the cabinet and placed it in front of Song Mianmian. She applied it on her hands and asked casually, "Can pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers use it?" Hello, yes. Our product is made from plant ingredients and is very gentle. It is suitable for both pregnant women and postpartum women. The salesgirl introduced with a smile. Then let's have a set. Chang Xiao said. Yes, sir. After paying, the two turned around and went to other counters. Seeing the family of 6 walking away, several salesgirls started a discussion. If I saw it right just now, are they quadruplets? They are the same size and look the same. Needless to say, it must be this one. Oh my god, there are actually people who give birth to 4 babies at once. However, these 4 babies are so cute and adorable. The key point is that the mother looks like a young girl, with a very thin waist and a better figure than me who has never given birth. A salesgirl next to me said, "TSK, don't you see how thin she is? You eat all the time, who else would you gain weight if you don't? If you gain any more weight, no one will want you anymore." Who said that? The couple bought several sets to try out. The prices were generally similar and the brands were familiar to them. Song Mianmian planned to select the most suitable 2 and then sell them in the store. After buying skin care products, I went to a nearby maternity and baby store. I bought sleeping bags for the babies to prevent them from kicking off the quilt while sleeping. A sleeping bag can keep you warmer. After returning home, the sun had already set and Chang Xiao went to the kitchen to cook. Before going to bed at night, Song Mianmian took out the sleeping bags and let the children try them out. She started with Debayo. This child was the most restless with his hands and feet, and she didn't know whether he was happy to be in the sleeping bag. Then several babies took their turn. Except for the eldest and 4th babies, they all behaved well because they couldn't be kicked away anyway. The boy kicked with his calves desperately, but couldn't kick it away. He had an aggrieved expression and looked at Chang Xiao pitifully. Chang Xiao scratched his little nose and couldn't help laughing. Who told you to kick the quilt at night? This sleeping bag also has another function, which is to prevent babies from rolling over. The 2nd and 3rd babies started to flip over. The 3rd baby could flip over by himself, but the 2nd baby couldn't and just lay there. Sibao can't flip at all. But she was very good at kicking the quilt, as good as her brother, and her calves were particularly strong. I guess she will be a tomboy in the future. Although the 2nd child is also a girl, her personality is completely different from that of the 4th child. When she grows up, she should have a gentler personality, but she will be a little more prone to crying. It's normal for girls. Sibo's preferences are different from her sister's. Preferences basically determine personality. Song Mianmian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like they don't cooperate very well. Everything takes time to adapt. Let's wait one night and see. Tonight the couple still slept on the carpet and watched over the babies. Chang Xiao had already gotten enough sleep and was not sleepy yet. He smiled and said, "Wife, you go to sleep first. I'll take care of the babies. You've been tired all day, are you really okay?" Song Mianmian frowned. Can your body handle keeping vigil every day? Don't worry, when the baby is sleeping during the day, I am also sleeping, so I am not sleepy. You should go to sleep. Chang Xiao touched her head. Feeling sleepy, Song Mianmian yawned, but couldn't hold it back and soon fell asleep. After she fell asleep, Chang Xiao got up and looked at the babies. Wow, they were still awake and were smacking their hands. When they saw their father looking at them, they smiled. Babies, mommy has gone to sleep, why aren't you sleeping yet? Yeah. Sibo was the most energetic and kicked desperately. If the sleeping bag hadn't been zipped up, it would have probably fallen apart by now. Chang Xiao picked her up with her sleeping bag, and the child smiled so brightly. The little face is buried in daddy's arms.
Debeo started to hum while chewing, stopped kicking the sleeping bag, and had a strange expression on his face. Her little face soon turned red. There was a puff sound and a strange smell came.
Sibo blinked and looked in the direction of his brother, his eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 75, Appearance is far behind. The serious little expression is so adorable.
Sibao, my brother has pooped.
It stinks, doesn't it?
Chang Xiao said with a smile. Then he put the fourth baby down, fetched a basin of water, washed the eldest baby's butt, and changed his diaper. While changing, she pretended to be extremely disgusted, which made the child giggle. After the change, Debeo reached out and grabbed Chang Xiao's wrist.
It seems like he wants to make his father happy.
Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh and picked him up. You little guy, you're still laughing even though you pooped. Seeing his father holding his brother, Sibao stared at him for a long time, then pouted his lips and hummed. Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. You're so young and you already know how to compete for favor.
Daddy will coax your brother to sleep first, and then I'll hug you after that, okay? Yeah. I don't know if Sibo understood, but he actually became quiet.
The eldest baby was coaxed to sleep quickly. The second and third babies were already asleep on the bed and were snoring.
Judging from their little expressions, they must be feeling very comfortable. Sleeping bags are best used in autumn.
All the older brothers and sisters have fallen asleep, but Sibo is still humming and chewing his hands.
He is very energetic and it is unclear when he will fall asleep.
Her big eyes blinked in the direction of her father, as if waiting for him to fulfill his words that he would hug her.
Chang Xiao was helpless. How can a 3-month-old baby know so much?
Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, I picked her up and hummed a song to her.
It took a while for her to fall asleep. This night was really tiring and most people wouldn't be able to handle it. No wonder my wife is so thin, she must have suffered so much day and night before.
He rubbed her head gently with heartache, then held her to sleep.
The next day, Song Nian finished brushing her teeth and said while eating breakfast, I forgot about it yesterday.
I'll call mom later and explain the situation to her.
Chang Xiao just brought up a few buns and nodded, it's okay, actually.
I'll go on the day of the exam.
I promise I won't fail. Song Nian glared at me and said, no, you have to go to class tomorrow.
You have an exam in a few days, so study hard these few days.
Okay. I'll listen to my wife.
Seeing Song Nian's serious face, he had no choice but to say helplessly. In fact, he was not worried at all. He had learned everything he needed to learn, so the exam would not be a problem.
Song Nian snorted, seeming quite angry.
After what the vice principal said, she realized that as a student, it was really not okay not to go to class, even though Chang Xiao was a top student.
Even a top student cannot be so willful. Okay, honey, don't be angry, okay? I promise to go to class and do well in the exam. Chang Xiao raised 3 fingers, I swear. Seeing his funny look, Song Nian couldn't help but want to laugh, but she had to pretend to be cool.
I'll go to class tomorrow, and I'll talk to my mother later.
Song Nian said seriously. Yes.
After finishing her breakfast, she hurried out as she had classes in the morning. In the teacher's office, as soon as Song Nian sat down, teachers Wang and Li came over. This time we are not discussing the issue of free meals, but...
Teacher Song, there is something I want to tell you. Teacher Li said. Song Nian looked at them in confusion, what's wrong? That's right, when will Cheng Xiao from your class come to school? He's been on leave for a long time, right? Teacher Wang said, he came only once during the last professional course. He is usually not seen.
He has not come once during the days we have been teaching.
It's almost the end of the semester. You can usually not come, but you have to give me some face this time, right? Even if you're a top student, you can't do this. How will other students think of you? Song Nian felt embarrassed when she heard this.
She straightened her expression and said seriously, I have already informed Cheng Xiao, and he said he will come to attend the formal class tomorrow. After hearing what she said, the two of them gave up. Then he returned to his post to prepare for class.
Song Nian only had 2 classes today, and she went home quickly after they were over.
Watching her walk out of the school gate quickly, Teacher Wang said, it's good to have a good husband. Every day after get off work, I can go home and eat delicious meals.
I envy you so much.
When she thought of the food Cheng Xiao cooked, she became extremely greedy.
Yes, the one at my family doesn't know anything and still needs me to go home and cook for him. Teacher Li sighed. This is the gap. Teacher Rong at the side said, if I don't do it, he can eat it or not. Ahem.
After saying this, Teacher Li coughed, winked at Teacher Wang and the others, and whispered, Teacher Zhou is here. Teacher Zhou has been feeling depressed ever since he learned that Teacher Song was married and had children. He heard the conversation between Teacher Wang and the others. In the past, he might have simply avoided them and ignored them, but this time he could no longer hold back and asked through gritted teeth.
Didn't you go to Teacher Song's house? How is her husband?
It seemed as if he knew that he was still a little unwilling.
Teacher Wang smiled and said, he's pretty good.
He's handsome, rich, and caring.
He's very nice to Teacher Song. I envy him.
Teacher Li couldn't help but laugh. This is blatantly stabbing Teacher Zhou in the chest. However, Teacher Zhou comes from an average family and she doesn't know whether he can take care of others. Anyway, judging from his personality, he is not the kind of man who will take care of his family even if they are together. Compared in all aspects, she is not even 1/10 as good as Teacher Song as husband.
The appearance is even worse. Other people as husbands are so handsome, but Teacher Zhou is the kind that you can't even find in a crowd of people. To be honest, I am totally unworthy of Teacher Song.
When Mr. Zhou heard what Mr. Wang said, his face instantly fell. He lost just in terms of being handsome and rich.
Being handsome can't make a living.
He felt so sad that he held it in for a long time before saying this. Teacher Wang continued to stab him. The key is that they are rich, and the food they cook is super delicious.
Teacher Li gave her a look, signaling her to speak less. Look how hard he hit Teacher Zhou.
Song Mianmian arrived at Zhangcheng Mingyuan and called Song Qin downstairs to explain the situation one by one. Song Qin had been dreaming about these little darlings for a long time, so she agreed immediately. When she got home, Chang Xiao was sitting on the sofa playing with her baby. She said, I've already told Mom that you should pick her up this afternoon.
You have to go to class tomorrow.
Yes, my dear.
You must be hungry.
I'll go heat up the food. After saying that, he went to the kitchen. There was a song playing on TV, and the babies were listening attentively. Even the most naughty one, the eldest one, became quiet.
Song Mianmian walked over, and the baby was very happy when he saw his mother.
They kicked their calves and smiled at her.
Song Mianmian smiled, her heart melting. Babies, do you miss your mother?
Sanbao was the closest to the child. He stared at the small pendant on his mother's bracelet with his little eyes, then slowly stretched out his little hand and grabbed it.
Chapter 76. It's you, the boy.
I felt something tug on my hand, and when I looked, it was Sanbao. I smiled gently and picked him up. It seems that our Sanbao also misses his mother.
Song Mianmian kissed Sanbao's little face.
Then he picked up the remote control car nearby and prepared to play with Sanbao.
The child's hands were quite quick and he grabbed it and prepared to play with it.
The remote control car is a bit heavy, and such a small baby can hardly lift it.
With a snap, it fell directly on Song Mianmian's feet.
It hurt so much that tears came out of her eyes.
Shang Sheng endured the pain and put Sanbao on the sofa.
Shang Xiao came out of the kitchen at this time and saw her rubbing her feet. He hurried over and asked, Wife, what's wrong with your feet? As soon as I saw the remote control car that fell next to me, I immediately understood.
I'm fine, I just got hit on the foot. Song Mianmian stopped what she was doing and said softly. Look, do you think it's okay? The skin is broken.
Shang Xiao looked at her helplessly, took out a band-aid from the drawer and put it on her. There's no need to be so exaggerated.
It will be fine soon. Who said that?
It hurts to wear shoes when the skin is broken.
Be more careful next time. Song Mianmian nodded. Yeah.
At this time, Sanbao, who was lying on the sofa, made a sound. Shang Xiao scratched his little nose and said, Sanbao, was it you who knocked the car over?
That's why it hit Mom's foot.
Ah. Sanbao looked at Chang Xiao with a confused expression, then smiled sweetly.
Song Mianmian couldn't help laughing. It's him, he can't even carry the car but still wants to carry it. It's you, kid.
Chang Xiao picked up Sanbao and pinched his little face.
Yeah.
Sanbao frowned, maybe he knew his father was talking about him. He reached out and grabbed Chang Xiao's hair. Several of them fell off when I grabbed them. He hissed in pain, how could this little guy be so strong?
Puff. Song Mianmian couldn't help but laughed out loud.
After playing with the babies for a while, Chang Xiao put them all in the cribs and said, Wife, let's eat first.
I'll go get Mom later.
After lunch, Chang Xiao set off. Song Mian was cleaning her room at home. There was an empty room next door, so it was a perfect choice for her mother to move in. Quilts and other things are available ready-made. I will have to trouble the old man for a few days again. If it weren't for Chang Zhao's academic problems and he had to skip classes, he wouldn't have to trouble his mother again. In the past 2 months, I have helped take care of the children and stayed up late, and I owe her so much. So much that she felt she could never pay it back in her lifetime. More than an hour later, Chang Xiao came to pick him up, carrying a suitcase in his hand. In Song Qin's hand, there was a big rooster, which was clucking.
Song Mian was puzzled. Mom, what are you doing?
This is a live rooster that Xiao Chang and I bought at the market.
We made this soup for you.
I thought the ready-made ones in the supermarket wouldn't have much nutrition, and the chicken isn't fresh.
Song Qin smiled and said.
Song Mian's eyes suddenly turned red, and she choked up a little. Mom, thank you.
Silly child, we are all family, what are you thanking me for? Song Qin put the chicken in the kitchen and then sat on the sofa in the living room. As if she had thought of something, she asked, Xiao Chang is going to class?
I'll just be here for a few days, and I'll be fine after the exams.
I'm sorry to trouble you these few days.
Chang Xiao said.
It's not hard, you guys, just relax, I'm fine here, I promise I'll be fine. Song Qin glanced in the direction of the crib and couldn't help but smile kindly.
When she went over to check, the children were already asleep. They were all snoring, and it made her heart melt.
The children are almost 100 days old, right? Song Qin asked Song Mian, who was standing next to her.
The latter smiled gently and said, yes, we can take the 100-day photo in a few days.
The days go by so fast.
Seeing that the mother and daughter were chatting happily, Chang Xiao was too embarrassed to interrupt, so he smiled and said,
Auntie, you guys chat, I'll go make chicken soup for Mian. Song Qin turned around and asked, Xiao Chang, can you kill a chicken? Don't worry, Mom. This is easy.
After saying that, he went into the kitchen.
Song Qin nodded and looked at Song Mian. Xiao Chang is a really good person. He knows everything and is considerate to you.
You must cherish him. When discussing this topic, especially with elders, Song Mian felt embarrassed and nodded, I know, Mom.
How long have you little ones been sleeping? Song Qin pinched Sibao's little face.
The child was sleeping so soundly and even snoring.
I don't know what sweet dream I'm having. About half an hour or so.
After feeding, he fell asleep. Every afternoon they all sleep for 3 hours.
He is too noisy at night and can sleep very well during the day.
The afternoon is the time when people are most sleepy, and no matter how hard you try, you probably won't wake up.
Half an hour later. The mother and daughter were watching TV. Song Qin glanced in the direction of the kitchen and asked in confusion, why is there no movement? Are you sure there is nothing wrong?
Mom, don't worry, it's not a big problem. With Chang Zhao's cooking skills, chicken soup is definitely no problem for him. However, I was still a little unsure, so I went to take a look in the kitchen. As soon as I walked in, a rich aroma of chicken soup came. It instantly aroused the appetite in her stomach. It smells so good.
Wife, you're here? Don't be anxious.
This needs to be stewed for a while before it can be flavored. Chang Xiao looked back and said with a smile. I knew that this little woman was hungry, so I was prepared and handed her the freshly cooked egg custard. Eat this first to fill your stomach, you will be ready in a while.
Good. Song Mian went out with the egg custard. This chicken soup needs to be cooked over low heat.
When it reaches a certain temperature, sprinkle some ingredients on it.
It will be absolutely delicious. That smell can't be blocked even by a range hood.
Turn the fire to low and simmer slowly, then Chang Xiao left the kitchen.
Soon, the sun went down and it was time for dinner.
Chang Xiao finally brought out the chicken soup, opened the lid, and the rich aroma immediately filled the entire dining room. Song Qin praised generously, Xiao Chang, your cooking skills are getting better and better. You have made a lot of progress.
I have been cooking for 20 to 30 years and still can't cook food like this. Not bad. Mom, you're welcome. Let's eat quickly, or it will get cold.
Putting down the chicken soup, Chang Xiao first served a bowl to Song Mian.
That's so thoughtful. The mother-in-law sees it and feels happy. Mian, this soup is delicious. Drink more so that you can have milk for Sibao.
Whenever she thought of her fourth child, she felt distressed. This child had lived in the incubator for such a long time, and her health had not been as good as her older brothers and sisters. She could only be fed through breastfeeding. She hoped that her immunity would be better.
Song Mian has already drunk 2 bowls. She never thought chicken soup was so delicious before.
If it wasn't tea for improving the quality of her breast milk, she wouldn't drink it. The taste of Changshao's chicken soup is very unique, different from the ordinary chicken soup out there, and the more you drink it, the more you want to drink it.
Chapter 77. He is quite tired alone.
After finishing the meal, Changshao went to wash the dishes.
Song Mian came over and said, "I'll wash them.
You go check on the babies."
Wife, have you forgotten that you are still in a special period?
Be careful not to touch cold water or you'll get a stomachache.
Go and have a rest. I'll get you a hot water bottle. Changshao rubbed her lower abdomen, which was a little cool. I'm fine now. It's been a few days.
Song Mian said. He always rushed to do the housework and wouldn't let her do anything, not even the most basic task of wiping the table. If you stay in the same place or lying down every day, you will become fat as a ball sooner or later. She already felt a little more fat on her belly.
I guess the previous excess won't be able to fit in anymore. That won't work either. As long as you're not gone for good, you're not allowed to touch cold water, understand? You're still young now.
If you don't protect yourself, you'll know when you're older.
Changshao pinched her face.
Well, it's a bit fleshy indeed.
How great is that?
But she is still a little thin.
She needs to gain some weight so that she will be cuter. Song Mian was helpless. I'm not that delicate. That won't work either. Go take a shower and get some rest. We'll go to school together tomorrow. Unable to persuade Changshao, Song Mian had to give up.
The babies were all awake and didn't cry for milk.
Song Qin carried them one by one to their cribs and laid them in a row. The 4 babies blinked their eyes and looked at it. It was unclear whether they recognized it or not.
Their little faces had serious expressions, as if they were carefully identifying it.
How can such a young child have any memory?
Except for his parents who are with him every day, he will basically forget the others if he doesn't see them for a few days.
This is the case with Song Qin. Dabeo, do you still recognize your grandma? Song Qin extended her hand to Dabeo.
Dabeo was the most sensible. Looking at the hand extended to him, I thought he would agree or let me hug him without resistance, but I didn't expect him to pout and burst into tears.
When he cried, several babies started crying too.
There was crying and noise in the children's room.
Song Qin saw the situation at a glance and knew that the children were probably hungry.
Just as she was about to make the milk powder, the door opened and Song Mian walked in with 3 bottles of milk.
Then I held the 4th baby in my arms and fed him breast milk for a while, and then the 3rd baby. Song Qin was helpless.
These kids would only let you hold them when they were feeding them. After drinking and burping, a few of them started babbling and biting their hands again. While chewing his hand, Dabeo started to turn over again, turning over and then turning back.
Song Qin was a little surprised. Can Dabeo turn over so easily? When I lived in that old neighborhood, I didn't know anything. It's only been a short time. This kid is growing up very fast. Song Mian pursed her lips and smiled. Indeed, it took 4 months for you to turn over so well. It seems that Dabeo has inherited his father's genes. Speaking of this, Song Qin remembered something. Nian, why have I never heard Xiao Chang mention his biological parents? Do his parents know about your situation? When this was mentioned, Song Mian felt very guilty.
Last time, because of her, he had already exposed his scars.
Song Mian bit her lip. He was abandoned by his parents in an orphanage when he was young. Ah. So that's it.
Alas, he is also a poor child.
Song Qin sighed.
Before, he thought Changshao had a quarrel with his parents and didn't contact them. He didn't tell his parents about the big event of having a child.
It must be a big deal.
It turns out that this is the real situation. In the future, you should do more housework and share the burden with Xiao Chang. He is very tired by himself.
Song Qin reminded. Song Mian nodded.
Okay, go take a shower and go to bed early.
You have to go to work tomorrow. Song Qin glanced at the clock on the wall.
It was already past 8 o'clock. The children are now the most energetic, kicking their legs, putting their hands to their mouths, and drooling.
Song Mian came back from taking a bath and saw Song Qin still coaxing the baby.
She smiled and said, "Mom, you go and have a rest." Chang Xiao and I will take care of it at night.
Okay then, remember to rest early. Good.
Before going to bed, Chang Xiao opened his mobile phone and looked at the wholesale network to see if there were any good items.
He would remember them and buy them wholesale as soon as the store was renovated. Ask Wang Jing about the renovation progress tomorrow.
The next morning, the two had breakfast and prepared to go out.
Chang Xiao was reluctant to leave the babies.
Having taken care of them for so long, he felt very sad to leave.
The 4 babies didn't accept anyone other than their parents, not even their own grandmother.
The other 3 were fine, they were willing to do it after just a little contact.
Sibao, Daddy has to go to class. Can I come back to accompany you in the afternoon?
Chang Xiao picked up Sibao and pinched her little face.
Yeah. Sibao was very happy to be held by his father.
He kept kicking his legs, holding his clothes tightly with his hands, and buried his head in his chest.
Song Mian came over at this time and said with a smile, Sibao, can mommy hug you?
Sibao raised his head and looked at his mother, then at his father, his little brows furrowed, seeming a little confused.
After looking around, I finally chose my dad. Song Mian felt jealous. Sibao doesn't love mommy anymore. She pretended to be very sad and turned her head away. Yeah. Sibao looked in the direction of his mother and let out a cry. Still very conflicted.
Song Mian continued to stretch out her hands, and Sibao finally let her hug her.
Haha, this kid, how come he knows everything? Song Qin was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. It's so smart.
If it wasn't so small, she would have doubted whether it was a 3-month-old baby. The two of them teased Sibao for a while, then reluctantly went out.
School. Fuck, brother, why did you remember to come to class?
Wang Jing said in surprise when he saw Chang Xiao appear. And he also saw Teacher Song.
Now that these 2 people are here, who will take care of the baby? With you 2 here, who will take care of the babies?
Chang Xiao glanced at him and said, my mother-in-law.
Awesome. Wang Jing gave a thumbs up. How is the store decoration going? Chang Xiao asked. We've already finished half of the renovation. We'll be ready to open in a few days. Brother, when are you going to the wholesale market to check out the goods? Let me know.
No need, your sister-in-law and I will buy it directly from the wholesale website.
That's fine. Wang Jing nodded and suddenly remembered something. Brother, I've dealt with the love letters in your desk for you. How do you think? Isn't that very loyal of you?
Chang Xiao looked at the empty table and the corners of his mouth twitched.
This guy. I've already gotten rid of several batches for you. If nothing goes wrong, there will be another batch in a few days.
Wang Jing was envious and jealous when he talked about it. Your damn luck and love, I wish I could have 1/3 of your luck.
Chapter 78. Do you remember me? The teacher is here, go back to your seat. Chang Xiao reminded. It's okay. There's no one sitting next to you anyway. Wang Jing smiled. The teacher who walked in was Song Mian. She looked around and saw Chang Xiao looking at her with a smile. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. But he maintained the calmness that a teacher should have on his face. Let the class begin. After the class, Chang Xiao's eyes were always on Song Mian. I feel that my wife is more and more beautiful.
As soon as Song Mian met Chang Xiao's gaze, her heart began to beat faster.
Deliberately avoiding his sight. Really, why are you looking at her like that? He ran away as if he was escaping when the get out of class was over. Wang Jing gritted his teeth and said, can you please show some mercy to the singles? Can you please stop showing affection during class? It's so depressing. This dog food was eaten unexpectedly. He thought the 2 of them would be more restrained during class, but what the hell, they are just showing off their love. Are you going to let people live?
Chang Xiao glanced at him and was so angry that he said, if you have the ability, find a girl who can show affection to you.
Wang Jing. Not a human being, absolutely not a human being.
While eating in the cafeteria at noon, Chang Xiao was sitting at his seat while Wang Jing went to get his food. At this time, a girl came over and sat opposite him.
Senior Chang, do you still remember me? The girl opened her big eyes and looked at Chang Xiao. Who are you?
Chang Xiao looked up, but didn't recognize him.
Do you remember last year when it rained and I went home without an umbrella, you gave me one? Oh, sorry, I forgot. It's okay.
I'm Xiao Xian from the accounting department.
Are you free tomorrow? Xiao Xian smiled. Sorry, no time.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jing had already returned from getting food.
Seeing the girl sitting opposite Cheng Xiao, he was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, Xiao Xian? She handed you a love letter, and I remember rejecting it for you.
Wang Jing whispered in Chang Xiao's ear.
Xiao Xian bit her lip. Senior Chang, do you really have a girlfriend? Yes, we are engaged. Chang Xiao said calmly.
After saying that, he calmly sat there and ate his meal, treating the person as heir.
Xiao Xian is a pretty girl.
Ever since Chang Xiao gave her an umbrella, she has been secretly in love with him.
She doesn't believe that he has a girlfriend and thinks that's just an excuse to reject girls. Wang Jing said, Xiao Xian, didn't I tell you before?
He already has a girlfriend.
Well, sorry to bother you.
Xiao Xian couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. After she finished speaking, she left sadly.
Wang Jing sighed.
There was nothing he could do about it as the man already had a wife and children. Besides, Teacher Song is so nice, she is beautiful and has given birth to several such cute babies.
This time, Cheng Xiao did the right thing.
In the past, he didn't know the situation, so I persuaded him to agree to one of them and not to be obsessed with Lin Feifei. After all the trouble, he didn't even bother with it and suddenly he had a child.
After lunch, I still have 2 classes in the afternoon. One of the classes is taught by Teacher Wang.
Seeing her so serious on the podium like an old man, if I hadn't seen her foodie personality a few days ago, I would really think she was like that. It turns out that teachers are born actors. Thinking of the time when he called him brother-in-law, he got goosebumps. After finishing today's class, Cheng Xiao went to the school gate.
When he passed by the teacher's office, he ran into Song Nian.
Beside her were Teacher Wang and others. Song Nian was a little embarrassed, but she didn't show it on her face and pretended to be calm and composed.
Hello, teachers.
Several teachers had no idea who was standing in front of them.
Teacher Wang asked, Student Cheng Xiao, what have you been doing these days on leave? You are a top student, how can you not focus on studying? Yeah, that won't work.
The final exams are coming up soon, and you can't keep skipping classes.
The teachers are all very optimistic about you. Teacher Li also said.
Cheng Xiao smiled slightly. Thank you, teachers, I will work hard and do well in the exam.
Well, don't be so willful in the future.
Seeing the teachers walking away, Cheng Xiao sent a message to Song Nian.
Honey, when will you be home? Song Nian saw the message and replied, I still have 1 class, I will go home after it. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Give me a call when you're done. Hey! Your husband sent you a message again? Teacher Wang noticed and teased. Song Nian put away her phone and smiled embarrassedly. Oh, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone has seen it.
Speaking of which, I want to eat the food your husband cooks again.
It's so delicious. After more than an hour, the last class finally ended.
The sun had set and it was about to get dark.
On the way.
Song Nian glanced at Cheng Xiao from time to time with a strange look in her eyes.
Cheng Xiao smiled and asked, What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind. The girl who talked to you in the cafeteria today was.
Yes, today Cheng Xiao went to the cafeteria to eat, and she happened to be there, so she saw it.
Oh, that one, he's from the finance department, and I don't know him. What's the matter, are you jealous? I didn't. Song Nian blushed instantly and turned her head away.
Cheng Xiao smiled and said why the little woman acted strangely after getting on the car.
So this is what happened. I'm jealous. Don't worry, I've already rejected her. She's not even 1/10 as pretty as my wife. Cheng Xiao pinched her little face.
Song Nian snorted and turned her head to the right proudly. Drive carefully.
Well, let's go home and talk it over.
The phrase talk nicely was deliberately emphasized, and Song Nian's face turned red instantly. After arriving home, Cheng Xiao hurried to the kitchen to cook. The children were all asleep, and Song Qin was sitting on the sofa resting and watching TV.
Mom, how is the baby today? Is he making a fuss? Song Nian sat next to her and asked.
Song Qin smiled and said, except for Sibao, who is a little bit stubborn, the other 3 are very obedient. Xiao Cheng has taken good care of them. They have grown flesh again after not seeing them for a few days.
In 2 months, I probably won't be able to hold her anymore. Song Nian smiled slightly. It was normal that Sibao couldn't adapt for a while. He should be better in a few days.
As he was speaking, a crying sound was heard from the crib. From the voice, it was Sibao, and he sounded quite aggrieved.
Song Mian hurried over.
When Sibao saw his mother appear in front of him, his tears suddenly started to well up and he cried even harder.
That's so sad and aggrieved. Crying so hard.
Song Mian felt so distressed that she picked her up from the crib and held her in her arms.
Sibao, mommy is back, don't cry, don't cry. Chapter 79 Babies Take 100-Day Photos.
Sibao almost buried his head in Song Mian's arms, crying his heart out and feeling extremely aggrieved.
Song Mian was almost heartbroken and her eyes also turned red. Stop crying, let's go find daddy, okay? Song Mian said gently, touching Sibao's head.
When he heard the word dad, Sibao raised his head from his mother's arms, his eyes full of grievance.
Chang Xiao was still cooking when he saw Song Mian carrying Sibao in and said, "Wife, it's a bit hot here, don't bring the child in yet."
When Sibao saw his father, he felt even more aggrieved.
Crying again.
Her little mouth was pouted, as if she had suffered a great injustice.
As expected, I couldn't adapt to the sudden separation from the people closest to me for a while.
The other three are fine, it doesn't matter as long as there is food, the main thing is the 4 treasures. Seeing Sibao crying like that, Chang Xiao felt so distressed. He turned off the fire, took Sibao from Song Mian's arms, and held him in his arms. After coaxing him for a long time, he gradually calmed down and fell asleep in a short while.
Song Mian quickly put her in the crib. After dinner, it's time to go to bed. Song Mian couldn't help but ask, "Husband, do you think this is okay? Sibao doesn't want anyone at all."
As a parent, it is unbearable to watch a child crying like that.
It is so heartbreaking.
Chang Xiao also felt distressed, and after thinking for a while he said, "Why don't I just not go to school for now, I still have confidence in the exam."
"No, you've already promised several teachers. If you don't go, how are you going to explain?"
Song Mian bit her lip and steeled herself, "It will only take a few days for Sibao to get used to it.
This is all we can do now."
Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the day of Cheng Zhao's exam. The couple got up early in the morning, had breakfast and prepared to go out.
Song Mian packed up the things Cheng Xiao was going to take with him. "Honey, are you okay?" All right. Let's go." Before leaving, they went to take another look at the children.
The 4th child had gradually adapted to being taken care of by their grandmother. He didn't cry much and would drink milk when given, but he was reluctant to be held.
The couple was also helpless.
When the two arrived at school, the exam was about to begin.
"Go quickly," Song Mian urged. Chang Xiao nodded and took his things into the examination room.
I took a look at the test paper handed out by the teacher and wrote down the answers without even thinking. He had learned these in advance, so they were not difficult. Half an hour later, I handed in my paper and left the examination room. The students nearby all showed shocked expressions.
90 minutes later, the exam was over and a group of people sat there talking. One of the male students said, "Chang Xiao handed in the paper too quickly, didn't he? He finished such a difficult question in half an hour?"
I'm a little suspicious whether he was just writing nonsense.
Who makes me a top student? It's impossible for a top student to be so fast, right?
At this time, a female classmate said, "Cheng Zhao's academic performance has always been good.
Isn't it normal for him to write so fast?
He still did well in the exam."
Don't be jealous. How can I be jealous? Look how long he has been on leave. Can he keep up with his studies? Why don't you just check the rankings in 2 days to see if you can keep up? Why are you worrying so much? Song Mian was quite worried about this exam.
After all, Cheng Xiao had taken such a long leave, so how could he keep up with the studies?
After returning home, I couldn't help but ask, "How did you do on the test today?" "Don't worry, it's okay. Don't you understand your husband's learning ability?" Chang Xiao blinked.
Song Mian blushed, "I'm just asking, after all, you haven't been to class properly for so long."
"Didn't I tell you before?
I've already learned a lot of things in advance, so it's not a big problem."
"Oh well." Song Mian sighed, she was just worried.
"Wife, tomorrow is the day when the babies will take their 100-day photos," Cheng Xiao said with a smile, a little excited.
It happened to be the weekend, so I had time.
He couldn't wait to see some of the kids in those pretty little outfits.
It will definitely be so cute that it will make the whole audience fall in love with it. Speaking of this, Song Mian was also very happy and looking forward to it.
Especially seeing the children growing up day by day, their looks are getting better and better.
Dabeo and Sanbao are looking more and more like their father. Yeah.
I don't know if she understood or not, but the baby lying in the crib let out a cry and kicked her legs. Before we could even put on her sleeping bag, she kicked off the quilt. The couple stood up to check and found that the child was still excited and actually flipped over. Before, she was the only one who couldn't turn over, but today she succeeded. Her little face turned red. It can be seen that he used all his strength. The couple looked at each other, and Chang Xiao chuckled helplessly.
Sibao would definitely make a big fuss now if he turned around.
He quickly got a sleeping bag and put it on her, securing her legs. Seeing that he couldn't kick or turn over, Sibao gave up immediately and started whining. A look of displeasure.
Sibao, it's time to go to bed. Look how obedient your brothers and sisters are. Dabeo has fallen asleep and is snoring.
The second and third babies are still eating their fingers, without making any noise or making any fuss, and they are chewing with great enthusiasm. The three of them slept quietly in their sleeping bags. You may not be used to it in the first 2 days using the sleeping bag, but after a few days you will gradually get used to it and it will stop making any noise.
Song Mian yawned and was about to pick up Sibao to coax her to sleep when Cheng Xiao said, "Wife, you are sleepy, go to sleep first, I will do it. You had an exam today, so you must be tired."
"Let me do it," Song Mian said.
"It's not tiring. Those questions don't require too much brain power."
Cheng Xiao said, picked up Sibao and started to coax him, humming Sibao's favorite song.
Sibao was very happy when he heard the song.
He lay obediently in his father's arms and fell asleep in a short while.
Cheng Xiao was helpless, this trick still worked.
The next morning, the couple got up early, had breakfast, got ready, and the family went out in a grand manner.
There is a photo studio on T&I Street. Cheng Xiao has already checked it out.
It seems to have a good reputation and the price is also reasonable. He originally wanted to go to a more expensive place, which would definitely produce better looking photos. In order to save money, Song Mian chose a cheaper one, but it was cost effective and the photos he took were also pretty good.
This street has a lot of traffic.
When the two of them went there were quite a few people in the photo studio and they probably had to wait in line. A family of 6 pushed the door open and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention.
"Oh my god, are those quadruplets? 4 of them, that's really cool, so cute. So cute, mom and dad are also very pretty. What a good looking family. We finally understand what it means for genes to influence offspring."
At this time, a female clerk in uniform came forward and smiled. "How can I help you, both of you?"
"We are here to take pictures of the baby's 100-day anniversary." The female clerk looked at the babies with surprise on her face. "So cute. So cute. Moreover, there are 4 of them, which means they are definitely big customers.
A family like this certainly has no shortage of money, and she seemed to have already seen her high commission this month."
"Yes." Chang Xiao nodded. Chapter 80. Are you still blaming me? You too, please follow me.
Such important customers must be welcomed in a special lounge. The couple sat on the sofa, and the female clerk brought a book with photo-taking packages, some expensive and some cheap.
Many people have made reservations for the cheaper ones, so you need to wait.
Chang Xiao looked at the most expensive package, 50,000 yuan.
The quality is definitely very good too. I couldn't help but ask, "Wife, shall we choose the one that costs 50,000? Isn't this too expensive?" Song Mian widened her eyes. "It's unnecessary to spend 50,000 to take a 100-day photo, right? No matter how rich their family is, they can't be so extravagant."
"Wife, think about it, this is the children's 100-day photo, it's very important, no matter if it's 50,000 or tens of thousands, as long as it's our child, it's worth the price, at worst your husband can earn it back.
100 days is very important for babies and has different meanings." Song Mian hesitated for a long time, but finally nodded and agreed. The female clerk stood aside, listening to their conversation, feeling extremely envious. Such a husband is really good.
He is willing to spend a lot of money for the children. She is a single person and she admits that she is envious. Chang Xiao handed the book over and said calmly, "Hello, we are ordering the most expensive package."
"Do we need to queue?"
The female clerk quickly said, No, we can take the photo now." At this moment, the second baby lying in the stroller suddenly made a sound, and it sounded like he was not feeling well.
Chang Xiao picked her up and said, "What's wrong, Erbao? Are you hungry?" Song Mian prepared the milk and handed it over. After feeding, put it back. Is this a baby girl? So cute. The female clerk said with starry eyes. Isn't it too cute? I couldn't see it clearly just now because of the layer of gauze between us, but now that I can see it clearly, I think she is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful baby. That is right, since their parents are good looking, their children will definitely not be bad. She wanted to get married right away after seeing this. Song Mian smiled politely. As a parent, she would be happier than anyone else to hear people praising her child. In the studio, the photographer is ready and is wiping the camera. The female clerk had already greeted them, but when she saw 4 babies being pushed in, she was still surprised. The same is true for the staff nearby. Oh my god. Are they really quadruplets? This is so amazing. But, the babies are so cute. It's so cute. I like it so much. One of the female staff members held her face with her eyes shining. I didn't expect that there are people who actually have quadruplets in real life. This is the first time I've seen it. Besides, each one of them is really good looking. The child's mother has a great figure. I'm so envious. Song Mian took out the clothes she had prepared for the babies and asked, "Can we take a group photo with our own clothes?" Of course, no problem. The photographer nodded with a smile. When faced with good-looking babies, he is most willing to take pictures because it gives him a sense of accomplishment. He will then see if he can seek the opinions of the children's parents and make a few pictures to make a pattern. Absolutely fascinating. The weather was cool, and we turned on the heater in the studio, so we didn't have to worry about the babies catching a cold. Song Mian changed the children's clothes quickly. After the change was completed, there was a burst of praise from all around. So cute. My heart. She is really good looking. She looks pleasing to the eye no matter what she wears. Jealousy distorts my face. It makes me want to have a baby. Cheng Xiao pinched the babies' faces and said, "Babies, did you hear that? So many uncles and aunts are praising you." Yeah. When Debao saw the little sisters, he was very happy and kicked his legs. When the filming started, some of them were not very cooperative, and Cheng Xiao had to do some ideological work one by one to get them to behave themselves. "Come on, babies, look at the camera." The photographer shouted over there. "Smile as you like." Soon, a set of pictures was taken. Looking at those raw photos that had not been photoshopped, the photographer smiled. These photos looked even better than those that had been photoshopped. So cute and adorable. Especially when those clothes are worn, they look even cuter and more beautiful. After thinking for a while, he looked at Cheng Xiao and his wife and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, I wonder if you are willing to appear with the babies in the next set of pictures. This family of 6 is pleasing to the eye, and they will definitely look great in photos." The photographer was so excited. Cheng Xiao was planning to do this, so he nodded, "Okay." The child changed into other clothes and started filming. In front of the camera, Cheng Xiao put his arms around Song Mian's waist and kept showing off their love. The single guys are so envious when they see this. "I'm so full of dog food. Isn't this family so loving?" The photographer couldn't help but take a few more pictures, saying over and over again that it was beautiful. It took a whole morning to finally finish the shooting. Cheng Xiao decided to make a few large photo albums and hang them on the wall above the bed in their master bedroom, one in the living room and one in the children's room, and keep the others. The photographer had been looking at the pictures in his camera, and when he saw the couple, he politely asked, "You two, can I use the picture of your family of 6 as a layout? Hanging it in a photo studio will definitely have a good effect." Song Mian subconsciously looked at the people around her, and before she could say anything, Cheng Xiao had already refused. "Sorry, my wife cares more about her privacy, so..." "Well, are the children okay?" The photographer asked tentatively, a little nervously. He thinks these kids are very good looking and are really suitable to be the boss. Taking photos of quadruplets, especially such beautiful quadruplets, makes me feel very accomplished just thinking about it. "Okay, but you can only keep one." Cheng Xiao nodded. When the photographer heard this, his eyes were filled with ecstasy and he almost jumped up. Okay, thank you. You can come pick up the photos in 2 days. I promise to make them look beautiful." After taking the photos, the two went to pay the bill. Because they agreed to leave the map, the photo studio gave them a 50% discount this time. Half the price. After paying the bill,
they were about to push the cart out when a female voice sounded behind them.
Mian Mian?
Upon hearing this voice, Cheng Xiao clearly felt that his wife's body stiffened.
Are you Mian Mian? The female voice confirmed again.
Song Mian Mian turned around and what came into her sight was a woman wearing a blue jumpsuit, a pair of high heels, and heavy makeup.
What's the matter? Song Mian Mian looked indifferent. The woman asked, Are you still blaming me?
No, if you have nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left, pushing the stroller.
I didn't mean to do that last year. Why don't you want to listen to my explanation?
Cheng Xiao frowned, as if he had guessed who this person was.
Was it this woman who took Song Mian Mian to the bar that year? Then she just left, otherwise what happened that night wouldn't have happened. Chapter 81. Even more delicate than when you were young.
It was a good thing that he was the one that night, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous.
No wonder Song Mian Mian is so disgusted. What good girlfriends and good sisters are they? They are just fake sisterhood. It has already happened, is there any need to explain it? Song Mian Mian said indifferently.
She now has her own happy little family. What happened in the past is long gone and there is no need to bring it up again.
She was lucky to meet Cheng Xiao. So you still won't forgive me? The woman asked.
There is no such thing as forgiveness or unforgiveness.
The past is over. Why bring it up again? Are you married?
The woman glanced at Cheng Xiao, then at the babies in the stroller.
I was shocked beyond words.
They are actually pregnant, and it looks like they are already 3 months old. It's only been a little over a year since this happened, how come she?
Yeah. Song Mian Mian nodded, if everything is fine, I'll leave first. Hubby, let's go. Watching the couple walk away, the woman came to her senses. What on earth had happened last year? On the way. Wife, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get upset. Cheng Xiao comforted her all the way. Song Mian Mian glanced at him and said unhappily, I'm not angry. You said you weren't angry, but was that the one who insisted on taking you out for drinks last year?
Since then, she completely severed her friendship with her and had no contact with her anymore. Even if we got in touch, I would keep my distance and didn't want to hear her so-called explanation.
Things have happened, what's the point of explaining? Wife, you were destined to meet me. Aren't you living a happy life now?
I should thank God for letting me meet such a good wife.
Cheng Xiao rubbed her head.
Song Mian Mian had long let go of the hatred in her heart and decided not to have any contact with him anymore and just treat him as a stranger.
What has passed is past. Living your life well is the most important thing now. The two pushed the babies back home.
After Cheng Xiao settled the babies down, he went to the kitchen to cook.
Song Mian Mian showed Song Qin the raw photos of the babies without any Photoshop.
Or the clothes that came in that fancy box they bought.
Are these babies?
They're really beautiful photos.
Song Qin praised, holding her phone, and couldn't get enough of looking at it.
So cute, even more delicate and lovely than when you were a child.
Song Mian Mian smiled and said, Yeah, I think so too. This outfit is nice too. My grandchildren look good in whatever they wear. Not bad, not bad.
The more Song Qin looked at it, the more she liked it, and her heart melted.
It's so cute. Song Mian Mian sent a few photos to Song Qin's mobile phone. Mian Mian, help me fix this.
I want to use this as my screensaver.
Song Qin said. Song Mian Mian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then she turned her phone screen into babies. It's so pleasing to look at.
During that most tiring time, every time I saw the babies babbling, I felt that all the tiredness was worth it.
Oh.
At this time, Sibao, who was lying in the crib, let out a soft cry.
Song Mian Mian got up and went to check, and smiled.
It turned out that Cho had pooped. He probably hasn't finished defecating yet, his little body is tense, his face is red, and his fists are clenched. Then, a humming sound was made.
2 minutes later, the frown finally relaxed. Well, I'm done.
I quickly got a basin of water, took out a new diaper, then put her on the carpet and started to treat her. After washing his butt and drying it, Sibao grinned happily.
Yeah. Song Mian Mian took out some talcum powder and put some on her butt. If it kept dry, it would not easily get red. It's time to eat.
Just after changing, Cheng Xiao came out of the kitchen.
At the dinner table,
Song Qin ate half of it, and as if remembering something, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my memory.
How could I forget something important? Mom, what's wrong? Your cousin wants to come and see the babies." Song Mian frowned. "Cousin? Nana?"
"Well, she happens to be working here and will come over tomorrow."
"That's fine. Tomorrow is Sunday. Chang Xiao and I will be at home."
She had a decent impression of this cousin, but she was not familiar with her.
"Since you suggested coming to see it, let's go."
After the meal, Chang Xiao cleared the dishes and went to wash them.
Song Mian followed closely into the kitchen. "Honey, I'm going to trouble you again tomorrow."
She either invited colleagues or relatives, and Chang Xiao was the one who was busy.
"I can't help feeling that I'm a little ignorant. Always causing him trouble." "It's okay, your cousin is also my cousin, it's not a big deal,"
Chang Xiao said with a smile.
"This little woman is still so sensitive. They are already husband and wife, so what is there to be seen?" Song Mian blushed and said, "Well, I'll go see the baby then." "Go ahead." Chang Xiao waved his hand and continued washing the dishes.
At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang in my ears.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the 100-day photo shoot for the baby.
Reward, incredible luck. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing 25 days of protecting the baby.
Reward, mastering various languages.
Chang Xiao looked at the system page and found that his level had been raised to level 4. This means that baby strollers will also start to upgrade. The intermediate stroller skill seems to be quite impressive. After washing the dishes, he went to check, but nothing had changed.
At this time, the system spoke again. "Host, the level of the baby carriage has been upgraded. Do you want to start upgrading? At night. How to explain if someone sees us in broad daylight?" "Okay," said the system. I sat down on the sofa and was about to play with the babies when my cell phone suddenly rang. Took a look, Wang Jing. Swipe to answer. Wang Jing said, "Brother, the shop has been renovated. Do you want to take a look? I guarantee you will be satisfied." "Where are you now?" "In the store." "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon."
After he made the decision, he looked at Song Mian beside him and said, "Wife, it's been renovated.
Do you want to go with me to see it?" Song Mian nodded. After packing up, the couple set off. It took a few minutes to drive to the store. "How is it?" "Not bad, right? Are you satisfied with the warm style you want?"
After entering, Wang Jing patted Chang Xiao on the shoulder and said with a smile. Chang Xiao looked around and said, "It's okay, not bad."
Song Mian also nodded.
It was indeed very beautiful, both in terms of materials and details.
"Of course not. This is the decorator I asked someone to find. He is very reliable,"
Wang Jing said proudly.
"Well, wife, let's open the business next weekend?" Chang Xiao looked at Song Mian. "Isn't it too hasty?" Song Mian frowned. "There is nothing yet.
I haven't bought the shelves yet, and it will take time to get the goods. It usually takes several days to wait for online wholesale.
As long as the decoration is completed, these are not difficult. It can be done in 2 days. Once the goods arrive, we can open for business immediately."
I checked it out, and next Saturday is a rare auspicious day.
Chapter 82. Who is this baby? Teacher Son, leave the shelves and other matters to me. Wang Jing patted his chest and took on everything. "Isn't this simple? It's a piece of cake." Song Mian had no choice but to nod. "That's fine."
This is her first time dealing with this and she has no experience. Chang Xiao said, "We are still short of a plaque and some flyers, which we will send out when the business opens. And put some animal stickers that kids like on the wall, and give customers small gifts when they buy something, or do some discount activities or something. Then make room for a children's slide, put some small toys, ocean balls, etc. in it."
After half an hour of explanation, everything became clear. Song Mian was surprised. She didn't expect Chang Xiao to be so thoughtful.
Every aspect has been thought of so thoughtfully. This place looks great at first glance.
If you sell things here, business will definitely be good. Okay, don't worry, leave it to me. Wang Jing nodded. After giving the instructions, the couple left.
Except for wholesale of goods, all matters were left to Wang Jing. This guy is still very willing to run errands. He is busy running around every day and is so active that he doesn't even play games anymore. In the afternoon, the two were busy looking at the goods. I ordered a bunch of stuff on the wholesale software, including children's clothing and shoes, baby strollers, toys, diapers, etc.
There are many varieties. Very complete.
Then I picked some skincare products for my mother.
It was already evening when we finished. Chang Xiao rubbed his eyes and said, "I've been watching for the whole afternoon. Honey, are you hungry?
I'll go cook."
Okay, I'll help."
While eating, the couple told Song Qin about the store. The opening day will definitely be very busy, and the babies may need the help of the mother-in-law to take care of them. When Song Qin heard the news, her eyes widened in surprise. "Xiao Chang is going to open a store?" Cheng Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, for Mian Mian and the children to have a better life in the future, it's a good time to try while we are still young."
Your words make me feel more at ease. Song Qin sighed. Young people should be brave and make a name for themselves.
Hearing this, the couple looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes.
The days ahead will definitely get better and better.
With the babies around, Chang Xiao feels that their store business will definitely boom.
It's not confidence, it's a strong premonition.
Before going to bed at night, Song Mian checked the brands of the children's clothes and said to Chang Xiao, "Hubby, the quality of the clothes the babies are wearing is pretty good.
How about we wholesale some more under this brand?"
These were all purchased at the maternity and baby store in the old neighborhood.
Just a bit expensive. Chang Xiao had no objection and nodded, "Listen to my wife."
So the two of them watched for half the night. Just when I was about to close my eyes and go to sleep, some baby started humming again.
At first glance, it's Erbao.
No one knew what was wrong with the child. His little body kept moving. He twisted around in his sleeping bag, and his face looked red.
"Did you poop?" Song Mian frowned.
I looked inside the diaper, it was clean and there was nothing inside. After untying the sleeping bag, Erbao was still moving, and when I wasn't paying attention, he had moved out of the sleeping bag. After moving for a while, he started crying.
Chang Xiao observed for a while and said, "Is it itchy?"
As he said this, he picked up Erbao and gently scratched her back with his hand. Sure enough, after being tickled, he stopped crying after a while.
Song Mian couldn't help but laugh. "Really, how did you see that?" "Look, Erbao was moving around just now, and his back was rubbing against the bed. He must be itchy somewhere."
In this way, the couple learned a new skill.
After tickling him, the baby went back to sleep after a while. The couple's hearts melted by the cute little look, and Song Mian couldn't help but give Erbao a kiss on the face. "Go to bed. Your cousin will be here tomorrow.
Let's go to the supermarket early tomorrow morning."
"Yeah, okay." The night passed quickly.
The children have gradually been able to sleep until dawn, but sometimes the second and fourth children will make noises at night, which is normal for girls. The next day, after breakfast, the couple went out to buy groceries.
When I got back, it was already 10:30 in the morning.
As soon as I entered the house, I heard conversation coming from the living room.
"My cousin is here," Song Mian whispered in Chang Xiao's ear. The two walked into the living room and saw a pretty lady sitting on the sofa. She was wearing simple casual clothes.
From the outside, she is indeed a rare beauty. However, in Chang Xiao's opinion, she is not even 1/10 as beautiful as his wife.
"Cousin, is this my cousin-in-law?"
Song Nana stood up from the sofa, blinking her eyes.
Song Mian nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. "Wow, cousin, you have good taste. Your brother-in-law is so handsome."
Song Nana is obsessed with appearance and she becomes restless whenever she sees a handsome guy.
"I'm fine. When did you come here?" Song Mian changed the subject. "I just arrived too, cousin. I heard that you had 4 babies, so I came here to see them. Your aunt showed me the photos. They are so cute."
Song Nana skillfully held Song Mian's arm, her eyes full of stars. When she came, she saw that the babies were still sleeping, so she didn't dare to disturb them.
"I thought I would give them a good hug after they wake up. I'll go take a look too."
Chang Xiao put the bought vegetables aside and went to the children's room.
He.
As soon as I walked in, I heard the humming of several babies from the cribs.
"It's time to wake up now."
Chang Xiao first checked their diapers, which were already full, and the sheets beneath him were a little wet.
"I just changed it this morning and it's full now. These little guys can pee so much."
After changing them one by one, I put them in the cribs outside and washed and dried the sheets while the weather was good.
As soon as the babies were taken out, Song Nana ran over.
Seeing a strange face in front of them, the babies were stunned for a moment, and then the second and fourth babies pouted and burst into tears.
Ah, babies, don't cry. I'm your cousin. Please stop crying, okay? Seeing the children crying, Song Nana was a little anxious. Song Chin came over and took out a small toy. Try this.
When her daughter and son-in-law are not at home, she uses this to entertain the children, and it works quite well. In the end, even the four most difficult babies accepted it and were having a lot of fun playing with you, except that they didn't want you to hold them.
Song Nana took out Dabeo, who was not crying, and held him in her arms, teasing him with the small toy in her hand. Cousin, which one is this baby? Boss. Song Mian said. He is so obedient. He deserves to be the eldest. Give him a kiss. At first sight, Song Nana liked the babies. She was especially happy to see that the eldest baby did not reject her. Chapter 83, Please give me some money, big guys. Dabeo looked at her carefully and didn't resist too much.
In the end, he accepted it directly and played with Song Nana, giggling all the time.
Song Mian smiled. She was very understanding. Dabeo was more playful.
As long as you gave him toys, he would have a lot of fun playing with you and would not feel unfamiliar with you.
Song Nana watched Chung Xiao busying around, washing the quilts and doing housework, and couldn't help asking, Cousin, is it usually your brother-in-law who does these housework? Yeah. Speaking of this, Song Mian felt a little embarrassed, but also felt very happy.
Since they have been together, Chung Xiao seemed to have never made her worry about these things.
What about the baby?
I have to work, and he is the only one taking care of the babies.
He felt guilty when he thought about it.
It was tiring enough for him to take care of the babies every day, and now he had to take care of her too.
Sometimes she feels very ignorant. Wow, so thoughtful. Song Nana's envy was written all over her face.
I really hope God can give her a dozen such caring boyfriends. Not only is he handsome, he is also so considerate and can take care of the baby and do housework.
The most important thing is that he is so rich.
She works in Qingzhou and lives nearby, so of course she knows Zhangcheng Mingyuan.
You can't buy it even if you have money, and only those who can live here are not simple people. This family is definitely very wealthy.
I didn't expect her cousin to marry so well. She also gave birth to some super cute babies.
So envious. Cousin, how did you meet your cousin-in-law? It must be a romantic love story, right? Song Nana didn't know the situation yet and gave a wicked smile. When it comes to this, Song Mian is embarrassed. She doesn't know how to answer, so she just makes up an excuse, we are from the same school. Wow, is he a teacher too? No. If it's not a teacher, could it be a student? Song Nana was shocked. Song Mian felt even more embarrassed, but still nodded and said Oh my god. You really are students. How did you two fall in love with each other? I'm so curious. Teachers and students can walk together, and they have several children. This. I wouldn't believe it if I told them. However, the two are of similar age, and from their looks, they look like a couple. The child is also very good looking. That's all. How could Song Mian feel embarrassed to continue? Thinking of what happened that night, she felt extremely embarrassed. After washing the sheets, Chung Xiao went to cook. My mother-in-law went to help wash and prepare vegetables. When it was time to eat, Song Nana smelled the aroma coming from the dining room and said, It smells so good. It seems that my aunt's cooking skills have improved again. Her dishes were my favorite when I was a child. Song Mian smiled slightly, and her appetite was instantly aroused by the fragrance. Walking all the way to the dining room, Song Nana looked left and right. Wow, this decoration is really nice. It is warm and luxurious, and it makes you feel relaxed just looking at it. At the dining table, looking at the large table of delicious food, Song Nana said, Aunt, why did you prepare so many dishes today? They smell so good. I didn't do any of this. I just washed the vegetables. Song Chin said with a smile. He became more and more satisfied with his son-in-law. Not only can he cook delicious dishes at a young age, he is also extremely considerate to Mian. Made by my cousin's husband? Song Nana was surprised. She really didn't expect that he could make such a table of delicious dishes. It looks so appetizing. Not only is he handsome, rich, and considerate, he's also such a great cook. I'm so envious.
The couple sat together, and Chang Xiao considerately picked up a piece of cola chicken wing for Song Niannian. He poured some more fish soup and wanted to feed her himself. Song Niannian whispered, "Hubby, Mom and the others are still here."
This isn't a good idea. Song Nana's mouth was stuffed with dog food, and all the food became tasteless in an instant. Just eat a few bites and go play with the babies. But after she took a few bites of the food, her eyes lit up. Isn't this delicious? Brother-in-law, you are such a great cook. Delicious, delicious. Before she knew it, she had finished 3 bowls of rice. Soon, 2/3 of the dishes on the table were eaten up. After she was full, she burped and asked, "Cousin, brother-in-law, I work nearby anyway, can I come over often to eat? It's really delicious." Song Niannian was a little embarrassed and looked at Chang Xiao subconsciously. "Wife, whatever you say is fine. I'll listen to you." Song Nana was inexplicably shown off again. "Does that mean you agree? Okay, then you guys can chat. I'm going to go play with the baby." As she spoke, she hurried over to the crib. Song Qin, who was standing by, held her forehead with her hand. Who did this girl inherit her shamelessness from? Ah! What happened to the baby? At this time, Song Nana, who was coaxing the baby, suddenly shouted. Song Niannian's heart tightened and she hurried over to take a look. What's wrong? Song Nana was holding Sanbao, letting him lie on her shoulders, and pointed at the back of his neck. It's all red and there are protruding bumps. One by one. Chang Xiao stepped forward and looked at the back, which was all covered in blood. What happened to Sanbao? Song Niannian was a little panicked. Song Qin noticed the situation and came over to take a look. It looks like baby eczema. Song Niannian frowned. Why did you get eczema when you were fine? You didn't have it yesterday. Chang Xiao comforted her. Don't worry, I checked it out. It's normal for babies to have eczema. Just apply some ointment. Chang Xiao had used this ointment before to prevent eczema, but he didn't expect it to come in handy. Get the ointment and apply it on the 3 treasures. The child didn't cry or make a fuss, but just blinked his eyes and looked at his mother. The more Song Niannian looked at this, the more distressed she felt. It was all her fault for her negligence and not checking it in time, otherwise the eczema would not have spread so badly. If Nana hadn't discovered it earlier, Sanbao would have continued to suffer. Chang Xiao checked the other 3 babies and found none of them had this condition, only Sanbao had it. The more Song Niannian thought about it, the more she blamed herself. She just wondered why eczema suddenly appeared. Was it caused by the sleeping bag? After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. It shouldn't be. Dabeo and the others are asleep too, so they haven't grown any. Yeah. While the 2 were discussing, Sanbao suddenly reached out and grabbed Song Niannian's sleeve. Song Niannian picked him up distressfully. Sanbao, are you feeling uncomfortable? Sanbao smiled and buried himself tightly in his mother's arms. At this time, Song Nana didn't want to stay any longer, so she said goodbye and went back. Sanbao acted as if nothing had happened and continued to play as usual. I put him on the sofa and he was very happy. Before going to bed at night, the couple checked Sanbao's back again. After applying ointment, the scars finally faded a little. Song Niannian lay in Chang Xiao's arms and blamed herself. Husband, do you think I am a particularly unqualified mother? Chapter 84 Husband, I'm a little nervous. Who said that? My wife went through so much hardship to give birth to the child safely. If anyone dares to say that you are useless, I will beat him to death. Chang Xiao said. Hey! I'm still a mother, and I don't even know the situation of Sanbao. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chang Xiao. I take care of the child. Whatever happens is my fault, not yours. You work so hard every day for the family. How can I blame you? After saying that, Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said, Silly girl. Honey, it's great to meet you. Song Niannian felt warm in her heart. Chang Xiao was so good to her, so good that she felt she had really met the best man in the world. It's getting late, go to bed, you have to go to school tomorrow. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is the day before the opening. Wang Jing called me via video early in the morning. Brother, what do you think? I bought animal stickers and put them on according to your request. I also built a slide, laid floor mats, and placed various toys there. Through the camera, Chang Xiao saw that the originally empty store was now stocked with shelves.
There are many animal stickers on the white wall, which looks full of vitality and warmth. It makes people fall in love with it at first sight. Well, pretty good. Chang Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The goods arrived 2 days ago. He rented a warehouse nearby and temporarily stored the goods there. Have you made those promotional posters? We'll hand them out when we open tomorrow to attract customers. Then I'll bring the babies over and use them as ready-made little models. Wang Jing smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother. I have already prepared those flyers. I will definitely satisfy you. Don't be so sloppy when you open tomorrow. Dress nicely and be spirited." Okay. It's a must. Wang Jing was very excited. He had made all the preparations in the past few days. Come over to get the key to the warehouse. The goods are all in the warehouse. I can't leave. Chang Xiao said. Okay, here we come. 20 minutes later, Wang Jing arrived. Chang Xiao handed him the key and said, "Go rent a small truck to transport the goods. The warehouse is some distance away from the store." Okay. Wang Jing took the key and said with a smile, "Brother, I am so happy. I finally don't have to do nothing every day and wait for death." Chang Xiao rolled his eyes. "It was you who fell before." "That's right. I spend all my time playing games every day. I finally have a goal in life. When I get rich, you will be my benefactor." Chang Xiao was speechless. Is it that exaggerated? Hurry up and get busy, the store will open tomorrow. Okay, let's go right away. Wang Jingxing went out in a hurry. That night, everything was ready and we were just waiting to open the next day. The couple is also looking forward to it. Night. Honey, I'm a little nervous. Song Mianmian held Cheng Zhao's hand. The business will open tomorrow. This is the first time she has been involved in business and she is worried that the business will not be good. I'm afraid that all my work will be in vain and the shop will be rented in vain. What are you afraid of? Everything has a first time. You have your husband here. Believe me, it will be fine. Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said with a smile. The next morning, they woke up at 5:30, had breakfast, and after finishing their work, they took the babies to T&I Street. Today is Saturday and there is a lot of traffic. There are many people coming and going on the street. The two found a parking space, then put the babies into the stroller and pushed it towards the store. I saw the big plaque from a distance. Little Baby House. This name was given by Chang Xiao, who thought it was simple, easy to remember, and high-end and classy. If funds were not limited, he would have wanted to spend a lot of money on it. Honey, is that him? Song Mianmian almost didn't recognize him. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, "Well, this plaque is pretty good. It's pretty nice." When he reached the door of the store, Wang Jing saw the two men and straightened his suit. "Brother, Teacher Song, you are here." Chang Xiao looked over and found that this guy did not disappoint him. He had his hair cut and a hairstyle done, and was wearing a blue suit. If it wasn't for Wang Jing, no one would have recognized him at first. "I'm not used to you suddenly becoming so serious. Your look is pretty good today." Chang Xiao praised. Wang Jing shook his hair and said, "No, I asked a professional stylist to match it for me. It cost him a lot of money. You have to behave well today." Wang Jing smiled and said, "Of course." Chang Xiao walked into the store, which was much more beautiful than what it looked in the video. The small animal stickers on the wall gave people a particularly warm feeling. The cash register is also well designed. Very nice. The wholesale clothes have been hung up, and the little hats, pacifiers, toy cars and so on are all displayed according to their categories. Looking around, it finally looks like a store. How is it? Brother, are you satisfied? These took him a lot of thought. On the counter, there was a pile of flyers. These were all thought out by Wang Jing alone. Chang Xiao took a look and thought that the full discount activities were very reasonable. Not bad, I'm very satisfied. When will it open? Set a location. How about we start at 8 o'clock? Wang Jing said. It's around 7:40 now, so we'll have 20 minutes to transition. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. Can. The babies were pushed in by Song Mianmian. Looking at the decoration and details of the store, she was very satisfied. Very good. Wang Jing smiled. The babies lying in the strollers are looking around curiously, looking left and right, with their little eyes blinking, which is very cute.
Wang Jing became even happier when he saw the baby. Wang Jing recognized Sanbao at a glance and said with a smile, "Sanbao, do you still remember your uncle?"
Sanbao kept staring at him with a curious look in his eyes, and after changing his clothes and getting his hair done, he probably couldn't recognize him. Wang Jing wanted to hug him, but Sanbao frowned and seemed a little unhappy.
"Okay, we have to start handing out flyers. Mind your image."
Today was the opening day, and all three of them were dressed appropriately. Song Mianmian even dressed up specially, wearing a skirt and putting on makeup, which made her look even more beautiful. Chang Xiao wore a suit and had his hair blown casually. Even if he didn't dress up, he was still a handsome guy.
It's very pleasing to the eyes.
As for the babies, they were already wearing clothes and shoes of the brand they wanted to buy, and small hats on their heads.
So cute.
One look at it makes your heart melt.
With these babies here, business will definitely be good. Wang Jing was a little excited. Time's up.
He took the flyers and went outside to distribute them. We were supposed to set off balloons and firecrackers, but there was no other way because the children were here and we were afraid they would be scared, so we skipped the process. Wang Jing went out to distribute flyers, and Shang Xiao also pushed the children out.
Song Mianmian entertained customers in the store and collected money at the same time. Chapter 85. Find a husband with super good-looking face.
Outside, Chang Xiao and Wang Jing stood on each side, holding a thick stack of flyers in their hands, ready to distribute them. Chang Xiao is already good-looking, and today he dressed up specially to look even more handsome, with a smile on his face. 4 little babies were right next to him, sitting in the stroller, looking around, their grape-like eyes watching the people coming and going, full of curiosity.
The little look is so adorable.
"Brother, let's start."
Wang Jing grinned. Chang Xiao nodded. "Don't miss it if you pass by. Our new store is opening today. As long as you come into the store to shop, there will be various discounts." "Hey, Mom, do you need to know something?" Wang Jing is quite talkative and keeps talking. Many customers have already entered the store.
Add a few 4 super good-looking little babies and put them at the door, they are really eye-catching. Chang Xiao also struck while the iron was hot at this time, looking at the passing crowd with a smile. "The clothes and shoes my babies are wearing are from our store, so there is no need to worry about the quality.
It doesn't matter if you don't buy it, you're welcome to come in and take a look.
We also have skin care products specifically for mothers.
The boss lady uses them herself."
At this time, a little girl passing by took her mother's hand and shook it.
"Mom, these babies are so cute, shall we go in and take a look?"
The mother took one look at the babies and was so happy that she pulled her daughter into the store involuntarily. Dabeo and Sanbao just stared at the little sister, and when they saw someone pretty, they smiled at her. These cute little ones are irresistible, especially their mothers, who love them very much.
"Oh my god, are these quadruplets? So cute."
"Yeah, one of them even smiled at me, it was so cute, my little heart."
"Let's go in and take a look."
It's a new store, so there must be discounts or something. With the baby's publicity, Changzhou's flyer distribution went very smoothly and they were all distributed in a short time.
Wang Jing's side is almost gone too. More and more people came into the store. Song Niannian was busy introducing the products and working at the cashier.
Chang Xiao asked Wang Jing to stay at the door and continue greeting the guests, while he called Li Jin and asked him to come over to help, as there were too many guests and he was in a mess.
"Wang Jing, come over here and look after the child. I'll go inside to help your sister-in-law," Chang Xiao said. "Okay. Let's go."
Wang Jing agreed immediately. As more and more people came, his eyes almost narrowed into slits due to smiling. Chang Xiao and Song Mianmian carefully study every product sold in the store before wholesale. For example, for toys, we will check them personally and only sell them to consumers if we are sure about the materials.
Chang Xiao came over to help, and Song Mianmian felt a lot more relaxed instantly.
"Wife, go to the cashier and pack the food for the customers, and leave the rest to me."
"Can you handle it?" Song Mianmian frowned. There were too many people. "It's okay. I can do it. Go ahead." "Oh well."
With the cooperation of 3 people, almost all the items in the store were sold out in just over an hour, which completely exceeded the couple's expectations. Chang Xiao informed Wang Jing to go to the warehouse to get the goods as there were not enough to sell.
Wang Jing was surprised.
He never expected it to sell so quickly. Without giving it a second thought, he pushed the babies into the store and drove the pickup truck to a nearby warehouse. The couple was exhausted and panting. Song Mian was sweating profusely, but there was no sign of makeup coming off on her face and her skin was in amazing condition. This also attracted the attention of several mothers around, and they found topics to chat with Song Mian.
Madam Boss, are these babies all yours? You are so amazing. I admire you so much. The babies are so cute. Looking at this makes me, a single guy, want to have a baby as cute as this. One of the young ladies spoke up, her face full of envy. First of all, you have to find a husband with a super good looking face, said her best friend beside her with a smile. Chang Xiao had already sorted out the remaining things and came over here. When the mothers saw him, they started chatting again. Is this the father of the child? He looks so young. Yes, and he's so handsome, no wonder the kids are so good looking. Song Mian smiled, feeling a little embarrassed to be praised by so many people. No. Besides, your skin is so good. Unlike us, after giving birth, we waste our time and become like yellow-faced women. Yeah, how can you not be like this when taking care of children every day? Alas, the man at home has to work and can't help. Boss lady, do you have any tips for maintaining your skin? Song Mian smiled and said, as a woman, you must drink more water, go to bed early and get up early, and take care of your skin every day. Anyway, that's how she is, so drinking more water is definitely the right thing to do. So, any skincare products do you recommend? I'm using one of the products in our store, which is specially for mothers and is relatively gentle. Song Mian instantly turned into a salesperson, took out both wholesale skincare products and introduced them. As soon as it was introduced, it was quickly snatched up. This brand is very familiar to everyone. It is an international brand and the price is very reasonable. Mothers are very keen on these. The most important thing is that Song Mian's skin is so good, which is the best way to advertise. Many customers who didn't buy what they wanted are waiting for the next batch, and the children are having a great time on the slide. Li Jin just arrived here at this time and wandered around for a long time before he found it. He really didn't expect Chang Xiao to suddenly open a store, and in such a far place. Judging from the situation, business is quite prosperous. Brother, what are you doing? I have a lot of questions to ask, but I don't know how to ask them. Let's talk about it when we're done. Chang Xiao looked up and saw that the second batch of goods had arrived. Wang Jing was full of enthusiasm. He opened the container and moved the goods out pile by pile without any fatigue. Seeing Li Jin coming to help, he was stunned for a moment, nodded, and continued moving without asking any more questions. Soon the two of them had emptied the car. Chang Xiao introduced Li Jin to him. The two got to know each other. Then continued to entertain guests at the door. Wang Jing took a thick stack of flyers from the counter and handed it to Li Jin. After a while, a new round of looting began in the store. Everyone was rushing to buy toys, bottles, shoes, and the like. You bought one and I bought one, and they were all sold out in no time. This is especially true for things like clothes. This truckload of goods was almost completely robbed again. Song Mian's hands never stopped working the cashier from beginning to end. Everyone was queuing up, and she was so tired that she was out of breath and her hands were sore. Chang Xiao was in charge of packing. By the time we were almost done, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon and several of us were starving. After settling the bill with the last customer, Chang Xiao ordered food on the app. While waiting for the food, he fed the babies. Chapter 86, Excited Heart, Trembling Hands. Li Jin couldn't hold back his guesses and asked, Brother, what's wrong with you? Chang Xiao used the same excuse he had used to deal with Wang Jing as an excuse. Well, you are really amazing. After such a short time, you actually opened a store directly. That's awesome. Li Jin was simply overwhelmed with admiration. But your scene will be tomorrow, do you still have time to shoot it? The director is very optimistic about Chang Xiaoke and is planning to give him the leading male role after the show is finished. He was so envious when he saw it. He became the leading male role as soon as he entered the industry, but Chang Zhao's acting skills are also impeccable. If you focus on the entertainment industry, you will definitely become famous. Yes, what time tomorrow? Since he had promised to finish the filming, Chang Xiao would naturally not go back on his word. Let's go early tomorrow morning and finish work early. You'll be done in just a few more takes. Li Jin said. The fourth male lead didn't have many scenes.
In addition, Chang Xiao has good acting skills, so he can basically get it right in one take. The second time he shoots, the main character and other supporting roles are not good enough.
For example, the male lead has poor acting skills and is often overshadowed.
His acting skills are not even as good as those of a minor supporting role. If there wasn't a financial backer behind him, the director wouldn't want to use this person. There are still a lot of people bragging about the good acting, but in fact it's rubbish.
After the two finished chatting, the meal arrived. Everyone, it's time to eat. Wang Jing's heart was shaking with excitement.
Brother, this is the first day of our business.
I've never seen such a booming business on the first day. To be honest, Chang Xiao himself didn't expect it.
He just thought it wouldn't be too bad, but he didn't expect it to explode so badly.
This sales volume is definitely booming. However, he was not as excited as Wang Jing.
This was just the beginning, and more exciting things were yet to come. When he has enough funds, he will open a chain and slowly get involved in various fields.
The future will be better and better.
Wang Jing admired Chang Xiao so much and was excited at the same time, as he finally had something promising.
I used to work in internet cafes, but now I can finally make my first pot of gold with my own ability.
The old man in the family will definitely not nag him so often in the future. After finishing her meal, Song Nian suddenly remembered, from now on, you have to take care of the baby while I go to work.
What about the store? I was busy opening the store before and didn't consider this aspect. She didn't expect the business to be so booming.
Chang Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's hire 2 people.
I'll come over to the store and look after it when I have time.
Me too. I don't have much to do besides classes anyway, so I'll come over when I have time.
Now, this is the only way.
At this time, a couple walked in from outside, and the woman was holding a baby who was only a little over 1 month old in her arms.
Still sleeping. Song Nian walked over quickly and smiled politely. Hello, is there anything I can help you with?
I want to buy some clothes and hats for the kids.
Yes, follow me. Song Nian took her to the clothing area and pointed at a few styles and began to introduce them.
The woman felt the quality of the clothes, thought they were good, and picked up a few sets. Then there are baby hats and some other baby supplies. The weather is getting colder now, so we need to dress our children warmly.
Song Nian also introduced several sleeping bags for children to use at night, which are very warm.
Chang Xiao watched from the side and thought, well, my wife has great potential to be a salesperson.
Not bad.
The couple took a bunch of things here and there and then paid the bill.
Have you driven? If not, I'll deliver the goods to your door.
Chang Xiao said with a smile.
The woman nodded. Thank you. We drove here.
Seeing the two of them carrying out the bags in their happy backs, the 2 single guys Wang Jing and Li Jin were so envious.
However, the one who was more envious was Chang Xiao. How can you not be envious of these cute and good-looking babies? Yeah. In the stroller, Sibao made a sound.
Chang Xiao walked over with a smile, scratched Sibao's little nose, and said with a smile, who was I talking about?
It turned out to be our Sibao?
The 4th baby was particularly happy, kicking his legs all the time. The store was bustling with activity today, which gave the babies plenty of fun, especially the eldest and 3rd baby.
There were so many beautiful young ladies around. It's really pleasing to the eyes. The babies have never seen so many people at once since they were born.
From working in the morning to the afternoon, the babies didn't cry at all even though they hadn't had milk for such a long time.
They were so happy. If it were any normal time, I wouldn't do it even if I was hungry.
Sibao buried his head tightly in his father's arms, which made Wang Jing envious.
Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Li Jin said, brother, do you need any help this afternoon? Do you still have work to do? If you do, go ahead. I'm sorry to bother you today. I'll treat you to dinner another day.
Chang Xiao patted his shoulder. If he is not a very familiar person, he may pay him today's wages. After all, he has been busy with you for the whole morning, so he should be rewarded with some money. Li Jin has known him for many years and they have a close relationship, so giving him money directly would seem awkward. I guess Li Jin wouldn't want it either.
It's just a favor for one morning. What's the trouble? Seeing that you are doing better and better every day, I'm happy for you, brother.
As he said this, he looked at the baby in Chang Xiao's arms, smiled, and stretched out his hand. Sibao is so big now. Come, let uncle hold you.
Sibao is the most reluctant to contact unfamiliar people. He doesn't want anyone except his parents. Not to mention accepting, he won't even look at anyone. Burying my head in my father's arms again.
I brought a toy to tempt her, but she was not moved at all.
He looks like he wants I just want my daddy. Li Jin didn't force it. He looked at the other babies, said hello and left. Brother, why does this guy look so familiar to me?
Wang Jing didn't know Li Jin, but he felt that he looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere.
He's an actor. He's appeared on TV before. It's normal that you think he looks familiar to you. Oh, I see. Okay, clean up and let's continue chatting. It's already afternoon and there are quite a few guests.
He distributed a lot of flyers, and with the help of a huge promotional poster at the door, many customers knew about his store. The most impressive ones are naturally the 4 little babies.
Good looking, cute and adorable. Many people come here just for the baby. You guys entertain the guests, I'll take the babies to rest.
Chang Xiao said. Babies usually take a nap in the afternoon, and there is a lounge of about 20 square meters behind the store. There is also a bed, and guardrails are installed all around it to prevent the children from rolling over and falling off. On the other side of the bed, there is a lounge chair and a bathroom next to it. The room was specially soundproofed to avoid disturbing the children's sleep. After coaxing the babies to sleep, Chang Xiao continued to work. Gradually, more and more customers came into the store, and the 3 of them divided the work and started to get busy again.
Chapter 87 The Best Man in History. I was busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Most of the items were sold.
Fortunately, there was still stock in the warehouse, so our preparations were sufficient this time.
Don't be afraid of not having it. I'll order some more when I get home.
In the future, Chang Xiao will have to take care of the baby and Song Nian will have to go to work, so many things will definitely have to be handed over to Wang Jing. This guy is a single guy and knows nothing about maternal and child products. Chang Xiao taught step by step using his own experience, as well as the function of each item, including quality and materials used.
Wang Jing even took notes. Who told him to have a bad memory? Remember to get another batch of goods tomorrow. The store is completely empty. Okay. Wang Jing smiled. That's all for today. We'll open on time tomorrow.
Because it was really late, if we continued driving, we would have to go back home to wash and do things until midnight.
I guess the kids couldn't stand it either. After sleeping for an afternoon, the little ones are now very energetic.
They didn't cry or make a fuss after not having milk for several hours.
Song Nian felt a little distressed when she saw this. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Chang Xiao patted Wang Jing on the shoulder. Wang Jing didn't refuse, okay. After closing the store, I drove back home.
As soon as he got home, Chang Xiao started cooking and Wang Jing helped.
Song Nian changed the babies' diapers and fed them.
After turning on the heating at home, I put Debeo and the others on the carpet one by one, and then brought a basin of water to make it easier to wash their butts. No one knew what the second child had eaten. He had a lot of poop today. She also found that the second child had gained a lot of weight recently and had already caught up with the first child. There are circles of flesh on the calves, like tires, and they are elastic when pressed. He eats so much that sometimes 1 bottle of milk is not enough. She eats much more than her younger sister Sibao. The 4th baby also gained weight, but the amount was just the right amount. As for the second baby, except for his face, there was no place on his body that was not fat.
Bao, you need to control your appetite. After Song Nian washed her clean, she couldn't help but laugh. Yeah.
Bao blinked and looked at his mother, confused, and then smiled. Control your appetite and you're still smiling. After putting the second baby aside, I continued to change for the first baby.
After changing, I took the babies to watch TV while waiting for dinner. In the kitchen.
Brother, today's sales will definitely be off the charts.
We've made a fortune.
Wang Jing was extremely excited when he talked about this.
Calm down, this is just the beginning, can you be a little more ambitious?
Brother, you are still calm enough. Wang Jing smiled and patted his shoulder.
We'll calculate today's turnover after we finish eating. Okay.
Chang Xiao was cooking when he suddenly remembered, oh, by the way, I have something to do tomorrow morning, so I might need you to be busy for a while in the morning.
I'll give you the key to the store later. It's okay, leave it to me. But what's the hurry? Chang Xiao told Wang Jing about what happened on the crew. But I didn't expect that after hearing this. What? You're still filming on the set?
Wang Jing was shocked. I really didn't expect that his brother was so secretive and was actually an actor.
How many secrets has he yet to reveal?
I recently got a role in a play through a friend's introduction to help supplement my family income, Cheng Xiao said.
What a great man in history. He works so hard for his family. Wang Jing was full of admiration.
Soon, the meal was ready.
Wife, it's time to eat. Here I come.
The three of them sat at the dining table, and Cheng Xiao served soup and dishes to Song Niannian, which was very considerate. Wang Jing tried his best not to look at them.
Isn't it too cruel?
After a tiring day, I am forced to eat dog food at night.
Not with this.
After finishing his meal, he took the shop key and ran away quickly, not wanting to be a third wheel.
We'll talk about sales calculation tomorrow.
The couple sat on the sofa, and Cheng Xiao told them that he would be going to the crew tomorrow and might not be back until noon.
Song Niannian had no objection and nodded.
Since she had promised to finish the filming, she had to be responsible to the end. It was a bit awkward to think that she and Wang Jing would be the only ones in the store by then. I always feel something weird when Cheng Xiao is not around. Knowing what he was thinking, Cheng Xiao rubbed her head and said, "It's okay.
He doesn't eat people. What are you afraid of?" "How could I be afraid?"
Song Niannian turned her head to the side with red cheeks.
Cheng Xiao grinned, "So you can't bear to leave your husband?"
"No."
"Then you blush." Song Niannian snorted, stood up and prepared to go to the master bedroom, but was stopped by Cheng Xiao. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore." Cheng Xiao smiled.
This little woman really couldn't stand being teased.
"Let's go give the babies a bath. It's been a few days."
"Good. I'll go get some hot water first."
Cheng Xiao went to the bathroom. "After the hot water is ready, wash them one by one. Start with the eldest baby first, and put the other 3 babies in the crib first."
Debeo didn't know what he was about to face, but when he saw his parents holding him, he was very happy and kept kicking his legs to show his excitement. Plus, I met a lot of beautiful girls today, which made me even happier.
Yeah. Why is Debeo so happy today? Song Niannian raised the corner of her mouth.
Cheng Xiao at the side couldn't help but laugh and said, "It must be because I saw a lot of beautiful young ladies during the day." When Song Niannian heard this, she burst out laughing. Really, if he only knows how to look at beauties at such a young age, what will happen when he grows up?
Will he not flirt with beauties every day? Oh my god, who did I inherit this from?
Cheng Xiao used a thermometer to test the water temperature in the basin, and it was just right. Then he started to take off Debeo's clothes. After taking off his clothes, the heater had just been turned on and it might have been a bit chilly. Debeo then realized something was wrong and frowned.
Look at Dad on the left and Mom on the right. Seeing that everyone was there, I didn't cry.
As soon as I put it in the water, I immediately lost my composure. The smile on his face froze immediately.
She cried out, "Wow. Don't cry, Debeo, I'm washing you. Don't cry."
Cheng Xiao comforted him while washing him, but the child refused and kept twisting and kicking his legs. Without the matching, it is completely worse than the last wash.
"Debeo, Mommy is here. I'll give you some milk after you finish washing, okay?" Song Niannian held Debeo's little hand and comforted him.
She has a gentle voice and it has a very soothing effect on the baby.
Sure enough, Debeo stopped making trouble after a while.
Cheng Xiao handed over a small toy that made a jingling sound when shaken, to attract his attention. With the toy in hand, Debeo quickly became completely obedient and would not move at all no matter what others did to him. After washing and drying him successfully, I wrapped him in a soft bath towel and put him in the crib.
Next is the second baby. The second baby was fine.
He cried for a while when going into the water, but was soon attracted by the toys.
I can't put it down once I hold it in my hand. Chapter 88 being the fourth male.
Especially the ding 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 sound, which attracted her the most. She stared at it and smiled from time to time.
He kept holding on to it until he finished washing.
Cheng Xiao smiled and prepared to take the toy from her hand. "Okay, now that you've finished your bath, it's time to go to bed."
"You can't play anymore."
The little guy just refused to do it and kept holding on tightly, whining.
An attitude of "I won't let go, I want to play."
With his pouting lips, his adorable look is enough to melt your heart. However, the weather is very cold now, so you can't take a shower for too long, otherwise you will easily catch a cold.
We can't let her do whatever she wants with this kind of thing. Bao, can you give this to daddy?
Chang Xiao said with a smile.
Bao held it tightly and refused to give it to her. Song Nianmian snatched it away and said seriously, Bao, let's go back to the room and put on clothes before playing, okay?
Seeing his mother's expression, Bao curled his lips and looked like he was about to cry, feeling very aggrieved. At this moment, Song Nianmian was very cruel and didn't let her do what she wanted.
Last time, Sibao had diarrhea because he caught a cold, and she couldn't bear to see Bao suffer the same fate.
I wiped the water off her body, wrapped her in a bath towel, put her directly in the crib, and changed her into a clean diaper. Next was the third child's wash.
This one was much easier.
He just soaked in the water and would play with toys if given them, and forget about it if not given.
He kept looking at his parents, and didn't cry or make a fuss. He was very obedient. Sanbao is still the easiest. Song Nianmian didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Sanbao, on the contrary, is like an older brother and is very sensible. He didn't make a sound when I took the preventive medicine.
The other three howled. After washing, Sanbao even smiled at Cheng Xiao. The little one looks adorable. When it was Sibao's turn, the little guy looked around and looked quite energetic.
He was smiling when taking off his clothes, but once he was put into the water, his expression changed in a second.
She cried out, wow.
All kinds of coaxing and tempting with toys have no effect at all.
What Sibao has always been most resistant to is going into the water. Typically, as long as you don't get me into trouble, everything is fine.
By the time I took a shower, I was already out of breath from crying and my face was red. My brother doesn't even cry when taking a bath, but you are crying too.
Aren't you ashamed?
Chang Xiao said helplessly. He moved his hands faster and soon finished washing. He wrapped the clothes in a bath towel, went to the children's room, put them on the bed, and then brought the babies over. He took out the clothes he had prepared long ago and changed into them one by one. The little guys immediately became quiet and then wrapped themselves in sleeping bags.
Chang Xiao coaxed them to sleep.
By the time I coaxed him to sleep, it was already midnight, past 12 o'clock.
After yawning, the couple was also very sleepy.
Chang Xiao resisted the urge to sleep, turned on his phone, and prepared to order another batch of goods.
He plans to wholesale some new things.
A customer raised some suggestions today. Since he is selling maternal and infant products, his products should be more comprehensive.
Honey, please wholesale some of those baby bottles. They're almost sold out. Song Nianmian said from the side.
Chang Xiao selected and selected again, and ordered another batch of goods. This time there was more than last time, for fear that it would not be enough. The business has just opened and the advertisement has been put out, so there will definitely be a lot of customers in the future.
It's almost ready.
If this batch of goods is not enough, place another order depending on the situation. After placing the orders, he spent some time counting the next day's sales.
When he saw the balance displayed on the computer, he thought he was dazzled. 200,000 in total. That's not bad, including the ones in the cash register. He knew it wouldn't be less, but he didn't expect it to be so much.
I couldn't help feeling a little happy, but after calming down, I thought that this was just the beginning, and I would open a few more chain stores in the future, and then some other stores, such as dessert shops, clothing stores, etc.
These areas can all be involved. His goal is not just to sell maternal and child products, there are many more. However, one cannot become a big fat man in one bite. We have to develop step by step and stabilize the current situation first. Honey, aren't you sleeping yet?
Song Nianmian, who was standing by, felt the light of her cell phone and looked up to ask.
Cheng Xiao smiled and said, I'll go to sleep now.
I'll tell her the good news tomorrow.
If I tell her now, this woman will probably be so excited that she won't be able to sleep all night. One night passed, and the next day came. Chang Xiao set off early and went to another filming location according to the address given by Li Jinfa. In a building. The drama he is currently filming is a modern drama with a lot of intrigue and melodramatic plots. Anyway, from Chang Xiao's perspective, it's quite vicious. The last modification was only a part of it.
A lot of the scenes have already been filmed, so there is no need to make major changes to the script.
Before leaving, the babies were still asleep. He kissed each of their little faces and then left reluctantly.
This time I'm gone for most of the day, and now it feels like a long time since I last saw my baby.
Basically inseparable. After arriving at the crew, he put on makeup and then it was his turn. Today I will be in the same frame with the male and female protagonists, and it will be a rival scene. It completely overshadowed the two people on the opposite side. Chang Xiao almost killed the two protagonists instantly with just one look. There is drama in his eyes. The director was mesmerized by the performance and felt extremely excited. Card. The last one who called out Ka had a trembling voice. It's really great. There was also a burst of admiration all around. See? This is a natural actor. Chang Xiao was still thinking about the things in the store. It's almost noon. The next scene was still his, so he took advantage of the break to call Song Nian. At this time, everyone should have gone home to eat, so it's not so busy. After the call was connected, I quickly asked, "Wife, how are you doing over there?" "It's fine. I was a bit busy in the morning, but it's fine now." "That's great. I'll be there right after I finish the last scene." "Okay, be safe on the road." After hanging up the phone, Li Jin came over, his face full of gossip. "Talking to your wife again?" "Brother, it's only been a day." "Oh no, half a day. You, a single guy, don't understand this kind of fun." Chang Xiao smiled. "Li Jin, TSK. Who said I don't understand?" Soon, after the last scene ended, the director stopped what he was doing and walked towards Chang Xiao. He smiled and said, "Xiao Chang, there is something I want to tell you. I wonder if you are interested." Looking back at Chang Xiao's two filmings, his acting skills are really impeccable. It's such a waste of talent to just be the fourth male lead. So, director, you speak. Chang Xiao smiled politely. A well-known director's senior wants to invite you to play the leading role in his new movie after watching your play. I wonder if you are interested. The director asked tentatively. Li Jin said that Chang Xiao is more casual about acting. But he felt it was a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Once it's on the big screen, it's a guaranteed box office hit. Director, isn't it unreasonable to let him, who has no works and no acting training, play the leading male role? Chapter 89, My Auntie's Heart. A sharp voice came from not far away, and the male lead of the show came over aggressively and questioned the director directly. The director's eyes were filled with impatience. If he didn't have a financial backer behind him, he would never let someone with such lousy acting skills be the leading male role. Two ruined the show. He basically placed all his hopes for this drama on Chang Xiao. Even though he is only the fourth male lead, there are often some dramas where the main character is not popular but the supporting characters become popular instead. It's rare to find someone as good-looking as Chang Xiao who has such good acting skills. I don't care whether it's reasonable or not. It was another director who asked for it. Go find whoever asked for it. These words successfully silenced the guy and made him unable to say a word. His face was ashen. No one paid any attention to him anymore. Xiao Chang, why don't you think about it before giving me an answer? Facing Chang Xiao, the director immediately became polite. Chang Xiao nodded, don't think about it, I have no problem. When? Because he thought of a huge business opportunity. The time has not been determined yet. Let's finish filming this movie first, and then we can discuss it carefully, said the director. Okay. Today's scenes are over and Chang Xiao can't wait to go back. He said hello to Li Jin and left quickly. I received a transfer message while on the road. 50,000 yuan. In the store, Song Nian and Wang Jing were busy all the time, one packing and cashing, and the other introducing the products. Packing and checkout were too tiring, so Wang Jing took over. Song Nian naturally introduced the products and played the role of an excellent salesperson to the fullest. The two of them divided the work, and although it was busy, it was well organized. After Chang Xiao came over, the two of them instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Brother, you are finally here. If you hadn't come earlier, Teacher Song and I would have been exhausted to death. Wang Jing was sweating profusely. For the sake of his image, he couldn't take off his suit. It was so hot that his clothes were soaked. Song Nian wasn't much better, her hair was covered in sweat. Chang Xiao took over the work from Song Nian, and she hurried to see the children. I slept for a while. Calculating the time, I should be awake by now. Sure enough, everyone was watching with their eyes open, and only Sibo was still flipping through the pages. Turn over and over again. When I put them in the stroller, they were still unhappy. But when I pushed them out and saw so many people, they immediately fell silent. When the guests saw the four babies, their eyes were filled with stars. These babies are so cute. Actually, I came here just for them. I was a little disappointed when I didn't see them when I first came in.
I thought it was a gimmick, but I didn't expect it to be real quadruplets.
This old man's aunt's heart. No. I want to get married, and I want to have kids too.
Many of them are little girls who come to see the babies. They can't help but buy a bunch of things to take back. If they don't have children, they can give them to their relatives and friends' children if they don't have the necessary things.
Everyone returned with a full load. Seeing the babies is also satisfied.
It would be fine if they were ordinary babies, but the problem is that these 4 babies are really good looking.
Who doesn't like good looking ones? Humans are visual animals.
The 3 of them were so busy that they finally had time to relax at 4 o'clock. Wang Jing brought over another truckload of goods. Then tear open the packaging bags, hang some of them up and put some on the shelves. These were all done by Wang Jing.
This guy is really trying too hard.
Chang Xiao was particularly impressed, his enthusiasm surpassing that of playing games.
It's been a tiring 2 days, it's time to give them some good news.
Brother, today's business is better than yesterday's opening day.
Wang Jing was extremely excited when he said this. Make a fortune, make a fortune.
Thank you for your hard work.
Chang Xiao patted his shoulder.
Wang Jing wiped his sweat and said, for the sake of making money, what's the point of such hard work?
If you want to talk about hard work, Teacher Song is also suffering. His voice is almost hoarse. He's always talking to people, it would be strange if he wasn't mute. It's so hard to make some money. Oh, by the way, brother, how much was the turnover yesterday? Have you calculated it?
Wang Jing just remembered this.
I was bullied by these 2 people yesterday and left in a hurry without asking about the turnover. Now that I'm not busy, I'll see how much is. I've calculated it. Chang Xiao smiled. Wang Jing looked at him nervously. How much?
200,000, not counting the cash received, it's about 200,000.
Oh shit. 200,000.
Wang Jing was shocked. I knew a lot and thought it was just tens of thousands of dollars, but I didn't expect it to soar to 200,000.
So awesome and amazing. Get rich, get rich. Why are you so excited? Can you not be so useless?
Seeing his exaggerated expression, Chang Xiao was speechless.
From now on, there will be many more opportunities to make money. 200,000 is nothing. Brother, I really admire you.
Wang Jing patted his shoulder. Chang Xiao looked at the babies at the back and smiled. After all, the babies deserve the most credit.
If it weren't for them, would we be able to attract so many customers? Song Mianmian was not expecting yesterday's sales volume. She felt that it was all too unreal.
A month ago, she was still worried about paying the rent and owed a lot of money, but now she earned this money in the blink of an eye.
I took Sibao out of the stroller and pinched her little face. Sibao, why are you chewing your hands again?
I took her hand away, but she was still not happy and continued to bite.
He doesn't even want a pacifier and just throws it away.
It's been more than 3 months, and I've become more capable.
Sibao, you are not obedient, so you are not allowed to play with toys anymore.
Chang Xiao came over and picked up the pacifier on the ground. Then, at the cashier counter, he took out a toy that he had prepared long ago and waved it in front of her. There was music coming from inside. Children's songs were playing and colorful lights were flashing. It immediately attracted Sibao's attention. Sibao stared at it straight, then stretched out his other hand, trying to grab it.
Chang Xiao deliberately took it away to prevent her from grabbing it. If you suck your fingers, I won't give you this. He. Sibao curled his lips and tried to gain sympathy by crying, thinking that this would make his parents feel distressed. Chang Xiao won't buy it now.
The child is so young and knows how to use this method to make his parents soft-hearted.
What will happen in the future?
After humming for a while, he stopped humming when he saw that Chang Xiao and Song Mianmian didn't react. He stretched out his hand to grab them and stopped biting his hand. Chang Xiao then gave it to her.
Song Mianmian couldn't help but burst out laughing. This little bastard.
After giving it to her, she was so happy and excited that her calves kicked up and down.
If Song Mianmian hadn't held her firmly, she would have kicked herself to the ground. Chang Xiao remembered something. Wife, after I finish filming this drama, there may be another movie to shoot. I will hire 2 people to help in the next 2 days. Song Mianmian was stunned for a moment, then said, Do you really want to develop in the entertainment industry?
Not really, everything is for the babies and our future.
Chapter 90. Are you impressed by your husband's handsomeness? Business opportunity, don't waste it.
The acting skills rewarded by the system are particularly exciting when acting.
If the movie you make becomes popular, you will become famous. Wouldn't it be nice to do a live broadcast at that time? Put 4 babies in front, and that's the ratings. If you can also sell some children's clothing or something, that's definitely possible.
The couple was still talking, and Wang Jing was yelling beside them. He heard clearly what the two of them said just now.
You were filming a TV series before, and now you're making a movie? Are all the resources in the entertainment industry so good? Brother, are you going to make a movie again? Chang Xiao nodded. Well, what's wrong? What else? That's a movie, and you're the leading actor. Why didn't I know you could act before?
You're such a hidden talent.
There's so much you don't know.
As the three of them were chatting, Chang Xiao came up with another good idea. I think we should put an oven in the room, and some ingredients, and make some snacks from time to time and give them to customers as small gifts, so that we can keep them coming back in the future.
This is what he thought of before going to bed last night. How could he not put this skill to use?
When Song Mian heard this, her eyes lit up.
Yes, this kind of thing would be the most suitable small gift. Don't children love to eat? Much better than those things with additives. This method is good, but, brother, are you sure you can really make desserts? Wang Jing couldn't believe it. After 4 years in college, how come he didn't know that Chang Xiao could make this?
The cooking is delicious and reasonable, but the pastries and desserts are exaggerated. Confused, he found that he didn't understand Chang Xiao at all.
Yes, I learned it from someone before. Maybe I have a talent for it. I will be able to do it after a few days of study. This reason was fine and Wang Jing did not question it. Maybe he really is talented?
Based on what Chang Xiao is doing now, he has reason to believe him 100%.
Then I'll call someone to fix it when I get back. Wang Jing Dao. After the agreement was made, another customer came into the store. Start a new round of busy work. The batch of goods that just arrived has been almost sold out. What speed! The owner of the maternity and baby store not far away was so envious and jealous. They are both mother and baby stores, why is their business so good? Isn't it just quadruplets? What is so great about that? The sales volume of the past 2 days was completely affected. During the day, almost no one was willing to come in and they all ran over there. The more I watch, the angrier I get, but there's nothing I can do. I just watched helplessly as customers walked across the street one by one. Chang Xiao and the other two were busy until 10 o'clock in the evening before they stopped. Longer than yesterday. On Sunday, there are more people, which is normal. Tomorrow should be better. After the three of them brought the babies home, the first thing they did was to count today's sales. Chang Xiao calculated that the two paid softwares together amounted to 287,000 yuan, and the cash collected was 30,000 yuan, a total of more than 310,000 yuan. The cash I had yesterday was about 20,000 or 30,000. Wang Jing's face flushed with excitement. It's sent. In 2 days, I made more than 500,000. Still pure profit. Who would believe this if I told them? It's okay, I'll go cook first, I'm starving. Chang Xiao went to the kitchen. Soon a table of delicious food was ready. Smelling the fragrance, Song Mian felt that all the fatigue of the day disappeared. Many of them were her favorite dishes. Brother, from now on, I will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Wang Jing patted his chest. Eat your meal. There's so much food but it can't stop you from eating. Chang Xiao was a little speechless. After the meal, Wang Jing didn't bother anyone anymore and prepared to leave. He has classes tomorrow, so he has to go back to school now. I'll come over after class tomorrow. Song Mian has classes tomorrow morning, but not in the afternoon. Wife, you should go to bed early at night and take a shower. Good. Song Mian had just gone to the bathroom when Debeo, who was lying in the crib, suddenly started humming. What's wrong, Debeo? The other three were still asleep, only Debeo had his eyes open. Yeah. When he saw his father appear, he let out a cry and stopped humming. Did you pee? Chang Xiao touched his diaper, which was warm and bulging, indicating that he had indeed peed. After opening it, it was still smoking, and it was obvious that it was just urinated on. I couldn't help but laugh and scratched his little nose. You really peed? Yeah. Debeo was so happy that he kept kicking his legs and making loud noises. I'm so happy. I don't know what happy thing happened to this little guy. After quickly changing it for him, he let out another comfortable sound. Carry all four into the room and put them on the bed. Erbao and the others slept soundly, and I quietly put on their sleeping bags without them waking up. After a while, Song Mian finished her shower, opened the door, and saw Chang Xiao coaxing the child. The profile of the face is handsome and gentle. Looking at it again, my heart still can't help but pounding. My face turned red without me noticing. This man is really handsome. No wonder there are so many suitors in school. Who wouldn't like such an outstanding and handsome man? Wife, you are staring at me like that. Are you impressed by your husband's handsomeness? Chang Xiao turned around and looked at her with a smile. Song Mian's face turned red all of a sudden. This was unacceptable. Plop. Plop. She felt her heart beating faster and faster, completely out of control. He lowered his head, no longer daring to look Chang Xiao in the eye. After a while, he said, "Go take a shower." Okay. As you command. While he was taking a shower, Song Mian took a deep breath, and soon the redness on her face faded away. To avoid embarrassment, she quickly laid down in the quilt and closed her eyes. I was lying there, probably because I was too tired, and I fell asleep without realizing it. When Chang Xiao came back from taking a shower, he saw such a quiet scene. The next day, Chang Xiao got up early to make breakfast, and Song Mian went to school after eating. Since everyone had to go to class, it was his turn to open the door. On Monday, there weren't as many people as on the weekend, but there were still quite a few. Chang Xiao was so busy that he was dizzy and couldn't keep his feet on the ground. And have to take care of the children. Fortunately, the baby carriage rewarded by the system is quite good. It can not only coax babies, but also prevent human traffickers. Although I feel quite confident about the products produced by the system, I still can't help but look at the place where the baby carriage is placed subconsciously. He had to do the cashiering and asked for various introductions. Many of the people who came today were pregnant women, who came to buy newborn clothes, feeding bottles, gloves, and the like. But Chang Xiao was very busy. Next time I will wholesale some sets so that I can have all the newborn supplies and have less worries. Boss, why are you alone looking after the store and taking care of the kids today? Where's the boss lady? At this time, a customer came over and asked. She went to work. Chang Xiao smiled. Work? Your store must have quite a lot of turnover every day. What kind of job is it? Is the salary very high? The customer asked curiously. Chapter 91, Losing One's Aspirations Through Playthings. She is a university teacher. Chang Xiao said. University teacher? I don't think she is that old. Is she a university teacher? The customer looked surprised. The proprietress looks to be in her early 20s. It's not easy to be such a young university teacher. Speaking of this, Chang Xiao still felt a little proud in his heart. He didn't say anything, but smiled and nodded. Wow, this is amazing. Another customer said at this time. A face full of envy. Not only is she amazing, she also gave birth to some cute babies. She's a god. Yes, they are all so good looking. So soft and cute, I love it. These people all came to buy things on the opening day, so they were naturally impressed by the babies in Song Mian. Especially the babies, they would smile when they saw them. It's so cute. Several customers were chatting with each other. Chang Xiao responded to them while busy with the work at hand. Gradually, a few people realized the situation. After buying things, they took one last look at the babies, said goodbye, and left. Business in the store was okay this morning. Although it was busy, Chang Xiao could barely handle it by himself. If the situation was like yesterday, it wouldn't be possible. There are a bunch of customers waiting, but he is the only one at the cashier, so the customers are bound to become impatient. It's like waiting in a long line at the checkout in a supermarket. It's not so bad now, the afternoon and evening are the busiest times. All three of them were a little overwhelmed. Chang Xiao has secretly decided to hire 2 people over in the next 2 days. We can't go on like this. He was busy until noon before he gradually relaxed. He ordered a plate of fried rice to eat first. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Mian hurried back from school. There weren't many people around at the moment. Chang Xiao was collecting money. He glanced at Song Mianmian and asked in confusion, "Wife, why are you an hour late today? After finishing the morning classes, I should have been back at noon. Teacher Lin and I switched classes, so I got an extra class." After saying that, Song Mianmian turned around and looked at the babies not far away. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. The babies were so happy to see their mother come back that they kicked their legs and looked very happy. "Yeah!" Sibao cried out. He hadn't seen him for a long time, so he couldn't help but get excited. Song Mianmian smiled and picked her up from the stroller, then gave her a kiss on the little face. "Sibao is so good." "Yeah." Knowing that his mother was praising him, Sibao grabbed her collar tightly and then buried his face in her arms. "So cute." Song Mianmian felt so warm in her heart. When Sibao grows up, he will definitely be a cute little cotton padded jacket. "Brother! Am I not late?" After a while, a voice was heard outside and Wang Jing ran in hurriedly. He took a taxi here right after finishing his class. Chang Xiao said calmly, "I have already done everything I needed to do in the morning. If you come late, how can I still tear you apart?" He, I want to come too. I have to go to class." Wang Jing scratched his head. As he was speaking, a customer walked in. Chang Xiao said, "Hurry up and load some goods over here, we are running out of stock." "Okay." When Wang Jing heard this, he took the keys and drove away quickly. There were not many goods left in the warehouse, and what Wang Jing brought was the last batch. At the same time, he also brought a thick stack of flyers to distribute, fearing that they would not be enough. The store is currently in the promotion period, so flyers are essential. After laying out and hanging up everything, Wang Jing said, "Brother, the warehouse is basically empty. When will the next batch of goods arrive?" It was unbelievable. The day before yesterday, he saw the piles of goods and thought they could be sold for a long time, but on the third day, they were gone. "Chang Xiao, it will probably arrive tomorrow." This time he deliberately ordered a little more, so there shouldn't be any shortage of goods. "I'll order some sets when I get home in the evening. It is quite convenient for expectant mothers to have everything they need. There is no need to pick and choose." Gradually, more and more customers came, and Song Mianmian continued to work as a salesperson. The babies were in their sleep period at this time, so she took them to the room at the back of the store to sleep. Wang Jing remembered something at this time. "By the way, brother, I've already contacted someone to deliver the baking tools and other things you asked me to get tomorrow." "Okay, I understand." After saying that, Wang Jing hurried outside to distribute flyers. "Moms and parents passing by, please take a look. Our store has just opened and there are discounts. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it, you're welcome to take a look. Don't miss it if you pass by." I don't know where this guy got this slogan from. After hearing this, Chang Xiao gave a thumbs up. Wang Jing was indeed good at talking. If you use this skill in finding a girlfriend, you will succeed in minutes. My beautiful youth was wasted on playing games. Playthings will ruin one's ambition. Hubby, come here. Song Mianmian, who was introducing products to customers on the other side, shouted. "What's wrong?" Chang Xiao hurried over to take a look. I saw a foreign couple standing opposite her. Judging from their appearance, they should be Malaysian. He was gesturing something to her. Song Mianmian was confused. She didn't understand a word and she opened her eyes without knowing what to say. Now I really regret not learning more languages, which has led to such an embarrassing situation. So embarrassing. I can only turn to Chang Xiao for help, subconsciously, because I feel safe with him. Then she realized that if she, a teacher, didn't understand, how could the students understand? Chang Xiao came over, rubbed her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Two customers want to buy something, but I don't understand their language, So embarrassing. It's okay, I'll do it, you go to the cashier." "Are you really okay?" Song Mianmian looked at Chang Xiao suspiciously, trying not to scare away the guests. Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have specially learned this language. You must trust your husband." "Oh well." The foreign couple was still holding their child, who was babbling in his arms. He looked about the same age as Debeo and the others. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Chang Xiao said in fluent Malaysian. The couple opposite were obviously shocked and looked at each other. "Sir, can you speak our country's language?" The woman said in disbelief. He spoke the language fluently, even better than some of their Malaysian compatriots. "That is so awesome. Have you ever lived in our country?" Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to speak so well. No, I have studied it specially before. Maybe I have a talent for languages.
Chang Xiao smiled faintly. The couple was shocked again and again. This talent was too incredible. Even the best learners of their country's language will have an accent, but Chang Xiao has no accent at all, as if he is a real native Malaysian.
Chapter 92. Your baby is so cute. It's hard not to be surprised, it's simply amazing. Is that beautiful lady your wife? The woman asked with a smile.
Yes. When the beautiful lady said this, Chang Xiao's mouth curled up.
That's not the case. To foreigners, Song Niannian is still incredibly beautiful. Many foreigners are more direct and don't beat around the bush.
If it looks good, it looks good. If it looks bad, it looks bad.
Is this your child? A little boy?
Chang Xiao once again turned his gaze to the baby in the woman's arms.
It looks like only a few months. The couple nodded, yes. Your baby is so cute. Thanks.
The woman was very happy to see Chang Xiao praising her son.
Back to the point, Chang Xiao asked with a smile, are you here today to buy something for the baby?
The weather is getting cold, let's come over and buy 2 sets of clothes for the babies.
Please follow me, both of you.
Watching Chang Xiao talking to others in fluent Malaysian without any obstacles, Song Niannian's eyes widened in shock, almost thinking she was hallucinating.
Where did Chang Xiao learn Malaysian? How come she doesn't know? This is a sleeping bag. It's to prevent children from kicking off the quilt at night.
In autumn, children have weak resistance and are most likely to be infected. Chang Xiao was introducing a sleeping bag to the couple.
This one is also good, my baby is using it too.
My wife and I carefully selected all the products, so you can rest assured. Apart from anything else, just because of Chang Xiao's ability to speak Malaysian, the couple had a good impression of him as a boss and admired him a lot. Take one of everything Chang Xiao introduces. Indeed, the quality is very good when held in the hand, which shows that he and his wife really carefully selected the product.
Do you have a baby at home?
The woman asked with a smile, holding several pieces of clothes in her hands.
Chang Xiao smiled back, yes.
I never thought you would get married and have children at such a young age. The man next to her looked at the woman and said with a smile, weren't we very young when we got together?
Yeah, I thought that would be early enough, but now it seems that it's almost the same.
The three of them chatted and laughed, and finally, the couple bought a bunch of things.
When paying the bill, Chang Xiao asked, Sir, madam, did you drive here? Do you want me to drive you? Ah, no thanks, we drove here.
The woman shook her head. Just as he finished speaking, a faint baby cry came from the back room.
I'm afraid Debeo and the others have woken up. Song Niannian put down what she was doing, took the babies out one by one and put them in the strollers.
When they woke up and didn't see their parents, they cried so hard that their eyes are still red.
It's strange. Why did I wake up so early today? I only slept for half an hour. Song Niannian was puzzled.
Wow, are these quadruplets?
Are they all your babies? It's so cute.
Before the Malaysian couple could even leave, they saw 4 babies being pushed out, with surprise on their faces. At first they thought there was only 1 child, but they didn't expect 4 to appear all of a sudden.
She is so fertile.
Yes, quadruplets. Chang Xiao said with a smile.
The woman couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You are really amazing, 4 of you, how did you give birth to this?
As she spoke, she looked at Song Niannian at the cashier counter. After giving birth to so many children, the mother of the children still has such a good figure.
How did she maintain it? Song Niannian only saw her chattering a lot and she couldn't understand a word she said.
Judging from the situation, he definitely can't leave her and the babies.
After chatting for a while, the couple left. Song Niannian looked at Chang Xiao and asked curiously, when did you learn the Malaysian language?
Well, I learned it for a while before, and I still remember a little bit of it now. It came in handy today.
Chang Xiao said. Song Niannian expressed doubt, is this really the case?
Real. Song Niannian wanted to ask something else, but at this moment, a few customers came to pay their bills, and she quickly forgot about the matter. We were busy until about 5 in the afternoon, when the number of customers gradually decreased.
Song Niannian went to the cubicle to feed her baby and asked Wang Jing to come over to collect the money first.
I put the babies on the bed, smelled the strange smell, and opened the diapers of the eldest and 4th babies. There was a lot of yellow stuff on my butt, giving off a strange smell.
That's it. I'm pooping again. Debao, Sibao, you guys have pooped again, it stinks so bad. Song Mian deliberately fanned her nose with her hands, looking as if she was smelling something. It made the two babies giggle. I brought a basin of hot water and used it to wash the two people's butts. Song Mian gently patted Debao's butt, and after making sure it was dry, she applied a layer of talcum powder and then changed his diaper. Sibao kicked his calf so vigorously that he made a grunting sound from his mouth. Sibao, don't move. Mommy will change your diaper. Song Mian tried to hold the little guy's feet, but she didn't expect him to be refused and kept struggling. Anyway, if she wasn't allowed to kick, she would pout and look aggrieved as if she was about to cry. This has become her strongest killer weapon. As for the four treasures before, she would feel sorry for them and indulge them, but now she has to discipline them harshly, otherwise they will definitely become lawless in the future. I held her legs forcefully, lifted her body slightly, and put the diaper underneath her. It was changed in a flash. Yeah. Erbao, who was standing by, looked over and smiled. After the first and fourth babies are replaced, it is the turn of the second and third babies. These two little guys didn't poop, so it's easier to clean up. Just wipe their butts with wet wipes. After changing them, put them in the stroller and push them outside. There aren't many customers in the store now, it's not peak time yet. It will be busy again around 7 o'clock. Wife, are you hungry? I'll go buy some food nearby to fill your stomach. He asked when he saw Song Mian coming out of the room. Good. I was busy all afternoon and didn't even realize how hungry I was. Now that I have some free time, my stomach starts to growl. Chang Xiao went out and soon came back with a bunch of things. They're all food. I have to say, there are so many different kinds of food on this street. Smelling the fragrance, Song Mian felt even hungrier. Wang Jing also rushed in. Brother, what did you buy? It smells so good. Eat something first to fill your stomach, and then cook when you get home in the evening. After eating, a new round of work began. Today's flyers have been distributed. Wang Jing came over to help pack them, while Chang Xiao was at the cashier. Song Mian was also very busy, running around here and there. Some consumers are very persistent and take a long time to deal with. By 9:30 in the evening, we had finally served the last customer. Prepare to close. Call. Wang Jing let out a breath, sweating profusely. Chapter 93. I will never regret it in this life. This packing job is not something that ordinary people can do. It is simply too tiring. Just a pair of hands were numbly packing, and packing. Are you tired? It's not too late to regret now. Chang Xiao joked. Wang Jing immediately said, repent? It's impossible to regret it. I will never regret it in this life. I said I want to follow you to make a lot of money, so I have to follow you. I wiped the sweat off my head. What if I was tired? It was worth it. If you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. This saying is not said in vain. Chang Xiao hit his shoulder hard. He was hit so hard that he staggered. On the way home, he leaned on the back seat with a listless look on his face, closing his eyes to rest. After arriving home, Chang Xiao prepared to cook. It was getting late, Wang Jing said, I won't eat anymore. I'll go back first and come back tomorrow morning. That's fine. Be careful on the road. Chang Xiao nodded, went to the kitchen, and made 2 bowls of noodles. It's too late, just eat something. Song Mian was obviously hungry. She had been busy with the opening of the business these 2 days and neglected the fact that she was still breastfeeding. Easiest to get hungry. 1 bowl is not enough. When he went to bed at night, he remembered something and asked, did Mom go back home for something that day? In a hurry. Mom said something happened to her friend, so she went back to the countryside and will come back in a few days. Song Mian thought for a moment and said. She even went back to her old neighborhood today to take a look and make sure her mother was not there before calling to confirm. Before leaving 2 days ago, he said he had something to do, but he didn't say what it was specifically, and she only found out today. When Mom comes, I will feel much more relaxed. At least the babies were being watched. My husband won't be too tired. Okay. It's okay, no rush. Chang Xiao touched her head. Wife, do you want to wholesale some of the kits we bought for the baby last time? Huh? Song Mian was a little confused. Look, many of our consumers are pregnant women, so it's inevitable that they'll be confused about the product choices. What if we buy a whole set?
For example, bottles, nipples, breast pumps, as well as children's clothes and hats are all packed in a set.
Expectant mothers don't have to face so many choices. Isn't it good to have everything you need?
After listening to this, Song Nian felt that this was indeed very reasonable. She had never thought of it before, she just kept introducing it to the mothers and didn't think of this.
Indeed, if you buy this set, you don't have to make a choice.
It turns out that she really has no business sense.
Sure, I have no objection, Song Nian said.
Chang Xiao searched for a bunch of sets on the mobile wholesale app.
Finally, I locked onto the sets that the babies had bought before and another affordable set.
People are more accepting of affordable ones. As for expensive ones,
you can only buy them for your children if you have a little money at home. If not, just use ordinary ones.
Then I wholesaled some small down jackets and cotton clothes to stockpile.
Winter is coming soon, so I still have to prepare. Honey, look at that. It's a one-piece baby jacket. It looks quite warm. Should we buy a few for the babies?
Just as Chang Xiao was about to turn off his phone, Song Nian said something. After seeing this, Chang Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, let's wholesale some and put them in the warehouse first. We can put them up for sale when winter comes."
This continued until midnight, and Song Nian was extremely sleepy.
I yawned several times in a row.
Wife, go to sleep. You have classes tomorrow. Don't force yourself.
Then I'll go to bed first. Just as he finished speaking, 2 minutes passed, and soon the sound of Song Nian's steady breathing was heard. I was just about to close my eyes and go to sleep when some little guy started humming again.
I resisted the urge to sleep and got up to take a look.
Wow, Sibo had actually kicked open the zipper of his sleeping bag, exposing his 2 calves, which were kicking and kicking. He was humming something in his mouth. I was even more excited when I saw my dad show up.
Use both hands and feet. Sibao, you are so strong. Let's see which in-law will want you in the future.
Chang Xiao went over and pinched her little face, saying with a smile.
Yeah.
Sibao smiled, and Chang Xiao lovingly put her legs back into the sleeping bag. But before she put them back in, Sibao kicked her in the face without paying attention. He gasped in pain. This child is so strong that he can catch up with the 2 little boys Dabeo and Sanbao.
After kicking his dad, Sibao became even more excited and was extremely happy.
Chang Xiao directly secured her in the sleeping bag without giving her any chance to react.
When I came to my senses, the little body was already in the sleeping bag. He. 1,000 expressions of displeasure were reflected on her face. I guess I will burst into tears the next moment. Can't move anymore? This trick of yours doesn't work on me. Go to sleep quickly.
Look, your brothers and sisters are all asleep, but you, a little night owl, are still making noises.
Dabeo and the others lay there quietly and slept soundly.
Seeing that Sibo was reluctant to fall asleep, I could only pick her up and walk around in circles to coax her.
Sure enough, this method is very effective.
I fell asleep after walking 3 rounds.
Gently putting him on the bed, Chang Xiao yawned. I'm so sleepy that I can't even open my eyelids.
Activate the sleep-stealing skill and fall asleep quickly. The next morning, the couple had breakfast and went to the store together.
Song Nian has no classes this morning, only in the afternoon.
Wang Jing also arrived early in the morning. He did not return to school but stayed in a hotel for one night. Like Song Nian, he had no classes in the morning.
Brother, the baking tools will be delivered soon, Wang Jing said. Chang Xiao nodded.
When these tools arrive, they have to be stored in the back room, otherwise there is no other space.
It's almost 8 o'clock, get ready for business.
Chang Xiao looked at Wang Jing and said, the batch of goods I ordered will arrive soon. Let's go together later and load another batch of goods here. The store doesn't have enough to sell.
He still has to sign. Okay, no problem.
The baking tools that Wang Jing asked for were delivered on time, and the staff took the initiative to install them before leaving.
Hey, it's not bad. I thought it would take up a lot of space.
Looking at the installed tools, Wang Jing smiled.
The pattern looks pretty big. Chang Xiao nodded.
This is just the right size and doesn't make the room seem too crowded.
I looked at the time and it was already 8 o'clock. Let's go out, it's open for business. Good. Song Nian was already standing inside the cashier counter, with the children's stroller placed behind her.
Several babies looked around curiously.
Customers came in one by one. It had just opened and it was morning, so there weren't many people.
Wang Jing went out with the flyers and shouted outside.
This stuff has to be distributed for at least a week.
Chang Xiao also went out to distribute them first and would help when there were more people in the store.
Chapter 94. We are here to see the baby. I'll find time to pick up the goods later.
Make some small desserts or something at noon, and give some away to customers when they come to buy things. When doing business, you must know how to do things, so that you can retain many repeat customers.
2 people were handing out flyers outside, and they were quite efficient.
Chang Xiao had a handsome face and was good at talking, so people passing by couldn't help but come into the store after taking one look at him.
This guy is so handsome. A girl passing by held her face in her hands. Don't look at him.
He is married and has a wife and children, said the girl in black next to her.
How do you know that?
I went into this store yesterday and there were several children there.
They were so cute. At this point, the girl in black smiled like an auntie.
The 4 babies are all very good looking, especially the younger girl. She is so young, but her appearance is simply stunning, with big, twinkling eyes.
And smile at people. Seeing this smile, I would feel embarrassed to go in and not buy anything. Is this true? The girl asked.
She couldn't believe that such a young and handsome man would get married and have children so early.
What a pity.
As for whether or not to have children, she is not interested.
Oh, I finally met a handsome guy, and we're getting married. Uncomfortable. Really? Why would I lie to you? I'll take you there and you'll know.
The 2 walked into the store and immediately noticed 4 baby carriages behind the cash register.
4.
The girl's eyes widened in shock.
Yes, didn't I just mention a few of them? These babies are so cute,
said the girl in black with a smile.
The girl didn't expect that there are actually people who give birth to 4 children in real life. This is horrible.
The cashier is my wife, so pretty, with a great figure,
the girl in black said enviously. You too, is there anything I can do for you?
Song Mianmian saw the 2 people standing there and thought they couldn't find where the things were, so she went up to ask.
Madam, we are here to see the baby and buy some children's clothes for our relatives. The girl in black smiled awkwardly. The clothes are over there, come with me. Song Mianmian smiled slightly and walked towards the children's clothing area. How old are your relatives' children? She asked.
The girl in black thought for a moment and said, almost 5 months.
A boy or a girl? Boy. Song Mianmian smiled and picked up a small piece of clothing hanging on one of the racks. What do you think of this?
My children also wear this brand.
The quality is very good and I can rest assured. Girl in black, then I'll take this one. The girl next to him asked, Madam Boss, are those 4 babies all yours? She still wanted to confirm it. Song Mianmian nodded, yes. Can we take a photo with the baby?
The girl in black said excitedly, I will help promote your store on WeChat Moments.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
After buying clothes, the girl in black looked at the 4 babies, then squatted in front of the stroller and asked Song Mianmian to take a picture of them for her. Several babies looked at the big sister curiously. After taking the photos, the girl in black looked at the photos on her phone with stars in her eyes.
Isn't it so cute? The little eyes are super cute. I like her so much even through the screen. When she gets married, she will also give birth to such a cute baby. Look, isn't it cute? She showed the photo to the girl next to her. At first the girl thought it was a pity that Cheng Xiao got married so early, but now after seeing his wife and babies, she has completely changed her mind. This is called good vision. It's better to act early. I have to say, these babies are really super cute.
Chang Xiao had almost finished distributing the flyers when the delivery man called him and asked him to sign for them quickly.
Wife, Wang Jing and I will go get the goods and we'll be back soon. Good. The 2 drove the truck to the warehouse.
This time I wholesaled a lot more than last time, and I was worried that there wouldn't be enough goods, plus I wholesaled a lot of new things. Wang Jing smacked his lips in surprise when he saw the full pile.
Brother, you bought a lot this time. The warehouse can't hold it all. In order to prevent shortages, we must prepare enough. Let's move it quickly.
In a short while, the 2 men filled the truck.
Okay, let's go back.
At this time, the store was quite busy, and Song Mianmian realized the hard work of a person running around, with his hands never stopping. cashiering, packing, and explaining things that customers don't understand.
There are too many customers and there are always a few who make trouble.
Most of them are nice and will come to defend her if they see someone picking on her. Cheng Xiao parked the truck at the door, then opened the container, and together with Wang Jing moved the goods into it one box at a time. Many customers haven't bought their orders yet and are still waiting there.
The young couple is so happy. I'm so envious.
Yes, in fact, this kind of ordinary life is the best, running a small business and taking care of the children.
I'm so envious.
Unlike me, I have to look after my children at home and endure my husband's anger every day.
That's right, my husband is the same. He thinks taking care of children is just playing around and doing housework at home. He doesn't know how tiring it is.
Yeah, he had a fight with me a few days ago. Several mothers were complaining about their husbands together.
It can be seen how long the resentment has been accumulating. It's so hard to meet a mother in the same situation. How can we not discuss it? This is more topical. After complaining, I feel better. Song Nianmian listened to their discussion and felt more and more that she was really lucky to have met such a good husband like Cheng Xiao. You don't have to do anything when you get home. Madam Boss, do you and your wife take care of the children together at home? Or do you do it alone?
At this time, a mother suddenly asked.
Song Nianmian was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. My husband is taking care of it. You cook and do housework?
No, it was also done by my husband.
Wow, your husband is so nice,
said the mother enviously. Being busy with store affairs during the day and taking care of the children, cooking and doing housework when going home at night, how many men can do this?
I don't know what to say except envy. No wonder she has such a good figure. How can a woman who is spoiled by her husband not be good?
Cheng Xiao had already hung up the clothes and other things, and also put up some new things.
Now everyone can buy it.
The three of them were busy until noon. After dinner, I quickly ordered some flour, eggs, whipped cream, etc., as well as small disposable boxes for cakes. When the things arrived, he quickly started working on them.
The dessert was out of the oven in a short while. Cupcakes.
The rich aroma of cake wafted out, and Song Nianmian became greedy.
It smells so good.
Cheng Xiao brought out a small plate, put it on the cashier counter, and said with a smile,
I left it specially for you. Chapter 95 Dog Food Killing Technique.
Cheng Xiao clearly saw her eyes light up, and he picked one up and started eating.
Don't choke. Eat slowly. No one's going to snatch it from you. I'll pack it for you when you go to school. It'll fill your stomach if you're hungry this afternoon.
Cheng Xiao rubbed her head. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Jing.
It's a critical hit 100,000 times. Another dog food killing technique. These two people are showing off their love every day. Do they want to keep people alive? Are you bullying him because he doesn't have a girlfriend? Brother, next time before you and Teacher Song show off your affection without paying attention to others, can you please consider the feelings of single people? Wang Jing looked sad. I get abused every day. Not only am I abused by my roommates at school, but I'm also abused at work. Oh, it's too difficult.
Cheng Xiao glanced at him and said, No.
Forget friends when you see beauty. These 4 words emerged in Wang Jing's mind.
I originally wanted to try the dessert made by Cheng Xiao, but now I instantly lost my appetite.
It's almost time. I have to go to school.
Wang Jing glanced at the time on his phone.
There is still an hour and a half left.
After Song Nianmian finished her dessert, Cheng Xiao packed another box for her to take with her. Teacher Song is going too, she's driving.
Not far from the school gate. Teacher Song, thank you for your help. Wang Jing got out of the car quickly. Song Nianmian nodded without saying anything, parked the car in the school parking space, and went to the office. Hey! Is that Teacher Song? At this time, several teachers came over from a distance and recognized Song Nianmian at a glance. So that car belongs to Teacher Song? Teacher Wang couldn't believe it.
I had seen this car before and thought it belonged to another teacher in the school, but I didn't expect it to be Teacher Song's.
This. Teacher Li said, I know this car. It's worth at least 200,000 yuan. Teacher Song's husband is so nice.
He bought a car for her alone, and it's such an expensive one.
I'm so envious. Teacher Wang was so envious.
More than 200,000 is relatively expensive for us, but not expensive for others, said Teacher Rong on the side.
Teacher Meng Yan next to her suddenly said, "That's strange, why does this car look so familiar to me?" She seemed to see who had driven by. "Why do you say that, Teacher Meng Yan?" Teacher Wang asked, puzzled. "Oh, I remember now. The last time I saw Chang Xiao from Teacher Song's class, he drove this car to school. I didn't look at the license plate number carefully, but I think it should be this." Teacher Meng Yan was very sure. Teacher Li frowned. "Impossible? Could you have seen it wrong?" "I'm not mistaken, it's this one. You also said that you didn't look at the license plate number carefully. Maybe it's the same car that just collided. After all, Volkswagen models look similar." Teacher Wang also said. Teacher Meng Yan thought about it and agreed. "Maybe I saw it wrong. But isn't Chang Xiao an orphan? I saw him working part-time as a courier before. Where did he get the money to buy a car?" Teacher Rong said. "This question is worth pondering." Teacher Wang smiled and said, "Maybe it's the money I've saved for my wife over the years." Speaking of this, several teachers talked about Chang Xiao not coming to class after finishing his exams. "This student is good in every way except that he is too willful in studying. He comes when he wants to and doesn't come when he doesn't want to." Teacher Li said helplessly. "I'm a top student, so it's inevitable that I'm a little willful. I got first place in this exam, so how can I not be willful? Even a top student wouldn't do that. If you study hard, you might get better scores." In the office. Not long after Song Mian sat down, several teachers came in. Teacher Wang came over and said, "Teacher Song, you look so happy. You must have had a very comfortable life these days. How can I not be happy when I have a husband who cooks such delicious food?" "Fine. Not bad? We are so jealous. Did your husband buy you a car?" Song Mian was a little embarrassed and nodded, "Yeah. There is nothing to hide about this. The car was parked at the school and the teachers are not blind." On the other side, Chang Xiao was extremely busy. "I was busy the whole afternoon. Fortunately, the babies were relatively obedient and didn't cry or make a fuss. They seemed to know that their dad was busy and only made a sound when they were hungry or peed. He made a lot of snacks, and gave one for free with purchases over 200 yuan. They were especially delicious. More and more customers came, and many of them came just for the food. The food this boss makes is even more delicious than that in the dessert shop. Don't be anxious, come one by one," Chang Xiao said loudly, standing at the cashier counter and maintaining order in an orderly manner. "Then check out and pack them one by one. This is better and won't be too messy." In the past, due to the lack of order, some customers became anxious and caused some minor frictions. After a busy afternoon, Song Mian hurried back home after class. "Help!" When closing the store at night, Chang Xiao said, "This won't work. Let's look on the job search website tonight and hire 2 people. Tianai Street is a place with a particularly large flow of people, with new traffic injected every day. Even if they are not repeat customers, there are many who come here for the first time. I'm so busy every day. Saturday and Sunday are even more horrible." Before going to bed, Chang Xiao opened his mobile phone and looked at the recruitment information. Finally, 2 people were selected. One has several years of experience, and the other is a college graduate. "Come for the interview tomorrow." After reading it, Chang Xiao counted the sales revenue for today and yesterday. The total is more than 500,000. Already made more than 1 million. Song Mian was surprised to see that she had earned over 1 million in just 4 days. Before, her teacheress salary was only around 15,000 to 20,000 yuan, which was not enough for a month. She was worried about rent and milk powder every day. She was reluctant to spend any money and did not have that much money to satisfy herself. He made so much money in just 1 month. No one would believe it if he told others. She felt like she was dreaming. "Hubby, you've worked hard. If it weren't for Chang Xiao, she might still be living in that old neighborhood, going to work and taking care of the baby every day. What's the hard work? This is the result of our joint efforts." Chang Xiao pinched her little face. "Okay, let's go to bed. It's getting late. I have to come for an interview tomorrow." The next day, after breakfast, the couple was about to go out, and Song Mian said, "Husband, Mom will be here soon, why don't you open the door later?" "Okay." Chang Xiao nodded. Not long after she left, Song Qin came over. After saying hello, "I went to see the baby immediately.
The babies are more than 3 months old now and have some memories. Except for the fourth one who doesn't let anyone touch him, the other 3 are willing to do so.
But toys are also needed for temptation. Xiao Chang, how is the business these days? Song Qin asked with a smile while holding Debao.
She felt that it would be a bit difficult when the business first opened.
Very good. That's good. I'll come over and take a look. Good. T&I Street is not far away, only 20 minutes walk away.
Arriving at the destination, Song Qin exclaimed at the upscale shop in front of her, "Not bad, really good."
Chapter 96 knows more than women.
First of all, the decoration outside is very nice, especially the plaque, which looks very good.
I opened the door and looked inside the store. It was clean and everything was good.
Song Qin walked into the store, took a look around, and was full of praise. Chang Xiao smiled slightly when he received the compliment from his mother-in-law. Wang Jing is usually unreliable, but I didn't expect that the decorator he found was quite good.
Store decoration is also one aspect that can attract customers. Of course, the biggest attraction is the babies.
Now they are just earning money for their own milk powder.
Song Qin had already gone to the room at the back of the store and asked in surprise, "Xiao Chang, what is this?" "That's a tool for making desserts.
The shop has just opened, so I made some delicious ones and gave them to customers for free."
Chang Xiao laughed.
"This is a good way to retain repeat customers."
Song Qin nodded. "This is how you do business. But, Xiao Chang, can you make desserts?"
"Yes, I learned it from a friend who runs a cake shop."
"It just came in handy now." "Not bad, not bad."
Song Qin felt that Chang Xiao was really suitable for doing business as he had considered everything. If it were Mian Mian, she would never have thought of this.
"Okay, there are customers. Go ahead and do your work.
I'll take care of the babies."
"Okay, Mom."
The person who came in was a pregnant woman with a big belly. It looked like her due date was approaching.
"Hello, ma'am, how can I help you?"
Chang Xiao stepped forward with a smile.
"Hi, my baby is about to be born and I want to buy him some things and a maternity bag. Your husband still lets you go shopping alone even though you're so pregnant?"
At this point, the pregnant woman's eyes dimmed. He is too busy and has no time. Chang Xiao frowned, wondering what could be more important than his wife and children. However, as an outsider, he couldn't interfere too much in other people's affairs. Back to the topic, shopping. Looking at so many dazzling items, the pregnant woman was very confused. As for the baby's things, you need to prepare clothes, swaddles, small gloves, hats and so on. In addition to swaddles, clothes and other things are all in the maternity bag.
This is a baby bottle. There are plastic bottles and glass bottles. It's up to you to choose.
The pregnant woman held the 2 bottles in her hands, looked left and right, a little conflicted, and finally chose the glass bottle. Then I bought 2 small quilts, one thin and one thick, and got a maternity bag. She didn't expect that a man could be so knowledgeable, even more knowledgeable than her, a woman.
After thinking for a while, he asked curiously, "Are you the boss or the employee? It seems like you know a lot about this." "I own the store. I'm married and have kids, so I have some experience." Hearing that Chang Xiao was married, the pregnant woman was surprised. "You are already married?" "I can't tell."
She just felt that Chang Xiao looked like a student and was very young, not like a father at all.
"My children are over there." Chang Xiao smiled and pointed to 4 baby carriages not far away. The pregnant woman was surprised again. "Your wife gave birth to 4?
"Yes, quadruplets."
"Isn't this amazing? Are you the one who takes care of the child every day?"
"Well, she has to work."
"That's great. I'm so envious." The pregnant woman's face was full of envy.
Unlike her, her husband is either on a business trip or away on business, and sometimes he doesn't even call her. When I told her the due date yesterday, she hurriedly hung up the phone citing work as an excuse. So, when she sees other people as husbands being so considerate, she is particularly envious.
"Is your husband very busy?" "He doesn't care about you even though you are about to give birth.
He is often on business trips and rarely comes home."
The pregnant woman sighed.
Chang Xiao really didn't expect that there would be such a person. The most terrifying thing was that such a man could still find a wife. After paying the bill, Chang Xiao sighed as he watched her leave.
This is fate.
There are countless families like this in reality, and it is impossible to manage them all. As soon as the pregnant woman left, a woman in high heels and professional attire opened the door and walked in.
"Are you Mr. Chang?" the woman asked. "It's me. Are you the one from the recruitment website?" "Yes, my name is Lin Yen."
After her self-introduction, Chang Xiao learned that Lin Yen had several years of work experience and had previously worked in real estate sales. There is naturally no problem with his temperament, and you can tell at a glance that this person is quite capable. It's not just the clothes that show her unique temperament.
Chang Xiao asked, "When can you come to work?" "Any time." After a while, another young man came in.
He had a handsome appearance and it was obvious that he had just graduated from school not long ago.
About the same age as him. This was the second person he recruited, named Zhang Yu.
Wang Jing can take over his job when he is not around.
Having two people can relieve a lot of pressure. There are so many customers coming every day. If we want to develop in multiple areas in the future, we still have to recruit people.
After passing the interview, there will be a half-month probation period to determine whether this person is suitable for use.
Lin Yan was indeed experienced.
Chang Xiao briefly explained the price and other things to her and she understood immediately. When customers come, we get started right away, very professional. When the two of them helped, he would sit at the front desk to work the cashier and take care of the children.
A lot easier.
In the morning, more and more people came, and the two of them divided the work. Zhang Yu went outside to distribute flyers, and Lin Yan did sales. Chang Xiao is responsible for the cashier and packing. The child was right behind him, looking at him with his little eyes wide open. He was so happy when he heard the sound.
Babbling.
Chang Xiao deliberately used the remote control to raise the bottom of the stroller a little so that the babies could see outside the cash register.
"Wow, these babies are so cute."
At this time, a customer said a little excitedly.
"Yeah, it's cute. If only it were my son, I'm so envious." "You're dreaming. Look at how good-looking other people's babies are. You won't be able to give birth to a baby as good-looking as this one even if you give birth to one."
The person next to him laughed.
"Many of them come here for the quadruplets. Whether you buy anything or not, just one look is enough. It always makes people want to have a baby." Seeing so many people, Song Qin was very surprised.
She never expected that her son-in-law's business would be so good.
"I'm very busy."
She didn't know much about running a store and was afraid of causing trouble for her son-in-law, so she sat next to the stroller and played with the baby.
"Yeah." A bunch of pretty young ladies came in. Dabeo was very happy. He kicked his legs and hummed. Smile at others from time to time. So cute.
Chang Xiao looked at him while collecting the cash, feeling somewhat helpless.
"This child, could you please be more restrained?" Song Qin also noticed it and felt a little amused.
It turned out that the child was so excited because he saw the beautiful sister.
"How old is the child? How come he knows everything?" "Hey! That baby is looking at me and smiling at me."
At this time, in front of the cashier counter, a pretty girl pointed in the direction of Dabeo and smiled at her best friend beside her.
Chapter 97. Everything is out of my control.
The best friend beside her also nodded and smiled. "Yes, it's really cute, so adorable." There are 3 others, they are also very cute.
I love them. To put it bluntly, the two of them heard the name of quadruplets and came over to take a look.
They love babies the most, especially those with such good looks.
If you buy something and can't use it now, you can just stockpile it.
It won't be too late to use it after you get married and have children. Seeing the 2 beautiful sisters reaching out to greet him, Dabeo happily waved his little hands as if in response, and kicked his little legs, looking very happy.
"This is so cute. I want to steal it." The little sister's heart is melted by cuteness. When paying the bill, he specifically asked Chang Xiao, "Boss, how many months old is your child?" "More than 3 months. "Ah. He's so sensible in just over 3 months."
The young lady exclaimed. The children's father is also very handsome, no wonder the children are so good-looking.
"I'm so jealous." "Who isn't? If I could give birth to such a cute baby, I would be willing to do anything for you." The two chatted as they walked out of the store, and before leaving, they glanced reluctantly in the direction of the baby. "These little babies are really so cute. They like it." Both of them work as kindergarten teachers and have seen many children, but to be honest, they have never seen one as cute and good-looking as this one. There are some good-looking ones, but compared to these kids, they are like heaven and earth. However, a child's appearance also depends on his parents. For example, if the child's father is very handsome, how bad can the child be?
After working for a whole morning, Chang Xiao also observed that except for Zhang Yu, who was a little unfamiliar, Lin Yan was very familiar with it. He was used to working in the sales industry and was not in a hurry about these things. She remembered it almost after I said it once. Everything was in order, which made Chang Xiao less worried.
And the other side.
Song Mianmian finished her morning class and was so hungry that she was about to go to the cafeteria to eat something.
She met Teacher Wang and Teacher Li at the door.
The two have a good relationship and often travel together.
Teacher Song, come to the cafeteria to eat too.
This was something Teacher Wang did not expect.
She thought Song Mianmian would go directly home to eat.
After all, why would you eat such disgusting food in the cafeteria when you have a husband at home who has prepared delicious meals for you?
Song Mianmian nodded. Yeah, I'm hungry after a whole morning of classes.
Then your husband. He's been busy these past 2 days, and I don't want to trouble him.
Teacher Li asked, oh, is that so? He is working too? What about the baby?
My mother helps take care of the baby at home.
Song Mianmian smiled. We can't talk about opening a shop now. What if these two suddenly decide to go and have a look?
It will be troublesome if they are exposed.
Since I'm so busy, I can't come to your house for dinner. Teacher Wang looked regretful. Song Mianmian smiled awkwardly. You can come over when you have time in the future. You are welcome anytime. Really? Teacher Wang's eyes lit up. When you have time, remember to notify me, and Teacher Li, don't forget. I really tried my best to have a bite of delicious food. Teacher Li, standing by, couldn't bear to watch this foodie anymore. Okay. Song Mianmian agreed. Teacher Song, let's sit down and eat together. Good. Teacher Wang and his friend haven't eaten with Song Mianmian in the cafeteria for a long time. We actually have braised spare ribs today. The cafeteria auntie is so nice. Teacher Wang said with a smile. Teacher Li directly put a piece of pork ribs into her mouth and said, eat your meal, stop talking nonsense. Alas, no matter how delicious it is, it can't compare to the sweet and sour spare ribs made by Teacher Song's husband. I still remember the aftertaste. After taking a bite of the braised spare ribs, Teacher Wang sighed. Song Mianmian was quite embarrassed by what she said. Hey, Teacher Song, what does your husband do for a living? She had forgotten to ask last time. He is so rich, so he must have a good job. Song Mianmian said casually, doing business. There's nothing wrong with saying this. Wow. Business? What kind of business? Selling maternal and infant products. Not bad. The three of them chatted for a while, finished their meal, said goodbye to Song Mianmian and left. She had to go back and help. When she arrived at the store, it was no longer busy. Chang Xiao was talking to a pretty woman. The woman kept nodding. As if she had guessed something, she walked over with a smile. Honey, I'm back. Honey, why are you here so early today? Have you eaten? Chang Xiao rubbed her head and introduced Lin Yan to her. This is the salesperson I found on the recruitment website yesterday, Lin Yan. Lin Yan, this is my wife, Song Mianmian. Lin Yan looked at Song Mianmian and never expected that the proprietress was so beautiful and had such a great temperament. She had thought that her appearance was good enough before, but when she compared herself with her, the gap became apparent. I can't help but feel a little envious. Other people have families and children, but I have worked hard for so many years and have nothing. I also have a younger brother who depends on me for money from time to time. After the two sides introduced themselves, Song Mianmian quickly went to the cashier to see the babies. It's been a whole morning and I can't think straight. When the babies saw their mother, they couldn't contain their joy and kicked their legs. The four babies, who had been expressionless all morning, all started to smile. Babies, do you miss your mother? Song Mianmian kissed them one by one. Yeah. Sibo was the most excited. When he saw his mother coming over, he grabbed her collar and pouted. It was obvious what the little guy wanted to do. Song Mianmian picked him up, turned his back to him, and fed him. But he finally got to drink milk, and Sibao kept drinking it, probably because he wanted to drink more, because he wouldn't be able to drink for a long time tomorrow. Song Mianmian felt sad when seeing this. She has to work and has no control over anything. Wife, are you hungry? Chang Xiao asked again. I ate in the school cafeteria, and I'm fine now.
Song Chin just came out of the room at the back of the store and said with a smile, "I'll go buy some. It's a good opportunity to take a look around this street. This side is much busier than the streets in the old neighborhood, with people coming and going. They sell everything. Mom, do you want to go? I'll go with you and show you around," Song Mian suggested. "Also take the kids out for a walk. It's not fun to stay in the store all day." "Honey, then I'll go with Mom and I'll take the babies with me." Song Mian smiled. Chang Xiao nodded, "Go ahead." The mother and daughter pushed the babies out of the store, each pushing 2 strollers. I have to say, when the babies are pushed out, they really make the streets explode. There was already a lot of traffic, and when the quadruplets appeared, the rate of people turning around to look at them was extremely high. People passing by glanced over here. "Oh my god, 4 kids, so cute, are they quadruplets?" You can tell at first glance, it's so cute. What kind of parents can give birth to such a cute child? Chapter 98 almost rushed into the lake. Several girls glanced over here, their eyes full of stars. "It's my first time seeing quadruplets. I'm so lucky today on my first visit. Is it a hint for me to get married and have kids soon?" One of the girls said, holding her face. The little sister at the side said, "Don't even think about it. You talk about finding a partner every day, but I haven't seen you find one. Your family introduced you to someone but you didn't even bother to see them. You're hiding from boys chasing you. And you're still looking for a partner like this? No one cares about you." "Exactly. Didn't I introduce my friend's brother to you last time? We met at a restaurant, but you actually ran away at the last minute and stood him up, causing my friend to scold me. I am also, you know." Song Mian pushed the babies into the street, where there were the most delicious foods of all kinds. Song Chin looked at the surrounding environment and smiled. Xiao Chang is quite good at choosing a place, very good. Speaking of this, Song Mian was quite happy. She earned more than 1 million in 4 days. I guess no one would believe it if she told others about it. Apart from the rent, the rest is their pure profit. The mother and daughter strolled around and became the focus wherever they went. Several babies looked around, looking here and there, their faces full of curiosity. Debeo just can't change his bad habit of looking at pretty girls. When he sees them passing by, he will look at them twice. Inexplicably happy. When Song Chin saw this, she wanted to laugh. Debeo is really like a little elf, he even knows how to look at pretty girls. Song Mian was a little amused and helpless. Even she, as a mother, doesn't know what her son is thinking. As if he knows everything. The second and fourth babies were chewing their fingers, half lying in the stroller, looking around from time to time. At this time, a group of people were standing not far away and talking. "Hey! Look, isn't that the lady boss of the new maternity and baby store over there? She's got quadruplets with her." "That's right. Is there anyone else on this street who has quadruplets? This lady boss is so charming and pretty." "Yeah, no wonder the child is so pretty. I envy her devilish figure so much." There's no point in being envious. Maybe they just have a physique that doesn't allow them to gain weight. Last time I went to their store, her husband was also very handsome, a real handsome guy, wow. While they were talking, Song Mian had already taken the children into a dumpling restaurant. The owner of the dumpling shop was coaxing her child to drink milk when Song Mian came in pushing 4 baby carriages. She was stunned for a moment. Then quickly entertained. "What do you two need?" "2 pork dumplings, please." When the dumplings were served, the proprietress asked, "Beauty, are these quadruplets?" "Yes." Song Mian replied politely. "Your child is so handsome." The proprietress liked him so much just by looking at him, and suddenly she began to dislike her son with dark skin. Look at how other people as children grow up, so white and pretty. Compared with others, there is simply no comparison. Song Mian smiled and said, "Thank you. Can I play with the babies?" The proprietress asked sheepishly. "Sure." When the babies saw this aunt with dark skin, their eyes were filled with curiosity. "Beauty, it must be difficult to take care of your 4 children." "It's too hard. I'm exhausted every day taking care of 1 child." The proprietress sighed. She knew very well how hard it is to take care of children. Song Mian smiled and said, "Usually my husband takes care of her. I have to go to work." "So your husband is only responsible for taking care of the children? Or?" The boss lady was surprised. It was the first time she heard of men raising children and women supporting the household. No, my husband opened a small shop, looked after the kids, and sold some things.
That's great.
The boss lady was so envious.
Sure enough, good husbands all belong to other people's families. After that, as if she remembered something, she asked, "Isn't the small shop your husband opened the new maternity and baby shop in the center of the street? I heard that the business is booming." Within the first few days of opening, there were a constant stream of customers every day. I guess they made a lot of money.
The business of several maternity and baby stores nearby has been taken away.
The main reason is that they have several babies that are attractive. Song Mianmian nodded and smiled. Yes. Business is so good, why do you still go out to work? Isn't it better to just do business properly? The boss lady didn't understand. Maybe it's because I like that job.
At this time, a customer arrived and the proprietress hurried away.
Song Qin was also a little puzzled. Mian, what they said is right.
In this situation, you really don't have to go to school anymore.
Isn't it good for the two of you to do business together?
Song Mian said helplessly, "Mom, I came to this school to substitute for another teacher.
Since I promised him, I must keep my promise. How will he look at me if I leave halfway? How long will it take? Don't you feel uncomfortable running back and forth from school every day?"
"I don't know, maybe another month." After eating the dumplings, the two walked around for a while and then returned to the store. It's already very busy now, but the three of them are working well together. And just like that, she had some free time. The baby had fallen asleep, so Song Qin quickly pushed them to the back room to take an afternoon nap. Song Mian came to the cashier and said, "Hubby, I'll go with you."
Good.
The couple has it much easier as one is packing the items and the other is doing the cashiering.
Soon, 2/3 of the abundant goods were sold. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Jing arrived in a hurry.
"Brother, you're late." Wang Jing came in, panting.
What happened? This guy has been the most punctual in the past few days. I was over an hour late today.
Listening to his explanation, it turned out that this guy took a taxi here, and the driver almost drove the car into the lake when turning a corner in order to avoid a truck. He was so scared that he almost had a heart attack at that time.
Fortunately, I braked in time, otherwise I would have been sent away. Take a taxi next time. Online ride-hailing services are not safe. Chang Shao felt a little sympathetic. But I was lucky enough not to fall into the river. Sit over there and take a rest. I can't concentrate on my work now. Song Mian was a little frightened when she heard this.
If it were her, she would have been so frightened that she would not have the energy to come over. I really admire Wang Jing's courage.
Half an hour later, Wang Jing seemed to have recovered. He came over and grinned. "Brother, when did you recruit this person?" "I came here today. I can take over your job when you're not around. The goods are running out. Go to the warehouse and get some." "Okay." Wang Jing responded and hurried to pull the goods. The afternoon was also very busy.
1/3 of the goods were quickly sold out, and those who didn't get one are still waiting. Lin Yan, who had been busy running around, observed for a whole day and found that the business was really good. She had been working in sales for so many years and had never seen a newly opened store do such good business.
Chapter 99. Did you take the wrong medicine?
The only free time is during meal times, and the rest of the time is busy serving customers. Even if the goods are sold out, customers are still willing to wait there.
If this happens in other stores, I can just choose to buy from another one.
She couldn't understand why the products attracted so many customers when the prices were almost the same.
Is it because of the babies? Or is it because of the boss and his wife's looks?
This was the first time in all her years in sales that she couldn't understand this model.
I don't understand.
She also felt that with this store's business, there was no need to hire any salesperson to talk shop, as customers would come to the store on their own.
She couldn't even imagine the daily sales.
From morning till afternoon, except for noon, there were customers coming in all the time. The most exaggerated thing was that the crowd could not squeeze in. Over there, Wang Jing quickly pulled over a truckload of goods, and Zhang Yu and Lin Yan hurried over to help move it. Then Lin Yan put the things in order and hung the clothes on the shelves.
It's indeed much more convenient after hiring someone.
Wang Jing stood at the cashier counter with a smile.
As if remembering something, he asked, "How are the sales these days?" "Over 1 million in total." "Fuck. Bro, did I hear you right? Over 1 million? He could still accept the 500,000 yuan 2 days ago, but it would definitely drop later. After all, everyone had bought what they should buy, and the total was only 800,000 or 900,000 yuan. He didn't expect that it had exceeded 100,000 yuan. A little scary. It's sent. It's sent. Calm down and go distribute flyers at the door. Chang Xiao said speechlessly. I have already started calculating the dividends in my mind. At this time, Song Mianmian, who was packing nearby, glanced at her phone and said to Cheng Xiao, Honey, I'm going to answer a call outside. Good. Outside. Hello? Nian Nian, how have you been these days? I have to take the initiative to contact you every time. I'm really disloyal. Fortunately, we are best friends. The person who called was Molly, and her tone was full of complaints. Song Mianmian smiled embarrassedly, Am I not too busy? Come on, don't use the excuse that you're taking care of the kids at work. I don't want to listen, you just don't want to call me. Monli snorted. But don't believe her. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Don't be angry. Song Mianmian comforted her. Monli said with a click of the tongue, Song Mianmian, did you take the wrong medicine? You actually apologized to me on your own initiative. I've never seen anything like this before. It's true that having a husband is different. I'll go to your house tomorrow. I haven't seen the babies for a long time. I miss them so much. After a minute, when Song Mianmian didn't respond, Monli asked, What's wrong? Are you not happy for me to go to your house? No, there is something I want to tell you. Just say it. I met Lu Fei a few days ago. Lu Fei was the one I met in the photo studio when I was taking the 100-day photo shoot. What's going on? Didn't that woman disappear? How could she still have the nerve to show up in front of you after hurting you like that last year? Speaking of this, Monli also got angry. She just liked drinking and dragged innocent people into it, otherwise her good sister would not have become pregnant for no reason. Song Mianmian sighed, looking at her situation, it seems that she is not doing well. Who cares? She deserves it. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll be there tomorrow. Remember to welcome me. Moa. The phone was hung up. Honey, Monli will come over to see the babies tomorrow. At the cashier counter, Song Mianmian looked at Cheng Xiao and said. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, My wife makes the decision, I won't ask. Speaking in front of so many people, Song Mianmian couldn't help but blush and quickly lowered her head. Wife, please take care of yourself for a while. I'm going to make something. Cheng Xiao rubbed his head. After a while, another bunch of small desserts came out of the oven, and the fragrance filled the entire store. I made some new things today and kept some for Song Mianmian and Lin Nian, and gave the rest to the customers. Wang Jing immediately went outside to advertise that snacks would be given for free with purchases, and he even took a little bit out for people to taste. Then, everyone went to buy things just for the snacks. After a short while, all the snacks were gone. A customer asked, Boss, where did you buy this snack? It's delicious. Yeah, can you tell us about that? Cheng Xiao smiled slightly, I did it all myself. Everyone was surprised that the owner of a maternity and baby store had such a skill. Awesome. A baker who changed his career? You made it yourself? That's amazing. I think it tastes better than the ones in the dessert shop. Yeah, I think so too. I was lucky enough to have one yesterday, but I came too late today and missed it. There was still a lingering fragrance in the air, which aroused the appetite of these people. Boss, your desserts are so delicious, why don't you just open a dessert shop? We will definitely support you. That's right. Boss, are there any more today? Someone asked. Chang Xiao shook his head, Sorry, there is only one a day, if there is no more, you can only do it tomorrow. Everyone felt a little regretful and left quickly after buying something. We were so busy that we didn't close until 10 o'clock in the evening. Before leaving, he said to Lin Yan and Zhang Yu, Come early tomorrow to fill out your resume and employment form, and be careful on the road. Okay. After the two left, Wang Jing asked excitedly, Brother, how much is the turnover today? I haven't calculated it yet. I think it's about 300,000. So many. Wang Jing widened his eyes. I'm not sure yet. I'll know after I do the math. Okay, it's getting late. I'll take a taxi and find a hotel nearby to stay. Go ahead. After Wang Jing left, Cheng Xiao noticed that something was wrong with Song Mian beside him, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, wife?" "Today, teacher Wang and her friends told me that they wanted to come over to play, but I said I was busy and rejected them." "Is that not good?" "The main thing is that the store is right here, and it's very inconvenient to be busy running around, and I can't entertain them well." Another thing is that she was afraid of being exposed. Her relationship with Chang Xiao can be made public in front of people outside the school, but not in school. Unless she no longer substitutes for a class or works as a teacher. It is legal for college students to get married. After all, they are adults and there are no legal restrictions. Chang Xiao said, "There's nothing wrong with that." "Isn't that a normal answer?" "I'm busy anyway." "Your bestie is close to you, so you have to entertain her when she comes." "What is this little woman thinking about all day long?" Seeing her silly little look, I couldn't help but pinch her chubby face. "Well, it feels pretty good. Okay, let's go back, it's getting late." My mother-in-law also packed up the baby's things, and the three of them drove towards home. The children were sleeping soundly and snoring a little. As soon as they got home, they all woke up when they heard the noise. Maybe they were a little hungry, and they started humming one after another. Chapter 100. Jimei, you have changed. Song Nian put down her things and came over to comfort them one by one. Chang Xiao went to make the milk powder. "Okay, baby, don't cry. Daddy will go to your grandma's house for you. Don't cry." Among the babies, the second one cried the loudest. The first and third babies stopped crying soon and started chewing their hands. The fourth baby blinked and looked at his mother with anticipation in his eyes. Song Nian felt sorry for her, so she picked her up and fed her first. After feeding the first baby, he picked up the second baby to feed him. Who would have thought that this child was used to drinking milk powder and was very resistant to breast milk? He didn't want to drink it at all. He tilted his head to one side, looking like he would cry for you if you forced him to drink it again. Song Nian had no choice but to give up. Soon, the milk powder was ready and the couple fed the babies one by one. Song Qin also hurried over to help feed Debeo. He calmed down only after he finished drinking the milk powder. "You little guys, you won't let me drink until I get some. Do you know how tired your parents are every day? Your mother has to be busy coaxing you after work." Song Qin felt sad when she thought about it, but she could do nothing about it. "Who made me give birth to 4 children at once? It is not something that ordinary people can take care of 4 children. If someone does not have a strong psychological endurance, they would have collapsed long ago." Nian was able to hold on entirely because of her willpower. It's better now that the child has a father. However, it is not easy for the father to shoulder such responsibility at such a young age. "Now I can only do my best to raise the children. Mom, you've been tired all day. Go take a shower and have some rest," Song Nian said. Song Qin nodded. "Okay, it's getting late, you guys should hurry up too." Before going to bed, the couple discussed Monli's visit tomorrow. "I'll open the door in the morning and leave the business matters to Wang Jinglin and the others." He and Song Nian entertained Monli at home. Well, Debeo, who was lying at the edge, suddenly made a sound. Chang Xiao sat up and looked. Wow, he thought the 4 of them should have been asleep since it was so late. Who would have thought that they were all staring at me with their eyes open, chewing on my food with their hands in their mouths? It's so exciting to chew it. Babies, it's already 12 o'clock and you're not asleep yet? Staying up late is not a good habit. Chang Xiao pinched the babies' faces and said seriously. Yeah. Debeo was chewing his hands so intently that he burped unexpectedly. This burp immediately wiped out the milk that I had drunk before. I vomited it all out, all over my body in bed, and I accidentally choked when I breathed. With a wow sound, Debeo cried hysterically. Chang Xiao was startled and quickly picked up the child, took a tissue to wipe the child's nose and face, and patted his back. Song Nian was also startled. She carried the children to the carpet and changed the bed sheets. A fishy smell of milk filled the air. Did you forget to burp me earlier? Chang Xiao kept coaxing. Don't cry, Debeo, don't cry, it's okay. Mom was feeding Debeo just now and might have forgotten. Song Nian just remembered. Chang Xiao said, it's okay, it's normal for children to choke, pat them, they will be fine in a while. Song Nian was about to take the sheets to wash. Chang Xiao said, let me go, you hold Debeo first, the child is feeling wronged. After a busy day, I still have to wash the quilts late at night. I am busy all the time and everywhere. No wonder people say that being a parent is not easy. It is really not easy. Song Mian brought Debeo over and coaxed him for a while.
When the child stopped crying, she took out a wet wipe and wiped his neck until the smell of milk was gone. After Chang Xiao finished washing, he hurried over to spread clean sheets. It was already past 12:40 in the morning when we finished all this. Waves of sleepiness came over me. The couple fell asleep after the children fell asleep. The next morning, Chang Xiao called Wang Jing and asked him to come to get the keys to open the store.
Brother, do you have anything important to do this morning?
Wang Jing hurried over, took the key and asked curiously.
Chang Xiao said, a guest is coming to visit. I'll go there this afternoon.
By the way, go to the printing shop and print out 2 copies of the employment form and 2 resumes.
Have Lin Yan and the others fill them out. Okay. Wang Jing understood everything. Okay then, go ahead.
Seeing Wang Jing leave, Chang Xiao closed the door and prepared to go buy groceries. When he came back, he had to wash the vegetables and prepare lunch. The babies were lying on the sofa in the living room.
Song Mian was sitting beside them, changing the diaper for the eldest baby. The little guy kept kicking his legs and just refused to cooperate.
There was a babbling sound coming from his mouth. When he saw his father coming, he kicked the ball even harder.
Yeah.
Chang Xiao stepped forward and pinched his little face. Mommy is changing your diaper, don't move, otherwise daddy won't take you to the supermarket later.
Are you going to take the children with you? Song Mian was puzzled.
Chang Xiao smiled and said, that's what I said.
Have you talked to Wang Jing? Song Mian rolled her eyes at him and asked.
Don't worry, everything is settled.
When will your bestie come over? I'm on the way. Song Mian glanced at his phone.
Okay, I'll go buy some groceries. After rubbing her hair, Chang Xiao hurried out.
Debeo stared at the direction his father left without blinking. What's wrong, Debeo?
After changing his diaper, Song Mian held him in her arms and kissed him on the face. Hearing his mother talking to him, Debeo turned around and smiled.
Song Mian touched his head and her heart melted instantly. Then he glanced in the direction of the crib.
Bao and the others were still sleeping, and he could hear their shallow breathing.
It was because I slept too late yesterday.
In the past few days since the opening, I basically went to bed after midnight and got up at 7 or 8 o'clock. I was seriously sleep deprived. The children also have to stay up late. T&I Street closes too late, so the earliest you can go home is 9:30. Even if the children fall asleep, they have to wake up once when they get home and then go back to sleep in the middle of the night. Not only can the children not bear it, but the adults are also troubled. I want to keep the children at home, but I'm afraid the mother won't be able to handle it alone for a long time. After all, there are 4 children, not just 1. So, now the child can only suffer.
Just as I was thinking about it, the phone on the table suddenly rang. After answering the call, Monli had already arrived downstairs. As soon as the two met, this guy started making a lot of noise. Can you please keep your voice down? Don't scare the child. Song Mian was speechless. See? You have completely become a baby slave now.
You don't call me or video chat with me to let me see the baby.
Jimei, you have changed. Monli looked sad. Song Mian rolled her eyes at her and said, I'm too busy taking care of the kids, right? You don't have anything to do, so you might as well be busy coaxing the kids instead of calling me. It's this excuse again that I have no power to refute. Monli bit her lip. After looking around, she asked, where's your husband? Chapter 101. It's so heartbreaking. I went to buy groceries. What are we having for dinner today?
When talking about food, Monli thought of the sweet and sour pork ribs she had last time and she was extremely greedy. I had been craving for it before because I had to work overtime every day. When I finally got a day off, I rushed here to eat and see the baby. Of course, the most important thing was to see her, my good sister, and her baby.
Song Mian rolled her eyes. Are you here to see the baby or to eat? Of course they are here to look after the baby. What about the others? Monli said with a sly grin. They are still sleeping, don't disturb them. I know, I am that kind of person.
At this time, there was a sound coming from the direction of the door.
Chang Xiao opened the door and walked in. He saw the woman sitting next to Song Mian at a glance. Monli.
Oh, brother-in-law is back, come in quickly.
Oh,
Actually, there's no need to buy so many vegetables, you're so polite.
Manli hurried over to help Chen Xiao carry the things. Song Mian Mian. Could you be more reserved? Why are all the people she knows like greedy cats?
Cheng Xiao smiled as he carried the food. You go talk to Mian, I'll be fine.
Well, brother-in-law, remember to make more delicious food. After giving the instructions, Manli returned to the living room. As if she remembered something, she asked, You told me yesterday that you met Lu Fei. Is that true? That woman, when you think about it, is really hateful. In fact, she can't be considered Mian Mian's good sister, she can only be said to be a friend with whom she has a better relationship. She had seen Lu Fei's potential to be a green tea bitch before, but Song Mian Mian was too kind and she didn't believe it at all. Song Mian Mian's face darkened and she nodded.
If the woman hadn't called her, she might have pretended not to see it even if she saw it.
Let's just meet her. Don't bother with her again if you see her next time.
I told you before to stay away from that Lu Fei, but you didn't listen.
That woman is not a good person. Manli sighed. Seeing that you are living a good life now, I am relieved. This is also because you met a good man. If he was an irresponsible man, your life would be ruined.
Don't let me run into her next time, or she'll be in trouble.
After saying that, Manli snorted. Song Mian Mian said, She asked me to listen to her explanation. Explain? Explain what? Explain why I abandoned you last year. Okay, let's not talk about her anymore. It makes me angry. Manli waved her hand, but why is she here? Did her godfather buy her a house here? Have no idea. Yeah.
Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound coming from the crib, and it seemed that several babies had woken up.
Manli rushed over immediately.
When the babies saw that the person in front of them was a strange ant, they were stunned for a moment, and the fourth baby, who was closest to them, burst into tears.
Sibo has grown so big.
Manli reached out and pinched her little face, sighing.
Children grow fast.
Before, her skin was just fair and tender, with a little flesh on her body. Now she is all fleshy, in circles, and so cute. Manli couldn't let it go as she held it in her hand. I particularly like the four treasures.
I liked Sibo before.
I could only coax him with toys and let him hug me.
His little look was so adorable.
The second and third babies were fine. They just blinked and looked at us with curiosity on their faces.
Song Mian Mian carried Debao over.
Seeing that his mother had finally come, Sibao stopped crying and pouted in grievance.
Sibao, have you forgotten your aunt? I held you in my arms last time.
Manli said, taking out a small toy and shaking it in front of Sibao's eyes. After shaking for a while, the child was not moved at all, and even turned his head away with tears in the corners of his eyes.
Sibao doesn't even want his toys anymore. Manli couldn't believe it. Song Mian Mian chuckled, put Debao into the crib, and picked up Sibo.
The little guy's face finally bloomed again and he buried his head tightly in his mother's arms.
Manli was shocked. Sibao, you have changed too. Yeah.
At this time, Erbao made a sound, stared at the toy in Manli's hand, and then stretched out his hand, wanting it.
Then would you please let your aunt hug you? Manli stretched out her hand. Yeah.
Erbao stared at Manli for a while and did not resist.
Manli smiled and picked her up. When Sibao saw his sister holding a toy, he wanted to take it. If you don't let Auntie hold you, Auntie won't give you. Manli pinched her little face.
Soon, it was time for dinner.
In the dining room. Looking at the table full of food, Manli's eyes lit up.
Why is there so much meat today?
Brother-in-law, you are too polite.
Manli picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth.
Nian Nian has been too busy recently and is not in good health.
I will buy some more meat to nourish her.
Chang Xiao smiled. What? Manli felt like she had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. She thought he bought it specially for her?
It turns out it was all for his wife.
What else can she say except envy and jealousy? This is dog food. Friends eat. She shouldn't have come here.
She came here just to get abused.
Isn't it really heartbreaking? Chang Xiao served Song Mian Mian a bowl of soup. Wife, drink more to replenish yourself. You look thinner.
Manli quickly finished the rice in her bowl. You guys continue eating, I'm going to see the baby.
If you stay any longer, you will be tortured to death. This is their world for two people, she should go look after the baby.
The babies were playing in the cribs by themselves. When they saw her coming, they stared at her for a while and then continued to chew her hands. Well. At this moment, DeBeo, who was lying in the middle, suddenly made a ugh sound, and then a strange smell came. Monley's nose twitched, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this child has pooped? He was pooping while his parents were having dinner, and she wouldn't change. What should I do? I opened one edge of the diaper and took a look. It was yellow and he had really pooped. Baby, wait until your parents finish their meal and then come to change your clothes. There's no rush. Monley smiled. Yeah. DeBeo looked at Monley and suddenly smiled. Monley was stunned for a moment, and the baby actually smiled at her. This. She had been resisting before, but this was so sudden that she was a little overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed by the surprise. After coming to her senses, she slowly picked him up and said, "Fight, Auntie will change it for you." Not understanding the steps, she looked it up on Baidu. First, pour a basin of water, put in a clean disposable towel and wet it. After taking off DeBeo's diaper, she wiped it with a tissue first and then wiped it little by little with a towel. During this process, she almost got the poop on her hand several times. It was really difficult for her. This is the scene Song Mian saw after she finished eating. Monley was actually changing DeBeo's diaper by following the instructional video on her mobile phone. Her technique was very clumsy, and it was obvious that she had never taken care of a child before. She didn't know how to do it before, but she had to learn it forcefully after she had a baby. Let me do it. Song Mian walked over. Chapter 102, Start Up in Half a Month. I couldn't help but chuckle. The Velcro was attached incorrectly. The location doesn't match. Monley said, "I'm learning this in advance so that I won't be so flustered when I have a child. You just need to watch over me." Song Mian sat aside helplessly and gave instructions. "You don't stick Velcro like this, stick it there. Can you please stop talking? I think I can do it. It's just a diaper." "That's easy," Monley said stubbornly. She just didn't believe that she couldn't stick such a small thing properly. "Okay, let me do it." "You can't do it." Song Mian went over, tore off the Velcro, and stuck it on the right place. "It's done in 2 quick strokes." Monley looked annoyed. Was she too stupid to do such a simple thing? Taking care of children is a technical job. You will learn it naturally when you have children in the future. But now that you don't have children, it finds it difficult. Song Mian said with a smile. Monley felt a headache and said, "Okay, aren't you going to work today?" "I'll be there soon." "Or is your husband taking care of the child?" This is too good to be true. She had seen many mothers who took care of their children by themselves while their husbands went out to make money, but with her best friend, it was the other way around. "By the way, I didn't ask you last time, what does your husband do for a living?" "I'm doing business." "Business? What business?" Monley stared. "I sell maternal and infant products." No wonder she knows how to take care of children. She must have learned something specially. "I heard that selling children's things can make a lot of money now." "It's fine." At this time, Changsha came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes and looked at the time. "Wife, it's getting late, you have to leave, I'll take the children over there." "Can you carry it by yourself?" She still has to drive the car away, pushing 4 strollers by herself? "Then wife, are you going to take me and the baby there?" Chang Xiao grinned. Song Mian couldn't help blushing and nodded after a while. "Okay, let's go to the store first." "Store? Is your store nearby?" Monley asked puzzledly. "Yes, it's on the nearby Tianai Street." Tianai Street? Isn't this the internet famous street? It has a lot of traffic. Does my brother-in-law have a store there? Monley was surprised. "Then I'll go with you. It's a good opportunity to go and take a look." "Okay." Song Mian did not refuse. After packing up, the 3 of them set off with the baby. When they arrived at Tianai Street, Monley realized how intense the traffic was. There were people coming and going everywhere. If a drone took a picture from above, it would probably be a sea of heads. The location here is so good. How much would it cost to rent a store here in a year? It would probably be at least $1 million, Monley sighed. Nian's husband is so rich. Although it is not as much as those people who are worth hundreds of millions, this money is enough for the couple to live their daily life.
So envious.
A few people saw the big plaque of Little Treasure House from a distance. When they arrived at the store and looked at the facilities inside, Monley exclaimed, "The decoration is quite good. It is very well done, especially the details, which makes people feel comfortable at a glance." Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "Nien Nien, why don't I see your mother?"
Didn't you say the old lady was with you?
My mother went to deal with things in the old neighborhood early in the morning, and she is preparing to cancel the lease of the house.
Song Nien Nien said. The lease of the house over there has expired. Oh, I see. Okay, I have to go to work. It's too late. Song Nien Nien looked at the time on her phone, said hello, and hurried to drive.
Monley had no reason to stay any longer, so she left after a brief conversation, saying that she would come back and take a closer look at the place next time.
A busy afternoon begins again.
This time it was Wang Jing's turn to work the cashier.
Chang Xiao put the baby behind the cashier counter and went to make snacks. I did a little more this time. It's not the peak traffic period yet. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, more and more people came.
Wang Jing went outside to shout with flyers.
Soon, the desserts were gone.
The speed is astonishingly fast. At the same time, we are very busy, but it is a little easier if we divide the work and cooperate with each other. The most tiring job is cashiering and packing. His hands never stop from beginning to end. Chang Xiao feels that his hands have calluses from the past few days. It was already 4 or 5 o'clock when we finished. After dinner, when Chang Xiao was about to start his evening work, his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was an unfamiliar number.
Just swipe over to answer the call. Hello, is this Xiao Chang?
Chang Xiao was stunned for a moment.
Isn't this voice the director's? He called me, could it be? It's me.
Xiao Chang, the senior said that the new movie will start shooting in half a month, and asked me to ask you if you have any opinions.
It's up to the director. I have no opinion.
Okay.
I'll ask Li Jin to send you the script tomorrow. The director's tone was obviously filled with joy.
If Chang Xiao becomes famous because of this movie, his fame will also rise. After all, Chang Xiao's first movie is his own.
Do you want to film any movies by then?
After hanging up the phone, Chang Xiao fell into deep thought. If shooting a movie goes smoothly, it may take more than 10 days, and the child will have to be taken care of by my mother-in-law.
However, he still has to come back at night.
He was not worried about leaving the store's affairs to Wang Jing and others for the time being. At around 6 or 7 o'clock, Song Nian Nian came back, and Chang Xiao told her and Wang Jing about this.
Song Nian Nian had no objection. Go ahead, everything is fine here.
She got through the most difficult 2 months. Now the child is more than 3 months old. She has less worries and there are no major problems. It only takes about 10 days.
Wang Jing, who was standing by, was shocked. Fuck, brother, are you really going to make a movie? Yes, the director just notified me. Being handsome is an advantage.
Wang Jing said with envy and jealousy, when you become a big star in the future, don't forget that I am a good brother who silently supports you behind the scenes.
Okay, can you please speak human language?
Chang Xiao was a little speechless.
Hee, I'm really surprised.
It's really fulfilling to witness the growth of a movie star.
Chang Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to him. Okay, the guests are here, let's get to work. All right. It was busy until midnight again.
Several people were sweating profusely from exhaustion.
You two go back first and be careful on the road,
Chang Xiao said to Lin Yan and the others.
The two nodded and left. How are today's sales? Wang Jing asked excitedly.
I get so excited every time this happens.
200,000 or so, not as good as yesterday,
Chang Xiao said calmly.
Wang Jing's eyes widened. Is this still too little? More than 200,000. Keep your voice down, the babies are still sleeping.
The 4 little ones had just fallen asleep, and Song Nian Nian was coaxing them.
Chapter 103. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Okay. Wang Jing quickly fell silent.
After the store closed, in the car.
I remember you seemed to have classes this afternoon. Why didn't you go? Chang Xiao asked while driving. Wang Jing laughed dryly. I won't go to those unimportant classes. I might as well help here and earn more money.
Anyway, I often skip classes to play games, and I'm used to it. To be honest, he still envied Chang Xiao. At least he was much smarter than him. He didn't go to school to attend classes and he didn't fail the exams. He still got the first place in the exams and there were a lot of women chasing after him. He didn't know what the trick was, but he really wanted to know.
You are about to graduate. Some courses may seem unimportant, but they can still be useful at critical moments. I think it's better for you to go.
Anyway, we have already hired someone here, so you don't have to worry too much about not being able to handle it.
By the way, have you finished your thesis? Chang Xiao asked. When it comes to thesis, Wang Jing feels overwhelmed. Not yet. Have you finished it? Chang Xiao nodded and said, thesis, it's a very simple thing. Fuck, brother, you're too fast.
I wish I had half your brains.
I'm so jealous.
You didn't go to class for 10 days or half a month, but you still did better than me on the test.
Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Chang Xiao smiled and said, what's there to be jealous of?
I worked part-time before, and I had already finished some courses in advance.
I'm nothing like you, playing games every day. You can just play games for entertainment in your spare time. There is no benefit in being addicted to them.
Some things really have nothing to do with how well your brain works, it just depends on whether you are willing to put in the effort to learn. For a moment, Wang Jing felt that he was a waste. Not only was he not as talented as others, but he was also not as hardworking and studious as others. No wonder Chang Xiao was so outstanding.
Brother, do you have any tricks?
No, the only thing I do is study hard and make progress every day. After saying that, Chang Xiao concentrated on driving and didn't say anything else. Arrived downstairs of Jiangcheng Mingyuan and parked the car. Wang Jing got out of the car. Brother, I have classes tomorrow morning, so I'll go back first.
Chang Xiao nodded and drove into the community's underground garage. After arriving home,
it was already midnight when they finished taking a bath. The children were sleeping soundly, so the couple carried the four of them to their cribs. Then they came to the living room and just as they walked out, Song Qin came out from another room, which scared them both.
Mom, when did you come back? Song Mianmian asked. Song Qin smiled and said, I came back in the evening.
I stayed at your Aunt Lu's house for a long time.
I packed some things and sent them back. It took some time. The house was finally returned, and I don't have to go there anymore.
When the old ladies from the neighborhood learned that she was going to move to this place, they were extremely envious, especially when they knew that the house was bought by her son-in-law.
At least I managed to save some face.
Before Mian gave birth to a child, she had to endure so much ridicule and sarcasm from these people. They may be polite to you on the surface, but you never know what they are thinking behind your back. They are just nagging old ladies, and few of them wish you a good life.
I still feel sad when I think about it. Mom, are you hungry?
I'll go make you something to eat.
Chang Xiao asked from the side.
Song Qin smiled and waved her hand. No need, I had already had dinner when I came here before. Then you should go to bed early.
Okay. Song Qin was in a good mood. Her daughter was living better and better every day.
The couple ran a small business and raised a child.
Isn't this the kind of life she expected as a mother?
When they went to bed at night, Chang Xiao turned his head and said, let Mom live here from now on. The old neighborhood has been vacated anyway, and the room here is empty anyway, and the children will have someone to keep them company.
Song Niannian was about to say this when she couldn't help but tears up in her eyes. Hubby, you're so nice. I thought you wouldn't agree to Mom living here all the time. Under normal circumstances, how could a son-in-law agree to let his mother-in-law live in their house for a long time? Why disagree?
Your mother is my mother.
Why should we be so formal? No matter how long you live here, you have the final say. You are the head of the family.
Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said with a smile.
Song Niannian was so moved that she threw herself into Chang Xiao's arms. Are you moved already? There's more to come that will move you. Chang Xiao patted her back gently. It's getting late, go to bed.
Seeing her gradually falling asleep, Chang Xiao opened his mobile phone and transferred all the money he had earned in the past few days to Wang Jing in a 30:70 split. In 6 days, including cash, I made about 1.68 million.
Transferred 510,000 yuan to Wang Jing. This guy was still lying in the dormitory.
When he heard the sound and opened his mobile phone, he was stunned when he saw the huge transfer amount and didn't react for a long time.
When I realized what was happening, the first thing I said was, what the hell? I even counted a few zeros. A full 510,000. It's sent. He is such a loyal brother. Wang Jing, is your leg cramp? Do you know how much dust I have to absorb when you shake like this? The roommate who lived in the lower bunk of Wang Jing couldn't stand it and couldn't help but say something.
Wang Jing is in high spirits now and doesn't care how others scold him.
Why are you so excited? Did you make a fortune? The roommate got up from the bed and looked at him. I wonder if this guy is stimulated.
Wang Jing glanced at him and grinned.
My roommate got goosebumps when he saw it. Okay, go to bed quickly. It's so late.
Be careful of sudden death. Wang Jing ignored him and lay on the bed, feeling relaxed both physically and mentally.
Now he finally didn't have to worry about money anymore. I had given up on everything I wanted before because I had no money. Now I can finally buy what I want, and I can also give something to the old man at home and make him happy. All this is thanks to his good brother. The next day, the couple went to the store early to open the door. Taking advantage of the fact that there were not many people around, Cheng Xiao went to make a bunch of desserts and placed them next to the cash register, already packaged. Waiting to be sent out. There isn't a lot of traffic yet, so we have to wait a while. At this time, a person walked in from outside. Cheng Xiao looked and it was Li Jin. I thought that maybe the director asked him to deliver the script. Brother, how is the business in the store these days? Li Jin asked with a smile as soon as he arrived. It's okay. Not bad? With so many people coming in when you first opened, I think you've made a lot of money. Li Jin ate a candy on the cash register and said with a roll of his eyes. Cheng Xiao said calmly, it's just a little money, okay, where's the script? Damn, how did you know I was here to deliver the script? Li Jin swallowed the candy in confusion.
No one comes here for no reason.
You can come here on your own initiative. What else could it be?
Li Jin was not aware that the director had called Cheng Xiao.
You figured it out. Indeed, I'm here to deliver the script. Chapter 104 A Little Thought.
Speaking of this, Li Jin was filled with envy and jealousy. This was only his second movie, and without any unspoken rules, he had already become the male lead.
Was he still a human being?
Thinking back to him, after so many years, he is still just the third male lead.
So sad and miserable.
What made him most envious, jealous, and hateful was that the director of the movie in which Cheng Xiao played the leading male role was actually the famous director Zhang.
He has shot many good international films and is very famous.
Basically, all the actors he takes a fancy to become big stars. Those who want to be famous can't become famous, while those who don't want to be famous happen to meet good directors and have a lot of opportunities.
I'm so envious.
Putting the script on the cash register, Li Jin said, Here, this is it.
Wow, I've read the script. It's definitely a big production. Cheng Xiao picked it up and took a quick look at it. This is a science fiction film. The plot is pretty good. It would be really good if it were released in China today. If the director and actors are good, it will definitely be a big box office hit.
It's really not that Cheng Xiao is narcissistic.
Brother, the director is really doing this for your good. Li Jin said.
He was the one who introduced this person. Now he is going to become a big star.
Oh. Why are they so lucky? Well, his acting is indeed very good, much better than many so-called talented actors nowadays. Cheng Xiao rolled his eyes. What good director? There is no such thing as a free lunch. They are all just doing it for their own benefit. If he becomes famous, then the director's fame will also rise overnight, and he will be able to shoot any movie in the future. All I can say is that everyone has their own purpose. Okay, let's stop talking. The customers are here. He put the script aside and started to collect the cash. After Li Jin came to the cashier counter, the babies lay there and Song Qin watched over them. Hello, Auntie. Li Jin greeted with a smile. Are you Xiao Cheng's friend? Song Qin asked with a smile. Yes. I'm his high school classmate and a good brother. Li Jin squatted down to tease the baby. I recognized the four treasures at a glance. The little guy blinked his grape-like eyes and looked at Li Jin intently, his eyes full of unfamiliarity with this uncle. Sibao, do you still remember your uncle? I gave you a toy last time. Li Jin pinched Sibao's little face and asked with a smile. Ah. Sibao made a sound and then glanced away, as if to say, I don't know you. Li Jin picked her up and kissed her on the cheek. Sibao, you really don't remember your uncle? This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Sibao was stunned for a moment.
When he came to his senses, he found a strange uncle hugging him and burst into tears.
Keep twisting and struggling, she cried louder and louder.
Chang Xiao, who was working the cashier, turned around and had 3 black lines on his forehead. Sibao doesn't like you.
You are forcing him. Li Jin, who said that? I obviously liked her before, okay?
It hasn't been long since then and you don't want it anymore.
Sad. Li Jin reluctantly put Sibao down, his face full of resentment, and then looked at Sanbao next to him, asking for comfort. Sanbao, will you let your uncle hold you? Sanbao was also very unwilling to give face and turned his head away, refusing to give way. Li Jin felt devastated.
Song Qin on the side said with a smile, it's unfamiliar now, it will be fine once you get familiar with it. Several babies are quite shy, but it's hard to say how shy they are. They will only give some face when they meet a pretty girl.
If a man wants to hug them, forget it.
3 words, unwilling. Song Mianmian and Wang Jing were busy handing out flyers outside, while Zhang Yu was learning sales and practicing his eloquence with Lin Yan.
Outside.
Although they saw each other every day these days, Wang Jing still felt overwhelmed when standing next to teacher Song. After all, it is a relationship between teachers and students, there will always be some barriers. He is nothing like my brother, who is not afraid at all. She also had several children with teacher Song.
It's so scary. Song Niannian was handing out flyers to passers-by. She was pretty and had a good temperament. Everyone took the flyers and walked into the store involuntarily. Everyone, come and have a look, the new store has opened, there are many discounts. Sure enough, the effect of beautiful women is different.
Wang Jing's eyes were wide open when he saw them. It would take me an hour to distribute the flyers, but others finished it in 20 minutes.
Such a thick stack. It's so discouraging.
Then, he watched Song Niannian take another stack from the cash register and continue distributing it,
handing them one by one to people passing by.
At this moment, a child, about 2 or 3 years old, appeared out from nowhere. Perhaps he was not paying attention to the road, and bumped into her. Fortunately, I was wearing flat shoes, otherwise I would have fallen to the ground. The kid, on the other hand, bounced to the other side.
Little boy, are you okay? He quickly helped the child up. An old man came running hurriedly from not far away. Oh, ancestor, please stop running around, okay?
The old man brought the child over and said to Song Niannian, I'm sorry, young lady.
The child is naughty. Please be more patient with him. Fine. Song Niannian looked at the child.
It was autumn, but he was wearing a thin long-sleeved top and thick cotton trousers.
It was obvious that the clothes had not been washed for a long time. The child's face was dirty. At this time, a passerby sighed and said, Isn't this the old man who comes here every day to sell vegetables and his little grandson?
It's so cold, and the child is wearing so little.
How pitiful.
I heard that the parents ran away and didn't care about the children.
Song Niannian sighed.
There are still such irresponsible parents nowadays. As a mother, seeing such a situation, she unconsciously begins to feel sorry for the child. After thinking for a while, she handed the flyer to Wang Jing and went to the store to get some food and some thicker clothes. Since she has seen it, let us help her. The clothes are not valuable, but they are her little token of my appreciation. The old man took these and was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Thank you.
It's getting cold, uncle, you should also keep warm. Song Niannian said. Well.
The children don't know anything, they just want to eat. When they see something delicious, they will clamor for it. Watching the grandfather and grandson walking away, Song Niannian felt sad.
If she hadn't met Chang Xiao, would she have ended up like this? This girl is really nice. Yeah, if it were anyone else, they would have chased him away in a matter of minutes.
Just for this reason, let's go into the store and buy something for the kids. As they spoke, several people walked into the store.
During lunch, Chang Xiao looked at Li Jin and asked, Aren't you leaving yet?
Damn it, brother, you are so disloyal.
You are kicking me out right away. I have been helping you for the whole morning and I haven't even had a bite of food.
Li Jin's face was full of resentment and sadness.
Look, is this human language? Chapter 105 If I don't sleep, you can't sleep either.
Seeing his resentful look, Chang Zhao's scalp tingled. Alright, this is yours.
That's better. Li Jin's expression changed immediately.
The speed at which his expression changes is even faster than turning the pages of a book.
Several people sat together.
Chang Xiao said, tomorrow is Saturday, and the flow of people will increase greatly.
It may be very busy. Everyone remember to divide the work and cooperate, and don't make a mess.
Wife, you and Lin Nian stay busy in the store. Wang Jing and Zhang Yu will be responsible for handing out flyers.
I'll do the cashiering and packing.
Chang Xiao said, and then said to Wang Jing, remember to bring a truckload of goods tomorrow morning.
Okay.
After the meal, Li Jin's face was full of envy. Brother, you are getting better and better every day.
You have a family and a career, and you have everything you need. I envy you. Unlike me, I have to run around the crew and activities every day. I don't know what else I can do.
Chang Xiao patted his shoulder and said, work hard on improving your acting skills.
Alas, no matter how hard I try, I can never be better than you.
His acting skills were explosive from the start. In the entertainment industry, those who have been acting for more than 10 or 20 years are not as good as him.
If this movie comes out, how many people will be jealous? Let us not talk about the movie first.
Even if Chang Xiao only has one shot and one line, he could become a big hit with his looks.
Practice hard and don't think about these things for now.
Chang Xiao said. Zhang Yu, who was listening to the conversation between the two, was more and more shocked.
He didn't expect that his boss was still in the entertainment industry. That is so awesome. And there is this friend of the boss.
No wonder the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had seen it somewhere.
Turn out to be. It's incredible.
However, he didn't dare to ask, as the question was too presumptuous.
The afternoon was busy again.
Li Jin said hello, said he had something to do, and left in a hurry.
Song Nian and Wang Jing were still handing out flyers outside. The day passed by busy and it was almost closing time at night. Lin Nian and the other person have already left.
Chang Xiao said to Wang Jing, you should get a car quickly so you don't have to go back and forth to take a taxi.
Hee, that's exactly what I meant. Wang Jing laughed dryly.
When he got the money, he thought about getting a car to drive. Since he passed the driving test, he had never even touched the steering wheel because of poverty. I originally thought it was no big deal and I could work hard after graduation, but when I saw Chang Xiao bought a Volkswagen worth more than 200,000 yuan, I felt stimulated. After closing the door, Wang Jing said, I'll take a taxi and leave by myself.
You guys go back first. Well, be careful on the road. After parting ways, in the car,
Mother-in-law Song Qin said, Xiao Chang, your friend is pretty good.
Is he dating someone? Not yet, I'm single. Chang Xiao smiled.
According to what my mother meant, she should introduce a partner to Wang Jing.
As expected.
The daughter of a friend of mine is about to graduate from college, and her family is arranging a blind date for her.
How about letting the young man give it a try? Song Qin smiled. Young people, give it a try. What if you are attracted to each other?
Even if you are not attracted to each other, both parties will not lose out.
We can only say that we are not destined to be together. Song Nian covered her face and looked away.
She really wanted to introduce her mother to everyone she met. Chang Xiao smiled and said, okay, I'll tell him tomorrow and he will definitely agree.
In the current situation, does Wang Jing still have the right to choose? This saves me from complaining every day that I'm a single guy and no one loves me. What if I really fall in love with that girl? The car drove all the way home.
When we got to the living room, the children were already awake, looking around with their eyes open.
Now is the time to drink milk.
As the child grows older, his demand for milk becomes greater and greater. Chang Xiao hurried to prepare the milk powder.
Sure enough, not long after entering the kitchen, I heard the crying of several little ones. Bao and Si Bao cried the loudest. Wow!
Chang Xiao's heart ached when he heard this. I have been too busy these days and have indeed neglected my children a lot. For the sake of a stable life in the future, we have to put the children in an awkward position temporarily.
Song Nian was coaxing the children one by one and feeding the fourth child first.
After the child was full, he continued to play with his fingers and turned a deaf ear to the cries of his older brothers and sisters. Soon, the milk was ready, and the couple and Song Qin each held one baby and fed them.
Only after drinking the milk did the little ones calm down. Yeah.
The fourth baby was lying in the crib, babbling, chewing his hands and smacking his lips.
He kept kicking with his feet, it was so exciting. Huff huff. I have a lot of energy after eating.
Chang Xiao came over, held her feet in place, picked her up, and put her on the children's bed in the room.
Get your sleeping bag and put it on. I was completely unable to move and quit immediately. He.
A humming sound came out of her mouth, and she might cry in the next second. This was Sibao's trump card, and Shang Xiao was basically immune to it.
He had already understood this little trick. Bring Dabeo and the others in one after another. Song Nian fetched some water and wiped the children's bodies. The weather was too cold to give them a bath every day. Yeah. Dabeo and the others were fine.
After wrapping themselves in sleeping bags and getting used to them, they stopped resisting because resistance was useless.
Babies, go to sleep quickly.
Shang Xiao began to coax them. Song Nian walked in to take a look, and Shang Xiao said, "Wife, it's getting late, you should take a shower and go to bed early, because tomorrow we'll be busy."
Good.
Song Nian found her pajamas in the closet and hurried over. Soon, all the babies fell asleep, leaving only the fourth baby. He looked around with blinking eyes and smacking his lips from time to time.
The cute little appearance is so adorable. Sibao, go to bed quickly, or mom and dad will fall asleep first and leave you alone. Shang Xiao pinched her little face. How could this little girl be so energetic?
After her brothers and sisters have gone to bed, she is the one who makes a fuss until midnight every night.
Typical. If I don't sleep, you can't sleep either. Soon, Song Nian came back from taking a shower.
Shang Xiao glanced over casually and was stunned when he saw the person at the door.
Today, she changed her usual cute style and wore lace pajamas, the kind with suspenders. The straps were very thin and you couldn't tell unless you looked closely. The pajamas are all light pink and loose, but they still show off her proud figure. The skin is fair and delicate.
The wet hair was still dripping water, dripping onto the delicate collarbone.
This is a picture that makes people's nose bleed. It's so impactful.
Especially for a young man like Shang Xiao, it is inevitable to be impulsive.
Song Nian noticed Cheng Zhao's eyes and knew what he was thinking.
Her face turned red with embarrassment instantly, and she quickly picked up a towel to wipe her hair, pretending nothing had happened. But the more this is the case, the more tempting it is.
Wife, when did you buy this pajamas?
It suits you quite well.
Shang Xiao smiled. After saying this, Song Nian's face turned even redder, as if blood was about to drip out. Chapter 106. Not even 18th line. Plop, plop. Song Nian could almost hear her own accelerated heartbeat. He secretly exhaled, trying to calm his heartbeat, and pretended to be calm and straightened his expression. I bought this before, I have it, what's the big deal?
Wife, you suddenly remembered to wear this today, right? Song Nian was drying her hair when Shang Xiao stood behind her. He took the towel from her and said, "You are too slow.
Be careful not to catch a cold. Let me dry it."
After wiping it calmly, I took out the hairdryer and started blowing it. Warm wind blew out of the hairdryer, and the air seemed to become quiet, with only the sound of the hairdryer. Song Nian's heart started beating wildly again, and her face turned red all the way to the back of her ears.
Well, I'm done. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to bed. After stammering, Song Nian wanted to escape quickly.
Unexpectedly, the slippers on my feet were soaked with water, and my center of gravity was unstable, and I slipped. He instinctively reached out to grab Chang Zhao's clothes, thinking that he was definitely going to fall, but unexpectedly, the pain he imagined did not come.
Shang Xiao quickly grabbed her waist. Wife, be careful.
He helped her up somewhat helplessly. After lying in the quilt, Song Nian's face was still red, and she felt a little annoyed.
Did she overreact?
They have been together for more than a month now, and she has seen everything he has done during these days. She doesn't know why, but she feels so embarrassed when she thinks about those things between men and women.
As soon as I brought it up, I remembered that night a year ago. My mind is in a mess. Wife, are you okay?
Shang Xiao asked when he saw that Song Nian's expression looked a little strange.
No, it's okay.
Seeing her little thoughts at a glance, Shang Xiao smiled and said, Wife, you don't have to feel too much pressure.
I will never force you to do anything you don't like. After saying this, Song Nian felt even more regretful. Have I gone too far? Husband, am I an unqualified wife?
They have clearly already obtained the marriage certificate, so things should just take their own course, but... Shang Xiao stroked her hair and said, no matter what you look like, I just like you.
Shang Xiao smiled and lay down in bed.
Before he could cover himself with the quilt, a red face suddenly appeared in front of him and gradually enlarged. Then, he felt a heat on his lips.
Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the day before Chang Xiao went to the crew. The crew of the TV series finished filming today. Chang Xiao went to the crew early in the morning and temporarily handed over the affairs of the store to Wang Jinglin and the others. As for taking care of the baby, he asked his mother-in-law to do it first. He will be back at night anyway. Ever since hearing that Chang Xiao was going to play the leading male role in director Zhang's new movie, the male lead of that TV series, Qin Feng, was so angry that smoke came out of his head and he gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand how a newcomer in the industry could get the leading male role in a big-budget movie. A dressing room. Xiao Chang, today is your last scene. You must perform well when you join the crew tomorrow. Director Zhang is very optimistic about you. The director patted Chang Xiao on the shoulder and advised. Of course, he still had faith in Chang Xiao's performance and was sure that he wouldn't mess things up. Chang Xiao nodded, okay, director. Seeing how he acted neither arrogant nor humble, the director was even more satisfied. This was the kind of calm and composed actor he wanted. Some young actors nowadays, relying on having filmed a few hit dramas, they think they are so awesome that they don't know who they are and act like big shots. Not only do they have poor acting skills, they also have bad character. How can you make a good movie if you don't even understand the basic principles of being a human being? Director Zhang has a very sharp eye. 9 out of 10 people he likes will become very popular, but the prerequisite is that the person has decent character. Chang Xiao must have his advantages to get the role. The makeup artist was fixing Chang Xiao's costume and makeup. When everything was finished, he looked over and couldn't help but marvel. This is the beauty of a god. So cool. There is absolutely no blind spot at 36 degrees. It's a pity that this is the last time I put makeup on him. Look at you, stop looking, you're drooling all over the floor. At this time, the makeup artist next to her poked her. He's so handsome. I just like his looks. That's all. I think you just have feelings for him. Forget it. He already has a wife. He's a married man. I know, it's okay to just take a look. Li Jin was sitting nearby. When he saw the scene, his eyes turned red with envy. Why are girls still attracted to handsome guys even after they are married? He felt that he was not bad looking. Before Chang Xiao came, there might have been some makeup artist girls who would come and talk to him, but now there are none of them at all. They all came over to look at Chang Xiao. Why? A handful of bitter tears. The director was also watching not far away and nodded. Soon, a man came in, said a few words in his ear, and then called the person away. Before leaving, he said, Xiao Chang, the filming is about to start here, you should get ready. The director is optimistic about him, and the actors around him are all envious. Some people felt unbalanced, thinking that Chang Xiao must have been chosen by a rich woman because of his looks, otherwise how could the director be so polite to him? That's what the male protagonist Qin Feng thinks. He had his own separate dressing room, and when he heard the news from his assistant, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damn it! Didn't director Zhang have such a strong background that he wouldn't allow anyone to rely on hidden rules to get the leading role in his movie? What's wrong with this damn loser? Qin Feng was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand to the ground, scaring his assistant so much that his face turned pale. Well, I don't know either. They said that director Zhang watched Chang Xiao's performance and immediately decided on him as the male lead. The young assistant trembled. His drama? What drama does he have? I've checked. He's just a rookie. He has never produced any works. He's not even an 18th tier star. How can he be considered a rookie? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Before filming began, Chang Xiao adjusted his costume and went on stage calmly. Other actors would be a little nervous, afraid that they would forget their lines at the last minute or lose points for their performance, but Chang Xiao looked calm. I had already memorized the script, so I was naturally able to perform it with ease. This kind of TV series has no technical content. The actor acting opposite him was a little overwhelmed. He always outshines me. Those murderous eyes, one after another, made people feel scared. This scene is where Chang Xiao, the fourth male lead, dies. According to the plot, he is supposed to confront the first male lead and have a fight. Then the fourth male lead is defeated and eventually arrested and imprisoned. But when this scene was filmed, the male lead's eyes were always suppressed by the male fourth. If you didn't know the situation in advance, you would have thought that Chang Xiao was the male lead. The director just watched Chang Xiao's performance and was enjoying it very much. Chapter 107, Book the Theater to Boost Your Box Office.
As for Qin Feng, he was simply ignored. After the performance, the director couldn't help but say, "Qin Feng, your performance was not good.
You didn't get the point." So, they tried again.
Chang Zhao's acting was spot on every time, but Qin Feng had a lot of problems. Either this or that was not good. It took several takes before he could barely pass. The director was speechless. He couldn't even do such a simple scene well. He was overshadowed by the fourth male lead. It really ruined the role to be the first male lead.
I wonder if the dramas played out over the years have been a waste of time.
Instead of honing his acting skills, he spends all day scheming and thinking about all sorts of trivial things. He was scolded, but Chang Xiao was praised. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt.
He snorted coldly and went to the dressing room.
"That's great, brother.
Very good."
Li Jin walked over and patted Chang Xiao on the shoulder.
He watched the performance just now. Indeed, there are few young actors in the entertainment industry who can match his acting skills.
It is only a matter of time before he becomes famous.
No wonder the director is so optimistic about him. Didn't you see the look in Qin Feng's eyes just now?
He wanted to tear you apart.
Li Jin smiled.
That guy has no ability himself, but he blames others.
It's also a weird one. Chang Xiao had a calm expression on his face.
He went to the dressing room, took off his costume and removed his makeup.
You will have your scene later. I'll go back first as I have other things to do tomorrow, Chang Xiao said.
At this time, the director came over and said, "Xiao Chang, there is a dinner party tonight, and Director Zhang wants to meet you."
Oh my god. Li Jin on the side was envious.
With Director Zhang here, this must be a big dinner party.
He would definitely get to know many seniors. It was a good opportunity.
Brother, Director Zhang personally invited me.
What a great opportunity, Li Jin said excitedly.
Chang Xiao had no interest in these dinner parties, he just wanted to act. The so-called dinner parties were worse than taking care of the children at home. The babies are already 4 months old and are becoming more and more interesting.
Nothing is as fun as a dinner party with kids.
Thinking about it, he said, "I'm sorry, Director. I have to go back to take care of my kids, so I may not have time to go over.
Please apologize to Director Zhang for me.
I'll take the initiative to invite him when I have time in the future." As soon as these words came out, the smile on the director's face gradually froze.
With kids? Are you married? Chang Xiao nodded.
I didn't expect that she would get married at such a young age.
It's really rare in the entertainment industry.
Having been in this circle for a long time, I have rarely seen anyone get married so early, so it is inevitable that people are surprised.
Okay then, it's okay, I'll talk to Director Zhang. Director Zhang is not the kind of person who is narrow-minded and fussy.
He is quite generous and generally doesn't care about such things.
It's troublesome. Chang Xiao smiled. Parking lot. Brother, you are awesome. You even rejected Director Zhang's invitation. That's awesome. This is the first time I've seen a director be so easy to talk to. Li Jin is still in shock. Chang Xiao looked at him and said, "You can do it if you want. Someone has to invite me. Don't you think it's a big deal? I do this for a living, and every opportunity is precious."
Li Jin smiled bitterly.
You are nothing like me. Even if you don't act, your restaurant will be enough to support you for the rest of your life.
Speaking of which, Li Jin was very envious.
Talent was really important.
Chang Xiao was born to do this, but he had no intention of doing it. He wanted to develop, but his acting skills were not up to standard and he could not get good scripts.
Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry.
What made him most uncomfortable was that other people had happy families and successful careers, but he had nothing.
That's the difference. As I said, there's no point in being envious.
The most important thing is to hone your acting skills.
I'll go back first,
Chang Xiao said as he got into the car.
Li Jin sighed, "Then be careful on the road." Chang Xiao nodded and drove out of the underground parking lot. When we got to the store, it was lunchtime.
The weather is getting colder and the heater in the store has started working.
The room was warm.
The baby was wearing a thin sweater, his face flushed, and he was looking outside the cash register. When they saw their dad coming in, they all kicked their legs happily. There was a babbling sound coming from his mouth.
"Wife, how was your day? Are you tired?"
When Chang Xiao came in, he didn't look at the child, but at Song Nian.
Song Nian replied, "It's okay. I'm busy on weekends, so it's normal to be a little tired." After the couple asked about each other's well-being, Chang Xiao looked at the excited children and said, "Babies, do you miss your daddy?" "Yeah." Sibo was the happiest and kept kicking his legs. The child is growing up day by day, and now he looks no different from his older brothers and sisters. They are all the same white and fat. Chang Xiao picked her up with a smile and kissed her little cheek. Sibao grabbed Chang Xiao's collar tightly, this time with even greater strength, babbling, with a very cute look in his eyes. The people standing by were so moved by how cute he was. Lin Nian, in particular, was extremely envious. Over the past few days, she had often come into contact with the babies. She did not like or dislike them at first, but later on she liked them very much. Whenever she has time, she will take the initiative to entertain the babies and play with them. Those babies are so cute. After seeing this, she wanted to find someone to marry and have children as soon as possible. Otherwise, when will this daily envy end? Wang Jing, who was holding a lunchbox at the side, asked, "Brother, when will your movie start shooting?" Chang Xiao nodded, "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow, so soon? Doesn't that mean you don't have time to come to the store? Don't we still have you guys? It'll only take half a month." Chang Xiao said calmly. Wang Jing put down his lunchbox and said with a smile, "It feels good to be an actor, right? We have already planned that when the movie is released, we will book a theater to boost the box office for you. It's exciting just thinking about it. It will be very face-saving to talk about this later." At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside and two people walked in. "The guests are coming, get ready." Chang Xiao put down the 4 treasures. Lin Nian tidied up the lunchboxes on the counter and officially started working. A couple came in, and the woman was pregnant. The man was grumbling in the back, "I told you it's a waste of money here, but you insisted on coming in? You can just use my sister's children's clothes and other things for your child. Why are you so particular? My mom said that using other people's leftovers would be good for the child." The woman put her hands behind her back, holding her belly, and gave him a dissatisfied look. "Did I ask you to pay? Even if it's the money you earned, it's our common property now. If I don't agree, don't even think about using it. This is what I worked so hard to earn during my pregnancy. What does it have to do with you? Wang Chang, I see through you. Isn't your money my money? Besides, what's wrong with using my sister's child's things? It's good enough that they are willing to give it to us. Then you can use it yourself, I will buy a new one for my own child." Chapter 108. Are you calling daddy? Can you please stop being unreasonable? Watching the couple quarreling, Chang Xiao and Song Nian looked at each other, feeling helpless. Let the child wear his sister's old clothes, this. Song Nian had experienced this kind of thing before. At that time, she had no money and could not buy new clothes for her children, so they all wore old clothes from the neighbor's children. You can wear old clothes, but it's better to buy new things like baby bottles, since they're not expensive anyway. From what the man said, he didn't want to buy anything. The woman had already said that she had bought it with her own money, but this guy still shamelessly believed that the money the woman earned during her pregnancy was also his. All I can say is, it's shameless and brazen. Looking at their situations, their conditions aren't that bad. It can only be said that this guy is extremely stingy. They are all guests, so they can't make any comments. At this time, the pregnant woman waved to Lin Nian, "Beautiful lady, come here." Lin Nian walked over with a smile on his face. "Ma'am, how can I help you?" "Bring me a maternity bag, a blanket for the baby, and some fall clothes. Please follow me." The man was cursing behind the woman, who was busy buying things and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Finally, I finished making the selection and came to check out. I heard that it would cost more than 1,000. We don't want to buy these. Let's return them. The man said, and tried to leave with the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman simply shook off his hand and paid the bill. "If you keep forcing me like this, we will get divorced and I will never give the child to your Wang family." After paying the bill, the woman sneered. When I turned my gaze, I saw 4 babies lying behind the cash register and was stunned for a moment. "Excuse me, are these quadruplets?" Song Nian nodded awkwardly, "Yes." "Look at how well the quadruplets are raised, but I only have 1 child and you are so stingy. Wang Chang, you are not a human being." Wang Chang said, "My mother told me before that there is no need to buy some things. It's a waste of money. Don't be fooled by others.
As he said this, he glanced at Lin Yan. Your mother said, go with your mother. The pregnant woman gritted her teeth, took her things and left.
After the man left, Wang Jing couldn't help but complain, shouldn't you have seen through such a weird man before you get married? It's amazing that you can still give birth to a child for him.
Song Mianmian was glad that she was lucky enough to meet a good man like Cheng Xiao, and not someone like the one just now.
Cheng Xiao seemed to be able to see her emotions and whispered in her ear, "Are you glad to have met me?" Song Mianmian's eyes widened and her face turned red. Does this guy have the ability to read minds? Can you see this too? However, I can't admit it, otherwise this guy will succeed. No, I was just thinking about the babies. What's the matter? Tell me about it. Cheng Xiao smiled. Why are you asking so much? I'm curious about my wife's little secret.
The two of them were openly flirting and showing affection, and Wang Jing and the other two were abused again.
He quickly ran outside to distribute flyers. He would rather freeze to death than be hit by dog food. When will there be a girl chasing after him? He has really been single for 22 years. It's so miserable. After a busy day, when they returned home in the evening, Song Qin saw the two of them sitting on the sofa and came over to say, "Xiao Chang, Mian, your two uncles will be here tomorrow." Uncle? Song Mian frowned.
Since she went to study abroad, she had rarely had contact with them. For some reasons, she was not very fond of her two uncles.
Song Qin said, "They just came to see the baby and to see you by the way." Yes, I understand. Before going to bed, Cheng Xiao asked, "Wife, what happened just now?" As soon as the word uncle was mentioned, he clearly noticed that Song Mianmian's expression was not right. It's like, particularly exclusive.
Song Mianmian shook her head, "Nothing, it's just that the relationship with my two uncles is not very good."
Having said that, she lay down, not wanting to say more. Cheng Xiao didn't ask either. I can basically guess half of it. It might be something between the elders. Go to sleep, we'll talk about it tomorrow. No words that night, and the next day. After the family finished breakfast, the mother and daughter sat on the sofa. Song Qin said, "Mian, I know you have some opinions about your two uncles. But he is your uncle after all. He is your relative. No matter what, we still share the same blood." Song Qin held Song Mianmian's hand and said earnestly, "Those things in the past are in the past. You've grown up now. Can you stop caring about them?" Don't care? Mom, do you know how much you suffered back then? You treat them as your family now, but did any of them come out to help you back then? Song Mianmian bit her lip and said, "Do you remember? When I had a high fever and was about to die, you went to borrow money. Did they lend you a cent?"
Some things are so deeply engraved in our memory that we can never forget them.
Song Qin seemed to have let go of these things a long time ago. In her opinion, how could there be overnight hatred between relatives?
Besides, it had been so long since the incident happened.
Some grudges should have been let go long ago.
Mian, your uncle already knows he was wrong about this matter.
Mom, you decide on this matter. After saying that, Song Mian got up and went to the children's room.
The children were still sleeping, and there were shallow breathing sounds in the room. Cheng Xiao walked in and heard the conversation between the mother and daughter very clearly.
I roughly understand the grudges involved. I guess everyone would hold a grudge, no wonder my wife is in such a bad mood.
He placed his hands on her shoulders and then gently hugged her from behind.
Honey, I'll take care of everything. It's okay. Song Mianmian's eyes were red and she was about to turn around. He.
Erbao's humming sound came from the direction of the child's bed.
3 black lines slowly slid down Cheng Xiao's forehead. This little guy woke up at such a bad time. When I walked over and took a look, I couldn't help but smile. It turned out that he had pooped. The little guy with his fists clenched is so cute. Before, he could show some expression on his face, but after growing up a little, he clenched his fists and looked expressionless. After I finished pooping, my face turned red and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he kicked his legs hard to express his discomfort. Cheng Xiao quickly brought a basin of water and took out a new diaper. Start changing and washing. Knowing that his parents were changing his clothes, the baby was very obedient and did not move at all, with a smile on his little face. Yeah. After the change, the butt was dry and Erbao made happy sounds.
Cheng Xiao picked her up from the bed and was about to pinch Erbao's little face.
Dad. An unconscious word dad came out of Erbao's mouth. Chang Xiao was visibly stunned. The air gradually became quiet. Song Nian was also stunned. Erbao, are you calling daddy? After reacting, Chang Xiao looked at Erbao, his heart filled with ecstasy, which he tried hard to suppress. Chapter 109, Relatives Visit. Although I know this was unconscious, it was also the first time that my second baby called me dad. One can imagine how Chang Xiao felt. The joy on her face was obviously hard to suppress, but she was afraid of scaring the child, so she tried hard to suppress it and smiled. Erbao seemed to respond, blinking his little eyes. Song Nian was so moved that her eyes turned red, and a feeling of sadness spread in her heart. The first time a child calls mommy or daddy is very meaningful. For Erbao, she may not even know it, but for her parents, it is extremely precious. Wife, did you hear that? Erbao is calling daddy. The first thing I do when I feel this kind of joy is to share it with my closest people. I heard it. Seeing his excitement, Song Nian smiled and nodded. The depression just now was swept away. Whenever I feel upset, as long as I see the babies, all my worries will disappear. Erbao is so good. Chang Xiao kissed her little cheek. He was reluctant to let go of Erbao and couldn't help hoping that she would call him daddy for the second time. This feeling is really magical, and it is hard to describe the emotion. It is even more exciting than the first time he saw the babies. At this time, Song Qin opened the door and walked in. Seeing the couple taking care of the baby, she smiled and said to Chang Xiao, "Xiao Chang, your uncle just called and said he is downstairs." You? As she spoke, she looked at her daughter who had a calm expression on her face, and hesitated to say, Nian. Mom, I'll go down with Chang Xiao to pick up my uncle and the others. The people are already downstairs, and I can't just refuse and send them away. I'll just do it for my mother's sake to avoid being criticized for not entertaining them well. She knew exactly what kind of people her two uncles were. Song Qin was stunned for a moment, and seeing that Song Nian did not refuse too much, she nodded and also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her daughter cooperated, everything would be fine. She really doesn't want things to get too awkward between relatives. After all, that's her mother's home. Let's go down. Chang Xiao held Song Nian's hand, giving her some courage invisibly. Watching the two of them leave, Song Qin sighed. Then he looked at the babies and murmured to himself, "Babies, when do you think this will end?" In the elevator. Chang Xiao clearly felt that the person next to him was tense, so he touched her head and comforted her in a gentle voice, "Wife, don't be nervous, your husband is with you." At the entrance of the community, from a distance, it seemed that there were more than two people. There were also two women, who seemed to be Song Nian's two aunts. Several people looked around, their eyes sparkling with brilliance, and were filled with love for everything here. I never thought that girl Nian would marry so well. This place looks really classy. That's right. If I had known that I would marry such a good woman, I wouldn't have treated them like that before. The two aunts were discussing. Hey, please just say less, said my uncle on the side. Chang Xiao and Song Nian walked over holding hands and signaled the security guard to open the door. The four of them were then able to come in and noticed Chang Xiao and his wife at a glance. Nian, is that you? Although they hadn't seen him for many years, several people still recognized him at a glance because of his outstanding appearance. Uncle, aunt. Song Nian's face was indifferent and her tone was distant. Nian, you have grown up so much. When you first went abroad, you were still a little girl. Now, you are married and a mother. Aunt Zhang Shui, wearing a floral dress, rubbed her hands and came over. Not shy at all. Yes, you haven't come to talk to us since you returned to China. Your second uncle and I have always been thinking about you. We were wrong about what happened in the past. Please don't take it seriously, okay? Second Aunt Liang also said. Song Nian felt annoyed after hearing these words, and said calmly, "Go up first." As they walked along, several people looked left and right, exclaiming from time to time. "Oh, this place is really nice. There's a water fountain over there." Zhang Chui pointed to a certain place. Liang looked disdainful. "I can tell you've never seen the world. That's called a fountain. My son took me to see it with my own eyes. It was much more spectacular than this. Nian, you have really good taste. The husband you found is quite handsome." "Yeah, he's handsome and rich, a second-generation rich man, right? What kind of business does his family run?" After gossiping all the way, we finally arrived home.
When they saw the decoration in the living room, they became even more excited. They changed their shoes and looked everywhere, including the balcony, kitchen, dining room, and even the small home entertainment theater.
Song Mian was embarrassed.
She glanced at Cheng Xiao secretly and was relieved when she saw that he did not show any dissatisfaction. She was afraid that Cheng Xiao would be angry if he saw his uncle and the others like this.
Wife, it's getting late. I'm going to cook. Cheng Xiao smiled. Song Mian quickly followed him. I'll go help. On the sofa in the living room,
3 women were sitting together.
Sister, congratulations to you.
Mian has married such a rich husband.
You don't have to live the hard life you had before, Li Ying said with a smile.
Second uncle Song Jinqing coughed and winked at Li Ying, really bringing up something that was not relevant.
What a hard life. I will enjoy a good life in the future. What kind of business does my nephew's husband do? With this family financial situation, the business will definitely be very big. Who knows what kind of company he runs?
In the kitchen, Cheng Xiao was busy washing vegetables, and Song Mian was wiping the spotless stove back and forth, her thoughts drifting.
Cheng Xiao reluctantly took the rag from her hand and said, Wife, go and take a rest. I'll do it. Just to see if the babies are awake. Song Mian nodded and went out. Cheng Xiao sighed.
Continue washing and cutting vegetables.
Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my ears. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for being called daddy by the baby for the first time.
Reward, piano master skill. Piano master? Cheng Xiao frowned. What kind of reward is this?
Enter the system with your mind and look at the description of the reward, piano master skill. As the name suggests, you are the world-class piano master.
As long as your hands touch the piano, you will be able to become one with the piano and play a stunning piece of music. Seeing this explanation, Cheng Xiao fell into deep thought. Since the system rewards this, it should be of some use in the future. His expression returned to normal, and after preparing the dish, he started to stir-fry. Song Mian was taking off the sleeping bags and putting clothes on the children. The babies were all awake and babbling.
From time to time, they put their hands in their mouths, smacking their lips, and drooling everywhere. The little fist was also covered with it. He refused to cooperate when his mom helped him put his pants on. His calves kept kicking and he was so happy, humming under his breath.
Especially Debao and Sanbao. These 2 children are the most naughty.
It is not easy for them to put on pants.
At this time, Song Qin opened the door and came to help. Zhang Chui and 4 others followed in.
When they saw the little ones lying on the bed, they were stunned.
Chapter 110. Do you have any single friends?
To be honest, they had never seen such a beautiful child in their lives. She is white, tender and delicate like a porcelain doll, and very lovable.
Although they don't like children very much, they can't help but like them when they see such a cute baby.
4. Li Ying widened her eyes in shock. They knew that their niece was married and had children, but they thought it was just 1, not 4.
Giving birth to 4 at once? This. It's really hard to believe. Sister, these 4 children were all born to Mian?
Zhang Chui felt her tongue was tied.
Song Qi nodded and smiled, yes. How are there 4 of them?
She had seen twins, but never quadruplets. The babies looked in the direction of Li Ying and the others, their little faces full of curiosity about strangers. After spending a long time in the store and meeting a lot of different people, I have basically become immune to strangers and am no longer as timid as I was at the beginning. After Song Mian changed the baby's clothes, she carried them to the cribs in the living room one by one. Then go to the kitchen to make milk powder. Li Ying and a few others came over to the crib, their eyes seemed to be shining.
These kids are so cute. They look just like Mian. Yeah, I like it too.
The parents are good looking, and the children are not much different.
I just saw that my nephew's husband is quite good looking and talented. The 2 couldn't help but praise him. Song Qin stood aside.
Any grandmother would be in a good mood to hear someone praising her grandchild.
Li Ying walked over and picked up Erbao.
The child looked at her carefully, blinking his big grape-like eyes.
Look, this kid is still not shy. As soon as the words fell. Wow.
Erbao started crying without giving Li Ying the slightest bit of face, twisting his body and clearly not wanting Li Ying to hug him. He put up a strong resistance and was extremely reluctant.
Li Ying's face suddenly became embarrassed.
There was no choice but to put her back in the crib. As soon as she was put in, she was fine. After the milk powder was prepared, Song Nian Nian came over to feed the babies one by one. Nian Nian, how old are the children? Zheng Chui asked. Song Nian Nian answered casually, 4 months. Speaking of the baby's month, a few people remembered. Nian Nian, look at you, you didn't even inform us elders about your marriage and the baby's full moon party. It was only a few days ago that I learned from your mother that you were married. Uncle and aunt, you are all very busy working outside. I feel embarrassed to bother you with such a small matter, so I just did it simply. Song Nian Nian smiled slightly, without losing her politeness. Soon, the meal was ready. A group of people were sitting in the dining room. This decoration and the dedicated dining room are really nice. Li Ying looked around. Zhang Chui at the side also said, yeah, I've only seen it on TV. Only rich people would do this. I don't know how much this house cost. The two of them were talking to each other. Song Nian Nian was still feeling quite uncomfortable sitting there. If she hadn't considered her mother's face, she might not have answered the call from her uncle and the others at all. Because she felt it was unnecessary. Since you did such a ruthless thing in the beginning, even to the point of severing ties, what's the point of still having any contact with me? If she was still living as miserable as before, or was still a single mother like before, would these people still come to her house? I guess it would be too late to run away. Today, it's just for my mom. Shang Xiao quietly held Song Nian Nian's little hand and gave her support with his eyes. No matter what she did, he would support her unconditionally. When facing this so-called uncle, you still have to be polite. Strictly speaking, no matter how unpleasant the situation was, he is still your elder. He knew that his wife had concerns. Stand up and toast politely. After the toast, the second uncle Song Jinqing said, not bad, young man, come on, drink. Seeing that Shang Xiao had taken action, Song Qin breathed a sigh of relief. The meal was quite awkward. Song Nian Nian finished the last bite of rice in the bowl and left the dining room. Mom, uncle, aunt, I'm going to see the baby. Okay, go ahead. After she left the dining room, Zhang Chui asked Chang Xiao, Xiao Chang, how did you and Neon Neon know each other? I met him through a friend. Chang Xiao made up an excuse. Oh, I see. Do you have any single friends? I'd like to introduce one to our Nana. Zhang Chui smiled. Chang Xiao was so rich, and none of his friends must be simple ones. If Nana could marry into a rich family, she would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Most of my friends are married, and I'm not very familiar with many of them. When I do business, I only interact with customers. Chang Xiao smiled. Li Ying cursed secretly, this woman is too shameless, she is openly looking for a rich husband. Are they blatantly bullying Li Ying for not having a daughter? Xiao Chang, look, my Nana is not young anymore and has yet to get married. As a mother, I am worried, so I was wondering if you could introduce someone to her. Zhang Chui sighed. Everyone could see her evil intentions. Li Ying smiled and said, oh, sister-in-law, didn't Xiao Chang say that most of his friends are married? Nana is still young, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Chui glared at her and was so angry that she almost died. Song Qin came out to smooth things over, the food is getting cold, I'll serve you some rice. Chang Xiao was full, so he said hello and left. In the living room, Song Nian Nian was changing Sibao's diaper when Chang Xiao came over and sat next to her. Okay, stop being so depressed. Your husband will take you clothes shopping this afternoon, okay? Seeing her droopy face, he pinched it. It's quite fleshy, as if I've finally grown some meat. It's delicate and smooth, full of collagen, and feels really good. How could I? Song Nian Nian lowered her head, her voice muffled. Okay. Actually, it's not easy for mom either. She has to take care of both sides. Just give her some face and deal with it. Being depressed will only make yourself miserable, silly. Chang Xiao touched her head. Perhaps she felt that what Chang Xiao said made sense, so Song Nian Nian raised her head and said with a red face, I understand. Yeah. After changing his diaper, Sibao turned his eyes to his father, kicked his legs happily and babbled. Chang Xiao picked her up, but she was not happy with being held horizontally and insisted on standing upright on her father's legs, kicking them. Babies have very strong legs, but they are too young to do such movements often, as it is not good for their bone development. You have to wait at least 7 months. Chang Xiao often reads the explanations of mothers in parenting apps and learns a lot of parenting knowledge. Otherwise, he would not be able to raise a baby so smoothly by himself. When I held Sibo horizontally in my arms, the little guy immediately refused to do it and started whining.